Hello, and welcome to .NET Beyond, the very first edition of this brand new conference from VMware Tanzi. I'm Layla. I'm a developer advocate specializing in .NET communities at VMware Tanzi, and I am so very delighted to have you joining us today for a whole series of conversations with some of the most amazing people in the .NET community. And it's not just today, it is tomorrow as well. We've got 2 whole days of content. I'm super excited. So we have so much to get through. We have talks on F#, C#, Azure AD, deployment, history of .NET. We've got databases. Oh my goodness, we have so much content here. And we want you, the audience, to be a part of it. We want you asking questions throughout the sessions. We've got hosts with every speaker who are going to be asking your questions and making this feel really fun and interactive. So, we do have some sponsors, and I would really like to say thank you to them because they've done a really special thing. Let me just bring up who our sponsors are. I know who they are, but I want their slide up. So here we go. So we have Progress, we have Microsoft, Headspring, which is part of Essentia, and Twilio. And I just want to say a huge thank you to them because what they've done is they've sponsored us, but they haven't given us any money, okay? And you're like, oh, what's that mean? Well, it actually means that they've donated to Girls Who Code, and that's who we're supporting with this 2-day community conference. It's completely free to you, but our sponsors have already added some money to our Tiltify campaign. You can head on over to that to .netbeyond.io/Tiltify, and if you can, feel free to donate. It's an amazing course, and let's watch a video on what we're trying to do with Girls Who Code. I think the video is going to show you why we're doing this, why it's so important to support organizations such as this, something really close to my heart. I do a lot for women in tech and especially women in .NET. So this is bringing on our next generation of women. So let me play the video. It speaks more than I can say.
I think it's important for more women to be involved in tech fields because having that representation, a different perspective is something important in the world in any career. I thought I was interested in tech field, but I wasn't so sure. In high school, we didn't have a lot of tech courses, so I was looking for outside resources.
We know that jobs in tech are the highest paying, fastest growing in our country and frankly around the world. If women are left behind, then that's a world of economic opportunity that they're being denied for themselves and for their families. And we know that that has to change. At Girls Who Code, we're on a mission to close the gender gap in tech and to change the image of what a computer programmer looks like and does. We work with girls across the country and now internationally who have come from communities that are historically underrepresented. Girls of color, Black and Latina, and from low-income households. And Girls Who Code absolutely gives them that confidence and pride and convinces them that they can do anything. You're learning computer science every day. You get to see how people work. You have guest speakers who are these powerful women in tech who come in and talk to you. You get to go on field trips and see how tech changes lives. I cannot think of a better experience, and that's what we give girls through Girls Who Code programming. It's also about the sisterhood, the confidence, the bravery, a lot of what people call soft skills that are critical to them persisting in the field.
We're definitely going in a really positive direction for women in tech fields, especially with programs that do form camaraderie between women. It's really great to have that kind of teamwork so that they can pursue those aspirations without feeling like they're alone.
Girls Who Code is making a tremendous impact in the communities that we serve. Girls get a chance to see themselves as technologists, and they can bring those resources back to their communities and make a change.
Yeah, you're going to encounter difficult problems, and it's okay to even fail sometimes. As long as you did stick through it, you have succeeded.
How awesome is that? And I can see a lot of you in the chat are really enjoying why we're supporting this. And I can see where you're all tuning in from as well. This is awesome. You seem to be coming from all over the place. I'm so excited. And in case you hadn't guessed it, I'm in the UK by my accent. So let's have a look at what we've got coming up over the next couple of days. So just today, starting off, we have the amazing Richard Campbell. He's just waiting behind the scenes. I can see him right now to come and talk about the history of .NET. Then we have Christos from Microsoft. He's going to talk about scalability and security with Kubernetes and Azure Active Directory. And then we've got the amazing Julie Lermanding. Not that Christos isn't amazing. I just realized I didn't say he was amazing. Everyone's amazing. Getting to DDD, that's going to be a corker. We've got a whole little convo going on with that. Then we got Philip Carter from Honeycomb. He's going to talk to us about F#. I know we've got some F# fans in the audience. Then later on today, we have Luz Carter. She's going to talk to us about MongoDB and .NET. And then John Bush is going to talk to us about Kubernetes made easy with the VMware Tanzu application platform. And then to close us out today, we have Rodney Littles II talking about mobile DevOps at scale. That's going to be very interesting as well. I think they're all going to be amazing. Let's just have a look at tomorrow as well. Excuse me. Kicking us off, we have Purnima Nair, and she's talking about REST, GraphQL, and gRPC, a comparison. Then Ian Cooper is going to talk messaging for .NET developers. Lewis Denham-Parry is tuning in at 5 a.m. because he's in the US at the moment, talking about the hand that feeds, how to misuse Kubernetes. Stacey Cashmore is going to talk about her journey from monolith to service-oriented and beyond. And then to wrap up the rest of the day, myself and my teammate Jakob are going to talk about ASP.NET Basics for Experts. And then Hananiel is going to talk observability for .NET apps. Andrew Stackhoff is going to talk about simplifying microservice security with YARP. And then wrapping us up, the closeout of the conference is going to be Jeff Fritz talking about your enterprise open source journey. So we have so much content to cover. And in case you hadn't guessed it, our theme is .NET at scale and in the enterprise. Now, I think we're all prepped. There's all our housekeeping going on. There are codes of conduct. So if anything upsets you, if anything happens in the chat, please reach out to someone or ask who to connect to. We want this to be a safe and welcoming environment. And that's with all of you helping us to make it so. So let us know if there's anything that troubles you. We have various things that we're going to ask you to do for us, such as you'll see those coming up in the chat. We have a survey that we would love you to fill out, which will help us in the future to make the event better. We also have a chance to win some Amazon gift cards as well. So watch out for those in the chat and make sure that you are involved. And remember to ask your questions, as many as you like. There is no such thing as a stupid question in my books. So we are at 4 o'clock my time, whatever time that is, wherever you are. And I'm going to ask my good friend and amazing individual and fountain of all knowledge about .NET, really, Richard Campbell, to come on and join me. So welcoming Richard. Hello, how are you?
Good morning. Hey, congratulations on the show. This is fantastic. I'm so excited to be a part of it.
We're so excited that you are here with us as well. I can't think of someone who can kick us off better, really, with your knowledge for all those new people to .NET, because this is VMware's first .NET conference. There may be a lot of people watching who know nothing about .NET, and you're the person to give us the history, aren't you? So...
Well, and there's a bunch of different versions of .NET too. I mean, most folks these days know this open source cross-platform product, and that's certainly not where it started. I mean, it's been 20 years.
It has.
We just went past the 20th anniversary of .NET, which was in February, and the 20th anniversary of .NET Rocks is this August.
Really?
Yeah.
Wowzers, that's incredible. But Richard, for those who don't know who you are, why don't you tell us a little bit about you?
So I've been a software developer for a really long time. I was fortunate to be born into a family of technologists. My father's an electrical engineer and taught me to solder when I was about 6. So I've always built my own gadgets, and I got into computers by the age of 10. So I've been programming for more than 40 years now, in one form or another, and really not done anything else. My first after-school job was repairing computers. And that sort of evolved over the years into lots of different kinds of work. I've done anything you can imagine, and some startup fun and so forth. I got involved in Microsoft's development tools well before .NET.
Yeah.
And was a VB person back in the day, and jumped on board in VB1 in 91, 92. And then when .NET came along, it was the next logical tool for me to use. By then, I was a technology writer and speaker, and then I fell in with Carl Franklin, and he's the one who started .NET Rocks. We met in 2004, and he'd already been doing the show for a while. There were 2 co-hosts before me.
I do know that. I think because you've told me this before, that you weren't there from inception, but you've been there for a very long time now.
Well, the previous 2 co-hosts each did 50 shows. So Mark Dunn was like from the very beginning to show 50, and then he got so busy he couldn't do it anymore. And then Rory Blythe came on, and he did 50 to 100. So I came on board for show 100, which was in February of 2005. Having previously been a guest. And I figured, I'll do 50 shows, no problem. This week we recorded episode 1780.
Wow. So you're so close now to that 2000, aren't you?
I can't even. I'm trying to figure out what we're going to do for episode 1800.
Wow.
The 00 shows were always kind of a big deal, right? And, when we got to 100, we were one of the first podcasts anywhere that got to 100 episodes. And to the point where we were crashing podcast players because they weren't built for so many episodes. And so each 00 show, we've always had some kind of celebration. So we're a few weeks away from the next one, and it's challenging. 18 different kinds of parties. It's tricky.
Yeah, I'm trying to think because I've been on. Is it twice now? I'm trying to think.
At least twice. I mean, and actually, at least half the guests on your for your conference have been on .NET.
Yeah.
Although logically, probably all of them should be.
Well, now
we'll
you have some fuel for your podcast.
Your first show, we talked about Visual Studio Templates, was in 2019.
It was. We were at NDC London, weren't we?
Yeah.
And, well, that was in person. And I joined you in your podcast room with Carl there. And I was so nervous. I didn't let it show, though.
well, and those opportunities to record in person are very fun. And it's also helpful for folks who are new. I tend to get first shows in person if I can. Because I think it's a lot easier if you see us. We're kind of goofballs. Once you spend a little time with us in person, you're like, these guys are not very, we're pretty laid back and we really have a lot of fun. But admittedly, it can be intimidating when you've been making a show this long that folks put a lot of weight on it.
I think it was my first podcast recording as well. So I was like, what do I do at this thing? But it was all good. And I can see Luce Carter in the chat there. She said she sat there at NDC London as well. So you tend to do that at a lot of these conferences, and you speak at conferences all over the place. And you're an organizer as well. You've got a big week next week, haven't you?
Dev Intersection in Las Vegas at the MGM Grand. So that's our marquee show. I've been doing it since 2012, and you know how much work it is.
Yes.
It's really a challenge, and the pandemic's made it all the more challenging.
Yeah.
So we are in person, and we are dealing with those complexities and the challenges of the rules of the state of Nevada, the rules of the city of Las Vegas, as well as just trying to keep everyone safe and healthy and have a great experience.
And I guess that's a really big venue because I think, did I go in 2019? I think I was at Dev Intersection in Vegas. And it's a huge venue, which must help with all of these things going on. But it's just an added layer of complexity when a conference is already so hard to organize. And then you've got all of these additional
as if
rules.
I didn't have enough to do. But yeah, it's there's something special about a week away from your regular work, focused really on your career.
Yeah.
It's that leadership moment. Where am I going? What did I want to do? Where do I want to go? There's only so many opportunities for that, and we call it intersection for a reason. We bring a lot of different folks together to try and help you think about the things that are important for you.
Yeah, and let me just drop a link in the chat for that as well, folks. Oh, I'm seeing more people saying where they are. It's great. I love seeing where you all are. So thank you so much. Keep telling us where you're tuning in from. So, Richard, I've heard you talk about the history of .NET before.
Mhm.
I had the pleasure of hosting you at my meetup that I run here.
I think
And
we
this
did
is
a real insider's version of that talk. Like, everybody turn off your recorders.
Yeah.
I tend to speak politely when it's going to live on the internet forever, but building a product this long and being friends with many of the people who created it, some nitty gritty details. And so
Yeah.
it's kind of fun when you can sit with a group of folks who really care about it and say, let me tell you how that actually happened.
It was great. I think we were talking for like 2.5 hours
Yeah.
or something. It went on for a long time, and it was awesome. You had so many questions. So we're going to have the public version today because it's going to live on the interweb
Yeah.
forever. So you mentioned that you started with VB, that's Visual Basic, folks, if you're unaware of that, back in 91.
Mhm.
And then that sort of was chugging along for a while, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When did .NET become part of the picture? Why was it conceived? What was its inception? When we had VB already?
Yeah, I mean, Visual Basic was a great tool, and really it came about, and it's awesome to anchor from this perspective too. That the goal of Visual Basic was to make it easier to write code for Windows. Before VB, generally you program Windows in C++, and I did a bunch of that. The problem is when you make mistakes, and you do, it tended to crash Windows. So it was very hard to diagnose your mistakes. C++ is this very powerful tool, and it can shoot your foot off very easily. And so VB was a safe place to build apps that look like Windows apps. Back when Windows apps all kind of looked the same, right? That standard file on the left, help on the right, toolbar approach to building software. VB was awesome at that. But it wasn't a really high scaling piece of software. We did a lot with it. It was possible to build pretty good scale VB apps. They were tricky to deploy. They weren't naturally multi-threaded, and they didn't lend themselves to end-tier development very well. And so Microsoft had been looking for enterprise scale development solutions. And there were a bunch of different forces at work at once. And it's part of the complexity of .NET and why it took so long to mature, is that you had this overarching message of how do we do enterprise development? And then there's also the how do we make it easier to develop for Windows, full stop. There were the runtimes for C++. There was the ATL, MFC. There was the runtime for Visual Basic. FoxPro had its own runtime. And the side effect of having all these different runtimes is that as new features of Windows are developed, for us as developers to be able to program against them, we need to have those features surface through our respective runtimes. And so the different runtime development teams inside of Microsoft are all kind of deciding, how do we surface these features of Windows? And there's a lag. It takes months. And so there was a need inside of Microsoft for a common runtime. Can we build a runtime that it doesn't matter what language you're programming in, the runtime surfaces all those things? So that was a force unto itself, an initiative. Enterprise development, common runtime for Windows. Then there was the web problem. Microsoft was a little late to the web, as you recall, if you go back to the 90s, until Bill Gates had done his famous internet tidal wave, because they've been all in on like, it's going to be interactive television, right? The public internet was not really a thing, but as the public internet came along and they realized, oh, this is the thing, now they're jumping on the internet full speed. So you've got those three competing forces all feeling around for a solution. Now, Microsoft traditionally doesn't create their own languages. They implement existing languages, typically academic languages, C++, BASIC, those were the tools of the day. But they had, through a Microsoft executive, had made a deal with Sun Microsystems to do an implementation of Java. In a lot of ways, this is lost in time. because it was a very brief interval. Because it's a different thing to implement a language that's being actively developed by another company that doesn't necessarily have the same priorities as Microsoft. For a few years, Microsoft made J++, which by all accounts was an extraordinarily good version of Java, to the point that many competing companies preferred to use Microsoft Java even over their own implementations. But as Microsoft optimized Java for Windows, which is a logical thing for Microsoft to do, they ran into conflicts with the agreements they made with Sun, and it resulted in a cease and desist order, which basically said you're not allowed to build Java anymore.
That's it. Stop. No more.
Full stop. And so Microsoft now had a legal construct that said you have to remove all traces of Java from everything you're doing. Not a small problem when you're a big company like that. So Java was abruptly purged. And my friend and our friend Anders Hallsberg, who had been brought to Microsoft from Borland, he'd been recruited by Bill himself, came across to work on Java tooling. That's what he was originally brought to do. But as Java tooling was going to be no more, they kind of needed a new project, and they really needed an object-oriented enterprise-class language. And so he proposed a C-like object-oriented language, or COOL. And that became C#.
I knew all about that. the COOL.
Yeah.
And I sort of knew that there was the cease and desist here. And then that sort of spawned it.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got VB.
Yeah.
Did that just stop? Did something happen with that? We've got a lot of fans in the chat saying how much they love like VB script, ASP with VB. There's a lot of love going on here, and on error resume next, and VBA for the win. There's a lot of love here. So for it all,
and let's be clear, on error resume next, not actually a good idea. But so Visual Basic got its last patch in 99, right? That was SP6 for Visual Basic. And it had really gone as far as it could go in a lot of respects. It needed a re-engineering anyway. And there was the runtime problems. And it wasn't web savvy in any way. In fact, our friend Carl Franklin, one of his first books he ever made was doing internet stuff with VB, which was hard. It just was not in the nature of the language. It was a construct over top of Windows, and it was Thunderforms. It was designed to interact with Windows at a very deep level, nothing else. So you have these different forces, this urgency of needing an enterprise class tool because we're moving away from Java, and those things coalesce into .NET. It is an emerged technology, right? It was not an intended technology. But you have this huge group of folks that are very excited about Visual Basic. And in my research in the history of .NET, I've been told that it was Bill Gates' call to stop VB, but to say make a version of VB that runs in .NET. Now, the problem is that many of the language constructs that existed in Visual Basic did not make sense in the .NET context. And so while they had these two languages, they had C# and VB.NET, they were far more similar to each other than they were to Visual Basic. And certainly for the first few years, it was not a trivial thing to migrate a VB application forward into VB.NET. They had made a version of WinForms. So, that was the hub of Visual Basic, it was all about WinForms, and they made a separate library for WinForms for VB.NET. It wasn't the same, but it looked and felt very similar. And so you had this sort of cracked mirror effect of, it looks like VB, not really VB. And it looks like WinForms, but it's a different WinForms. And so it wasn't an easy thing to migrate. In the end, for me, it was easier for me to write C# than to write VB.NET, because I had VB instincts and they weren't right for VB.NET. And so I had no C# instincts. It was easier for me to just write C# because I knew it was a different language.
And just learn from scratch. So I saw Deepak in YouTube talking about how they really enjoyed coding with classic ASP and PHP back in 2003, which actually brings me around to a question I wanted to ask. Where does classic fit in here? Because we've got
classic ASP. Well, I wrote books on classic ASP back in the day and training materials because you got to set it in context. Before classic ASP, which what did it really do? It brought COM to web development. So all this complicated code that I was writing in the back end that I could do through COM now was easily available to a web page, and that was awesome. Because before that, it was CGI. I was writing Perl. I was writing, C++, like really, ISAPI filters. It was tough to write code that would run well on the web. And classic ASP packaged that up with a few useful constructs, the request and response and things that made stuff easier. Deeply bound to IIS, to their web server, and deeply bound to COM, which had its own problems. COM was, because it was reference counted, as the scale went up, you often got into memory leak problems where the reference count isn't 0, but there's no code that's referencing those objects. And so they're stranded in memory. And that's, the big battle. One of the battles of Visual Basic at the very beginning was, are we going to stay with reference counting and like COM does, which is our strength, or are we going to go with garbage collection, which was a Java thing?
And quite a different thing. Yeah.
A very different thing. And there was actually a bake-off inside of Microsoft.
Okay.
The groups were very serious about the differences, and they, were firm advocates for their aspect. And so they actually did implementations. This is like in 2000. They baked off a same problem at scale with a reference counted implementation and with a garbage collected implementation. And the garbage collected implementation is great.
Yeah.
They're led by a guy named Patrick Dassault. And that sort of ended that debate. It was going to be garbage collected.
I'm glad it is because, I like just letting everything get sorted out for me.
Yeah. Well, and then for the most part, reference counting sorted out for you until it went wrong.
Yeah.
And then, and there was almost no fix at that point. It was reboot the machine.
Yeah. And I can see Steve Collins is saying, flashbacks to DCOM and STA.
Yeah.
So you're giving a lot of people some PTSD here, I feel, Richard. And I think this is only the start.
The D actually stands for dumb.
But it is amazing how many applications are still running in Classic ASP. It's still prolific out there.
It's really time to upgrade. There are security problems, right? There are weaknesses in Classic ASP that haven't been remedied and are an issue. So it's smart to get in there and kind of find a way, build something new.
So that's it. Get upgrading your applications, folks. So we have Sergey on YouTube is saying, you said you were working with Classic ASP back in the day. I'm supporting one now. Precisely. Yeah. People are still working on it. So we had this sort of forced hand. Microsoft had to extricate all Java.
Yeah.
And they came to here and they're moving to VB.NET and C#. And we have Anders working on this language. What happened then? What was .NET 1.0?
Well, so 1.0, there's another force I think that's super important in this equation, and that is that Microsoft was dealing with a row with the Department of Justice, largely over Windows, that resulted in Microsoft being declared a pernicious monopoly in November of 1999. And Bill Gates stepping down as CEO and becoming chief architect, and Steve Ballmer taking over as CEO. And this is the environment that .NET is being developed within. And Steve's first job as CEO was to stop the company from being broken up because they had been ordered to split into an operating system company and everything else company. And he succeeded, obviously, but it would take him 2 years. Right? He would get the consent decree resolved with the U.S. government November of 2001. So most of the initial development 1.0 of .NET occurs in that time window. So the first announcement of .NET, the first time that we in the world hear about .NET, is actually in the PDC in Orlando in 2021, in 2000. Actually, let me show you this slide.
All righty, let me add it in. You ready?
I had this slide made Okay, this is actually a copy of the graphic for the Professional Developers Conference in 2000. I had to have it made because the original was 320 by 200. So on a 1080p screen, doesn't look so good.
No, but this looks great. This
Yeah,
looks
I had a
amazing.
designer take a copy of it, make a high-res version of it. So we kind of didn't know anything. .NET came out of nowhere at this point. I was at this conference, and I was a VB developer, right? We'd gotten a service pack the year before. Things were fine. And all of a sudden, there's this a new platform based on internet standards. Okay, we get that there's a new, because we're trying to figure out the internet. We've been playing with InterDev. It isn't great. I have front page extensions installed on my servers. You know, that's the world we're living in, trying to do internet stuff. And here at this show, it was Steve Ballmer doing the keynote, not Bill. That was a brand new thing.
Right.
And he talked about this idea of .NET, but he also said, we're going to be publishing the specifications of our new language and the language infrastructure as ECMA specifications. So open. Now, that was not the Microsoft way. That was bizarro land that they would say such a thing.
So was there an open source version of .NET in 2002 then?
This all ties to the same story.
Yeah.
In the context of Steve's job is keep the company together, he's positioning himself to say, look, Microsoft is going to be more open now. We're going to share source code so people can see what we're doing.
Right.
You can see that we're not actually making code to make sure your software won't run. That's not what we do. And these ECMA specifications are super important because ultimately these are the specifications that a young Miguel Diaz-Casa will grab and make Mono from. Like without those ECMA specs, that very likely wouldn't have happened. But in 2002, when the product actually finally ships, and you can put that slide away if you like, when the product finally ships, they publish the source of it for academics. It's a project called Rotor. And so is it open source? Not the way we think of open source today, but in 2002, we didn't think of open source the way we think about it today.
No.
Back then you have SourceForge and very little else. And so Microsoft, who has really no experience in open source at this time, creates a shared source initiative where you can apply for a license to see the source code of .NET, typically only available to academics. You can't compile it. You certainly can't edit it, but you can read through it if it makes you happy.
Okay.
That's a shared source initiative. And they'll continue with those kinds of things all throughout .NET. You know, when we have the big announcements about the open sourcing of Roslyn, even before open sourcing of .NET, the rewriting of .NET and open source writing in 2014, there were folks inside of Microsoft who said, okay, this is the third time now. You think it'll take this time? Because there was always a question of how do you build a community around that? And a lot of that was still emerging ideas of just how do you build a community around source code?
Yeah.
And
just before oh, sorry, Richard,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, just before we move on, one of our viewers has shared this picture that they actually took live in the audience at that PDC. So,
oh, that's fantastic.
There you go. How amazing is that?
Internet. Yeah.
So,
and look, that's back when we still thought XML was a good idea.
So that was pretty cool. Thank you, Smab, for sharing that with us as well. So I just thought you'd appreciate that, Richard. So
very much.
Continue.
So now you get to 2002 and you actually get a shipping version. There was a big delay because there was that great internet tidal wave document that Bill wrote that moved Microsoft towards the internet. In 2001, there is the Security or Trusted Commuting Initiative. And one of the things that postponed .NET for almost a year was they coming up with a great security strategy for it, which we'd eventually called Code Access Security, which while was secure, wasn't all that great. But it did definitely, the rethinking of security to try and make .NET more secure helped. Although, you recognize it's an ongoing initiative. Like Microsoft is generally a respected security entity these days, but that began in 2001 with that Trusted Computing Initiative.
And so that's all the way back in 2001, and that's .NET version 1.
February of 2002.
Yeah. So what happened after that? Did we have a lot of people moving across to the new platform?
So you did have folks jumping on board. They did. One of the things that Microsoft had the advantage of is coming after Java. They avoided a few of the mistakes that Java made, especially around type systems that would lead to being able to do generics, which ultimately leads to things like LINQ and a lot of other great expressivity, which is very challenging to do in Java. Because once you have an installed code base, it's hard to revise something as fundamental as a type system. And so the advantage of the second mover was to say, hey, type systems are going to be super important. We have to do this right. Let's think about, how we're going to do that. And that's implemented right from day one. So they have that advantage. They also took a long time to ship. And so it'll be only a year or so before 1.1 will come out. That's literally just a cleanup from there. But remember that the goal of .NET was to build an enterprise class development tool.
Right.
And that from that perspective is something I can run on a server for months at a time. And that is not where .NET was in 1 and 1.1.
Where was it not there? Was it too unstable?
It was still too brittle. And it was generally looked upon as a client-side development technology. Now, our web development technology at that time was web forms, which, people make fun of today and with some cause. But web forms wasn't built to be an incredibly efficient way to build web pages from an execution perspective. What it was to take a generation of developers that didn't know a lot about web development and make it familiar.
Because it was like a web version of WinForms, wasn't it?
Basically, that play on the term web forms. And that means hiding a lot of state management. And that leads to consequences. Some weight in pages.
Consequences.
But also know that we were also familiar with a component model, that I had a set of controls that I could drop on a surface and build the way I wanted to. And I would argue we've never duplicated the ease of development of WinForms, that ability to drop controls on a page, write some code to connect them together, hook them to some services, you're good to go. Yeah. We've tried. I mean, WPF has tried. There's lots of other attempts to try and build as nice a design surface as that. Web forms never got as good at that either. It had its own problems. It was a great metaphor, but it's a challenging development experience because the web is not WinForms.
Yeah.
But the simple stuff was fine. And for Eternal Apps, it was great. But for without a doubt, it was very easy to build a Titanic page. If you used a grid control, and inside of that grid control, you had other objects that would instantiate, like suddenly you had megabytes of view state. Like it was,
and it would just keep appending it onto the view state, wouldn't it? It would just keep going.
Plus, you had those mixed code models, right? Where I have a little HTML, I have a little VB script or C#, like your a little JavaScript tangled in there, and so it was very easy to make a write once, read never kind of implementation. Separation of concerns was very challenging, and became a big talking point as software development evolved in that space to say, hey, we need more testable code, we need more composable code. And this is not a model that allows that.
So recognizing that, where did they go from there?
So you've got the programming problems, you've got the reliability problems, and you're looking at working on 2.0. And I would argue, and I'm pretty sure I'm right, but I have to composite a lot of information together on this. The most important thing that happened was that SQL Server wanted to run .NET, which seems bizarre. But if you go back to those early days in 2001, 2002, we were getting into the original version of what we called big data. And there were folks that were writing SQL code that was so complex, that to get such large data sets for the time, that they were pressing against the limits of that language. And so they were basically asking Microsoft, hey, we want a more robust language. We can't afford to have that language outside of the database, or otherwise we have to export. Essentially, you have to query all that data to be able to do your analysis, and that takes too long. I want to be able to do it within the database. We need a more sophisticated language. And so there had been a push from the very beginning to say, hey, we want to you say .NET's going to be portable, because there was going to be a compact version and so forth, which all of that happened. We want a version of .NET inside of SQL. And it took a few years. But in version 2 was the big push to actually make that happen. The .NET team itself was fairly skeptical, but The fellow who led that team at the time, which is Jason Zander, today Executive Vice President Jason Zander, but in 2002 it was PM Jason Zander.
Yeah.
He sent a group of folks to work with the SQL team on making an implementation of .NET that was essentially extracted from Windows. Like, can we make a runtime that runs in that context? And the feedback they got back was SQL Server was a mature product at that time. The SQL 2000 was a big deal. It was one of the best databases ever made at that time. And one of the reasons it was insanely reliable. They had great testing tools for making sure that every execution path was reliable. They had a break on new execution path. So if you're running SQL in this mode, if it's running code the way it's run before, it'll just run. As soon as it runs in a way it hasn't run before, it would stop. So you can analyze it. And so the result of taking .NET and running it out of the context of Windows and into context of SQL Server and inside of those great debugging tools is they hunted down these unique bugs that they had not been able to nail down before. Dozens of them.
Ooh. So it's like sifting them out for them.
So the byproduct of 2.0 was the enterpriseification of .NET, that the effort to make it work in SQL. And in the end, wasn't for a certain number of customers, .NET and SQL was important, but it was off by default for a reason. Generally speaking, this was not a good idea. It was a very, very dangerous tool to use. But for Microsoft itself, it helped them make a vastly superior version of .NET. And so coming into 2005 with that 2.0 version, which was the third version, because numbers are hard.
Yes, names are hard,
yeah.
Numbers are hard. Yeah,
and a big advancement on web development technology too. This is when we got membership and a bunch of other libraries that allowed us to, and master pages that made us make more robust web development tools. .NET 2, in a lot of ways, I think, manifest the goal of .NET, of a good enterprise development space. You can build web pages, you can build desktops apps, you can expect them to run on servers for months at a time, reliable. Like, they got to their goal.
Yeah.
But that's only 2005. We got another
2005,
17 years to go.
So in 2005, was it still VB.NET, C#, and we were working on web forms? And .NET, was it just web-based technologies? Did it do anything else?
Well, it did the client-side development.
It
replaced for Visual Basic, and it built good back-end services. Right. This is when the WS Star standards start to emerge of how we're going to interop with all the other platforms, and we're going to speak XML at scale.
XML at scale. I'm sorry, that's a scary thought.
Yes, WS Security, WS Federation, WS Transaction. Like, how do we define in XML all of these interop things, which was extremely difficult. We also have the push even then towards, can we make a more composable web development experience? And so our friend Scott Guthrie, in that time frame, starts to explore what would a better web development practice look like. Now, he's not writing it himself, although he wrote a lot of code. He actually has some very smart people behind the scenes that are experimenting with a model view controller approach to web development.
Yeah.
And there's an apocryphal story. There was another conference that was going on. So another conference, there was another group. There was an open source group that was forming back then that I referred to on the show as the NHibernate Mafia. Because the first time I encountered them was in like the 2007, 2008 timeframe when Entity Framework was first being talked about. And they were very angry that Microsoft was going to build their own ORM product called this is Entity Framework. They wanted to work on NHibernate, which was already a port of a Java-based called Hibernate ORM that worked on .NET. It had its issues, including way too much XML. But YML, another one, helped contribute to this instead. Those folks would eventually be known as alt.NET.
I've met some alt.NET people. I wasn't sure if you were going to branch into Mono then as well, because I'm not quite sure where Mono fits into this.
Mono is adjacent to that, but that's the Linux community.
Right.
So Miguel gets his first versions of Mono out in that same time frame. There's a few versions behind, but they're getting there, and it's all open source. But he's in this great schism, because the Microsoft people are vaguely suspicious of him. He's a Linux guy. And the Linux people are quite suspicious of him because he's working on Microsoft technology. So
What
it
is
wasn't easy
this?
to be Miguel. But, irrespective of what's happened with Xamarin and so forth in the future, like this is the origins of Unity too. Like one of the largest game platforms that exist anywhere is really mono development under the hood in the early days. It's evolved from there, but this bringing of C# to other places is something Miguel has facilitated since the beginning, since he read those ECMA specifications in 2000.
Yeah.
So, but that's a very adjacent, separate thing going on from the alt.NET movement. And we were making the show back then, so I was always, familiar with these folks. Interviewed a bunch of them. They had a very logical thing that they wanted, and you can argue how well they communicated it. And I would also point out, and they turned out to be correct, because it's where we are today, which is using open source tools in your development practices. Don't write your own. Don't have the company build everything. Use the stuff that's out in the community. Support it and grow it. And they bought into that very early on. And Guthrie, in his own ways, was listening. He had this MVC initiative going on in the background. Then Microsoft launched CodePlex. And CodePlex was their SourceForge equivalent, they thought. But it was really a place for them to put source code, and it had a forum so you could put feedback into it. And so he got a prototype of MVC together, and then he started recruiting some open source folks. And that was guys like Phil Hack, Rob Connery, Scott Hanselman. On the show, we called them Scott Guthrie's Ninja Army.
I didn't realize that Phil Hack was involved that early on as well.
That early on too. Yeah. And I saw the name Glenn Block fly by as well. Glenn Block too, not necessarily part of that particular, like that. Those three recruited in a span of a month, and largely recruited on the back of showing them MVC. Block actually joined the company sooner, but as that group emerged, he joined in as well. And he's a friend of the show, a friend of mine, full stop, just a phenomenal individual. And there's others, John Lamb from Ruby. Like this, I don't want to make this pool too small. There's a lot of extraordinary people that were all open source believers at a time when Microsoft really wasn't. But MVC was Microsoft's answer to Ruby on Rails.
Yeah.
That became the fun place to do web development. And
it's what I learned on. When did that then come out? So we'd had our web forms. When did they actually say, hey, come along and use MVC? So
we started showing there's an apocryphal story, and it's only partially true, like most apocryphal stories are, that the alt.NET folks created a conference, and their first, it was in Austin, and they invited Bill to go to, or they invited Scott Guthrie to come to keynote the conference. And so the apocryphal story is that he wrote MVC on the plane on the way down. And that's not true. It already existed. He recruited people off of that and so forth. This is in 2007. And
there are a lot of stories about people writing code on planes, because isn't that the story
of
Ray?
He did write the sample app.
Yeah.
And he decided to also show it because he hadn't really planned it, and he hadn't told anyone. And a bunch of that Ninja Army, Phil and Scott, so forth, they all went with. So all of them show up at alt.NET, and he shows off MVC as a model view controller, very testable, like modern approach to web development. It kind of blows people's minds. It's like, we're making better. Oh, and we're publishing it as open source on CodePlex. But again, this is not open source as we know it today. You have no ability to contribute to code. What you're able to do is see the code. It's compilable, so you can compile it yourself, and you can provide feedback to it. It's still being developed internally, but there are community editions. There's releases being pushed to CodePlex. And that's sort of how MVC got going. This is also where the Ajax toolkit landed. Like a lot of those kinds of early open source tools, they all land on CodePlex. This is before GitHub even exists. Yeah. Right? Like this idea of the social construct of code, really GitHub initiates a lot of that. Although the first version of GitHub appears shortly thereafter, but it doesn't become the force it is till a little later on from there.
Yeah.
But You've got the monopath on one side, and I don't want to discount that because they're doing their own thing. Yeah. And then you've got this more open initiative for certain web things. It's not particularly popular inside of Microsoft, but inside of that web dev community, this is making a difference and creating its own stressors.
And I see that Deepak is popped on VSS and TFS, and I always think of TFS as Team Fortress, which is a video game that's stuck in my head always. Always.
Team Foundation Server.
Exactly. And I always want to call it Team Fortress instead.
Yeah. and VSS is Visual Source Safe. So the only thing they really have in common, they're both source control, and they were both led by Brian Harry.
Yeah.
So Brian Harry was brought to Microsoft in an acquisition of a source code management tool that had a GUI on it that would become Visual Source Safe.
Yeah.
And he actually is recruited in the 90s.
So a long term.
And yeah, way back when. But he led the initial CLR project. So after a couple of years of helping with source safe and getting it to a certain point, he kind of needed a new role inside of Microsoft. He actually did the version 1.1 of the CLR were led by Brian Harry. And then he left that team. It was passed over to Jason Zander, and he went off to begin a new source safe solutions. Visual Source Safe was too successful for its own good. It was never built for the scale that it got to.
Right.
And that, you know, as is typical of tools that are too successful, they become kind of a joke.
Yes.
Because we press them in ways they were never meant to do. And so he goes on to make a new source control system, which we'll eventually call Team Foundation Server.
Which is, I've only used, way back when I only used TFS. I never used VSS.
You're better off.
Yeah. I used another one as well. I can't
Mercurial, or, you know, there's a bunch.
There was something else. We
Turtle.
had to check them in and check them out. I just remember. And I just saw a question. Java Grant is just asking what we mean by CLR, and that's our Common Language Runtime, sitting down there. So we've got that. Source safe. Maybe that was it, Christos. Maybe that was it. No, it was SVN. Cobra Ashley, you got it. It was SVN that I used. Yeah. And I hated it because I'd been using Git, and then I moved to another company and I had to use I had to go to SVN. I was like, what is this madness?
Yeah. You rarely get to pick your own source control, right? You
sadly not.
That's how it
is. So we've got MVC coming in, and that was, I mean, I started with some version of .NET 4 something with MVC. It felt very established then. It felt really...
Yeah, so that's in the 2010 timeframe, by the time you get to .NET 4.
Yeah, that's when I sort of started with it.
And I would argue that 2010 was a foundational version.
Right.
Because between 2 and 4, we have the fallout of Vista. Right, that becomes... There's basically an emergency version of .NET made that we call .NET 3, although it's fundamentally .NET 2, but it takes all the pieces that were pushed out of Vista. Windows Presentation Foundation, Communication Foundation, all those things get picked up in 3.
Right.
3.5 and 3.5.1 are sort of the fixes to all of that, and that's also when we get Link and the emergence of generics, you know, those features that had been on the original timeline. But all of that gets consolidated together in version 4. There's a few really important things in version 4. Version 4 is when Jason Zanders now moved from the CLR team to owning Studio, and he starts straightening out Studio. It's the version of Studio that implements WPF as its user interface. Although still lots of COM under the hood, it does all that implementation. It's also when F# is introduced. F# is added to .NET in 2010. But I would argue even more important, it's also the 64-bit edition. All of that stuff comes into play. The jQuery included in the box. Like, if you talk about this the modern version of .NET, this cross-platform open source, that whole mindset, you have to look at these open source moments that come before that. Codeplex and MVC being an early piece of that, but Microsoft including an open source library in the box is think of how crazy that is. Now, the reasons is pretty simple. They've been iterating on MVC and pushing it onto Coplex and taking interactions from the users and adding it into MVC. And they reach a point where it's like, we need a DOM tree explorer. Like, we need a tool that allow you to find elements and do updates to them and so forth. The thing that jQuery does. And they started on the path of building their own. And the community said, don't do it. Like, use jQuery. Jan Rezik's way is the right way. It's what we're using anyway. And they agreed. And then they managed to negotiate with Microsoft Legal to include jQuery in the box, which means if it was in the box in 2010, that means Microsoft was going to provide tech support for jQuery.
That's mind-blowing.
What happened. And in fact, made big contributions, ultimately resulting in the jQuery Foundation, which will eventually become the JavaScript Foundation. All of that starts there.
Wow. That's mind-blowing. We do have a good question from Blake Bender here. Just moving slightly off topic onto something else that I know you wanted to cover. Do you have any insight into the interaction between Miguel and the Silverlight team? Because we haven't even got to Silverlight yet.
Well, and that jump, if we're already talking 2010, like, that's almost the end of Silverlight. Like, Silverlight's already happened at this point.
True. Gosh, that was a whirlwind.
Yeah. So, and Silverlight was this interesting idea. The first version of Silverlight, it was very much about media streaming. So the IIS team recognized that they needed to be able to stream media and multi-resolution media. YouTube's now a thing, and YouTube's magic is the ability to read how efficiently your connection's working and to change resolutions based on what your browser's capable of and what your bandwidth's capable of. So we'll drop down to 480p and then we'll come back up to 720 and so forth. And IIS like, oh, we got to do this, but we need a client.
Yeah.
So the origins of Silverlight are actually based on that. In fact, version 1 of Silverlight has no .NET in it whatsoever. It's scripted in JavaScript, and it's mostly about media streaming. It evolves, right? The next version will start to add in the runtime, and it's a byproduct of .NET 3 and all of those issues that they start to add the scripting, and then they add in the NVVM.
Yep.
And you coalesce into this great version, the first great version of Silverlight, which is 3. But the other important part about Silverlight was not only was it on Codeplex, but it was iterating independent of the main product. You know, Visual Studio only shipped every 18 months to 2 years. And that wasn't fast enough for the modern web development world. And Scott Guthrie saw that. And so he was creating pipelines to iterate each of these tools independently. And they pushed out community versions of Silverlight almost every other month.
Wow.
Well, they went from version 1 to version 3 in like 2 years. It was incredibly fast for Microsoft products, astonishingly fast. But back to Blake's question about Miguel and Silverlight, because Miguel and the Mono team did make a version of Silverlight for Mono called Moonlight. And yes, there was absolutely an interaction between the team. Microsoft helped fund that development. They channeled money to Miguel's team so that they could have Moonlight built as well.
I have heard of Moonlight. I didn't know any of the history about it, but and we've got a question here from Silicon Orchid saying, wasn't Silverlight what Netflix relied on originally?
Well, remember the original Netflix was a service that shipped you DVDs in red packages. But as Reed Hastings pivoted the company towards internet, they used Silverlight. And so did the 2010 Olympics.
Amazing.
Right? Like Silverlight was an astonishing technology at its time and arguably hit its height in 2010 at the April launch of Studio, which I helped put on that event. That was when this was the definitive way to build software in the enterprise, right? Like you talk about .NET's original mission, build enterprise software. This was now their primary tool. That it works on the Mac, it works on Windows, it works on Linux if you wanted to. I don't know why you would. But you use Silverlight for all of that.
So what happened to Silverlight?
Well, then the iPad came along. Same year.
Oh, this thing.
Year. Yeah, the big iPhone comes along. And ruins everything.
Ruined it all.
Yeah. So the iPad's announced in March of 2010. Studio was released in April of 2010. But also in April 2010, Steve Jobs puts out the letter Thoughts on Flash. And what was the problem with Flash? Well, Flash had been built as an automation tool for web development, right? It was a way to do video and animation and so forth. Originally called ActionScript, and even before that, you had Macromedia's Shockwave. Adobe had consolidated all this into what was now known as Flash. That, and again, we can complain about Flash being lousy code because it was a pig. It ate a lot of memory, it leaked, it had all kinds of problems. It was very tough to program in, but it was also a completely pioneering tool. This was at a time when everyone was feeling around for how do we do web development. And what we learned from Flash is that would be the wrong way. But it also spoke to those different pieces for how we would ultimately get to HTML5.
Yeah.
Right? So, but what Jobs knew is in tests with his iPad, Flash, which was running a lot of the web back then, murdered his battery.
Because it was so
It's just
inefficient.
so resource intensive.
Yeah.
But also, plugins are bad, right? If you think about all of our friends that were non-technical people were having their browsers hijacked by plugins all the time. So Thoughts on Flash really talked about, listen, the plugin model is a huge vulnerability. It creates other problems. And so we're banning the plugin model from iOS, full stop. It's going away. And Silverlight depended on a plugin, right? That's what it needed. So at that moment, Silverlight was broken. Like we now have a serious problem. Now, this wasn't the old world, right? Microsoft used to be 90%, 95% of all the desktops. Like all your computing was done through Windows and they had control of it. Now we're living in this heterogeneous world where we have iOS and Android, we have tablets, we have all these different form factors and all these different platforms. They don't have control of all of those things. They need to run across them all. And that meant at that time, we needed these various runtimes that ran on these different systems, which means that when the platform decides it's not going to run your platform, you're in trouble.
So I'm super conscious of time, Richard.
Yes.
Because I know you and I could probably chat for like the next 4 hours on this. I think it would be interesting if we just skip along a little bit and come to the big change. .NET Core and open sourcing. What brought this around?
So coming out of Windows 8, which was the response to the iPad, and this sort of I would argue the darkest days of .NET.
Metro.
Yeah, well, Metro they can use that term either, but what it really was the last gasp of Windows in the center of the company.
Yeah.
Which one would argue had not actually been the center of the company for many years. As soon as we started getting a diversity of operating systems, the operating system became less important. The same way that your BIOS is less important, the microcode in your CPU is less important. We just expect it to work. Microsoft pivoted towards the cloud, right? That became the focus of their company, and so that meant that making stuff run on Windows wasn't as important as making stuff run on Azure. I don't care where it comes from, as long as it consumes compute, it's the right thing to do. And so there was that meant an open source was becoming table stakes. That this is what everybody expected from code, is that it would be open source. And there had been a group called MS OpenTech, which formed in 2014, or actually 2012, by 2015 it would be over. And they were ostensibly on the outside making sure that important open source libraries ran well on .NET. So making sure Memcached worked well and Redis worked well and so forth. But internally, they were also writing open source code themselves. And they began to migrate existing projects into open source, which is a more complicated process than you could imagine. It means untangling patents and controlling licenses and taking care of all these things to actually open source them. But it was succeeding. And Roslyn, which was this C# written in C#, a C# compiler written in C#, never intended to be open source or cross-platform, but it was existing. But it was new code; it was freshly written code, so it could be open source. And so they announced that they would open source Roslyn at Build in 2014, which is now Satya Nadella in charge and so forth. And now they look back and say, well, we need to open source .NET. Like how could we do this? We already have more than a decade of legacy code here. Like untangling all the licensing is impossible. It was actually easier to rewrite it. And also, a lot of .NET code was written for Windows, dependent on Windows. And if you're really going to make it cross-platform and open source, it can't be dependent that way.
No.
That's also why we lost things like web forms, because web forms was fundamentally built to run on IIS. It didn't work any other way. And there was really no way to unentangle it from that.
And so then we move on to this divergence to two parallel code frameworks.
Yes.
Which all came back together
Well,
November, sort of.
I mean, the bottom line is 5 is the latest. 5 and 6 are all actually fundamentally .NET Core.
Yes.
They've done a good job of building bridges for 4.8, folks. So if you've waited, it's easier to migrate now than ever before. The same way folks that waited that were in VB eventually got great migration tools to move to .NET. We're now getting great migration tools to move off the original framework into the modern framework. With the note that web forms isn't coming, WCF isn't coming. Like, there are substantial pieces that aren't there. And even the WinForms library for the core versions for .NET 5 and 6 is subtly different from original WinForms, enough that you have to pay attention to it. And there's some good reasons for that.
Yeah.
You know, the original library for WinForms didn't deal with high DPI screens. And you've run into this if you've ever fired up an old WinForms app on high DPI. It's like, wow, bring me my magnifying glass. I have problems.
Yes, I've seen that.
Yeah. So the new WinForms does deal with high DPI, but it's not pixel perfect. It can't be. It's
Right.
always interpolating to scale for high DPI. And so you need to have a changeover. So you've got to look at your dialogues. You have to look at everything to be sure it's correct. And they're trying to get us to fall into the pit of success, right? They're doing it the right way.
Okay.
And that's sort of their approach to that. We're going to make this a little rougher so you don't get surprised.
Which is okay. So we've got a lot of people asking for updates on your book. And a lot of people saying they would love to hear more about this. Now,
You understand how I can do a private 2.5-hour version of the story.
And what I'm also saying, we've sort of skipped through a lot from 2010. You're on .NET in the Wild in a couple of weeks, Richard.
Yes,
Perhaps we could continue then.
I would be happy to.
So, folks, tune into .NET in the Wild on this channel on April 12th, I believe, where Richard is joining me to chat and we can continue this conversation.
And I'm trying to finish the book for the fall. I will do a Kickstarter at some point to get people signed up to get copies of the book. So I know how many I need to print and probably offer some tours. So if you really want your company to hear a 2.5-hour, 3-hour version of this, maybe sign a few books. We'll do all of that. It'll be fun.
I can highly recommend that as well.
It's taking way too long. I'm sorry. It's a very forensic process to go through all of these details and try and assemble this coherent narrative.
Well, there's an awful lot to cover, so no one's going to be cross with you, Richard, that it's taking so long. But what I want to do is say a huge thank you for giving us that very, very condensed version, which we will continue in a couple of weeks. And I've dropped your links to Dev Intersection next week in Vegas, and also to .NET Rocks and Runners Radio. Is there anything else you would like to add before I wish you adieu?
Please make a donation to Girls Code. I did mine this morning, and I would encourage you all to make part of it. We are never going to fill all the roles of developers, and we're never going to be as good as a profession as we can be until there's a broader diversity of people doing software development. We will all be better for all of that diversity.
Thank you. I couldn't have said that better myself. And thank you, Richard.
Thank you for making me a part of this. I have such a good time.
I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Well, you go and enjoy the rest of your day, the rest of the conference, and I look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks, Richard, and have a great time next week. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye. So that was amazing. And we knew that was going to be a tough one to fit into that time. But thank you so very much for that, Richard. And but that brings us on to our next session and our next host. You're going to lose me for a little bit, but you are going to gain my wonderful teammate, Cora. I'm going to bring Cora on now. Hi, Cora. How are you today?
Hi, good. How are you doing? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly. So, Cora, why don't you tell everyone where you are and a little bit about you?
I'm normally in New York City. I happen to be 2 hours west of that in Pennsylvania at the moment, where it's also like 10 degrees colder for some reason. So I back home soon.
Yeah, I guess when you get out of the city, it gets you do get hit with a little bit more of the cold, don't you? So
a little colder.
Yeah, I've dropped in a little bit about you. You're on my team and you're awesome. And we're going to bring on your guest as well now. So your guest is another awesome .NET individual. And we've got Christos. Hello, Christos. How are you? Are you there? Can we hear you? We can't hear you, Christos.
Got the right shirt on.
Oh yes, he's definitely got the right shirt on.
That first session was phenomenal.
That is me being a Dafty because I had my
You didn't
mic.
press the button?
I had my mic in mute. You know, can't have a proper day without something going wrong technically, but today it's me. It's a me error. How about that?
It's absolutely fine. It's a picnic problem in chair, not in computer. That was an awesome session, Cora. I thoroughly enjoyed it. So what I'm going to do now is take myself off the screen and hand over to you two. Cora, you can take over and introduce Christos, because who even is this dude down here? And I will catch you all later. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Layla. Hi, Christos. It's so nice to see you again.
Again, yes. And it's nice to be here. Really excited to be part of this, and I appreciate the invite. And I look forward to chatting with you and the audience and see how we can help developers write more secure software, because this is what we are supposed to be doing, right?
Yeah, especially when we're talking about Kubernetes and doing it at scale. Any mistake that you made will be magnified.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. And as I was researching about this topic, I found there was a lot of stuff that I didn't know. So hopefully at the end of the session, as you walk out, you'll be equally as freaked out as I am about how many things can go wrong on your Kubernetes infrastructure,
Right.
and come up with a plan to actually go and solve them.
Right. We're not gonna measure Net Promoter Score after this. We're gonna measure Net Paranoia Score.
Exactly. I mean, anything that has to do with security is usually it turns you into paranoid. And I think people that do security tend to be even more paranoid because they know all the things that can go wrong. And in many cases, it's about awareness, knowing what can go wrong and how you can mitigate it. So again, it's a great opportunity for me to be able to come here and talk about things that generally can affect your enterprise and your solutions. So I'll try to make it as technology independent, so anyone that runs Kubernetes on any platform can benefit from this session, and let's have some fun.
That sounds great. So just to recap, so the title of the session is Scalability and Security with Kubernetes and Azure Active Directory.
Correct.
Yeah.
But you know what, I tried, I started looking at that, and then I thought if I just talk about Azure Active Directory and Kubernetes, it will be a very narrow field of session, and therefore there were a lot of things that were totally independent of Azure Active Directory. And I thought, why not just raise the scale up and see how we can help people? So there will be some Azure Active Directory dependent things over there, but I want to have them as a side note, because if people are running on VMware or Google Cloud or AWS, I don't want them to feel like they were excluded from this conversation.
Okay, so for security for everybody on Kubernetes at scale.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, perfect. And it's funny. So first, I do want to start by giving you a chance to introduce yourself. But one of the things you said when you said that the more people know, the more paranoid they are, and I just flashed to like this memory of like back in the 90s, I was in college and I was hired to like work at the computer lab, and I was kind of new to all this stuff. I wasn't a computer science major or anything. And there was one issue where like they actually sent technicians to fix some of the computers at the lab. And so I was just sitting at the I guess the receptionist desk, and I was just checking my email. And so of course I type in my username and my password into my email client. And then one of the technicians calls me over because they were sniffing the network. And so he just wanted me to see that my username, my password, all my email, he was reading all of it. And it just was like this wake up call. And sometimes unless you see that side of things, how exposed you can be, right? You might not, it might not click so much.
Yeah, and these days, almost every week a company makes the news about something that happened. Like last week we had, what was it? Microsoft was affected, Intel was affected, quite a few companies out there from the Lapsus hacking group that attacked many established organizations as well. So it just goes to show that vulnerabilities are everywhere. And even Microsoft, which is one of the biggest security companies out there, if not the biggest one, can fall victim. Many different vectors, right? We're always playing catch-up games.
It's like the one thing that we're never going to get rid of in our software is bugs. And so there's always going to be a chance of security breaches.
Yeah, and it's not just software, it's physical security. Like who has access to your infrastructure, like who can walk into the building and start sniffing the network with devices. It is the software security, how secure is our software, and then there's so many layers on top of that. And then you have infrastructure security. So where is your solution running? How is it running? And sometimes it has nothing to do with the software. It's just examples where we had a customer wanting to create a secure solution in the cloud, and then we're talking about firewalls. They're creating this kind of an onion layer approach where they would say people don't have access. But it turns out that the whole infrastructure on Azure was open from the inside. So anyone inside the enterprise could actually access anything on Azure, which made it like, who are you protecting? Like there needs to be threat modeling, there needs to be threat analysis, and then apply the appropriate policy. Just saying, throwing hardware, throwing money into a solution does not really help. Always. You need money, obviously, to put security there, but it's not just that. Sometimes knowing what you need to defend from and what.
Absolutely. So before we go further, why don't you let everybody know who you are, how you got to where you are, what brought you into this field?
Yeah, as I was listening to Richard in the previous session, I thought, man, I have gone through all these stages of grief and joy through the .NET world. So I've been in the industry for 17 years now. I started in 2005, working out of university, and surprise, my first solution was VB.NET. We built something that was taking things from MS Access, moving into VB.NET, which was a scary proposition. And I think I caught up with my ex-manager back in 2016, and I asked him what happened to the solution that we built, and he said it was still running up until the point that they got acquired, and then the bigger company brought SAP to replace everything. So I was like, oh my god, our software was running for that long. It is scary. But I've been there. I've done consultancy as well, and then in 2016 I joined Microsoft to work as a field engineer helping customers, and then I moved into marketing for a while to see how marketing works inside Microsoft, developer marketing. And these days, I found my true passion, which is doing developer advocacy around security, which is bringing the two things I'm passionate about into one role. So it's always fun. Yeah.
Nice.
And that's where I'm right now.
And you're joining us from the west coast of the US.
I am. Yeah, it's 9 a.m. I think I joined at 7:45 because I was so eager to get started. And then Lila was like, you're a bit early. You're a bit early by an hour. Yeah,
but you didn't go back to sleep because you were pretty active in the chat there.
I did not. I had another coffee. So if I am too wired up, that's the reason. No, I am in the West Coast. I'm in Seattle, which is great. The weather is getting better these days.
Coffee is excellent.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, so do you have, is this a talk where are you going to want to share some slides or?
I will be sharing some slides. There's too much information to just talk about it. And then obviously you can interrupt me and discuss about the things as we go through, if that's okay with you.
Awesome. Yeah, that sounds great.
I'm not as good as Richard to being able to, from memory, bring all these things back. So you'll have to bear with me.
Slide.
He did have one slide, but that was That was more like a historic reference.
That's true.
Right, okay, let's see.
So maybe we can kick this off. Let me ask you, what do you think are the biggest security challenges in Kubernetes?
Well, I would say that there are two main components. One is having a good container strategy around how you build, consume, and deploy containers into production. I think that's the biggest thing. Most companies don't really adequately invest onto container security. And sometimes that strategy is not detailed enough. So new people joining the team don't know what to do. There's pre-established policies, but they're not very well documented. And in some cases, because threats are coming out every day, sometimes enterprises don't really put the appropriate weight behind them. So they don't take them as seriously as they should. Or sometimes they're too slow to respond to these, right? So there might be a number of containers running out there with a known CVE, and enterprises are very slow to respond to that. And therefore, it becomes a target. Like MongoDB databases that were exposed for a very long time, even though it was very well advertised and very well documented, people were just running MongoDB databases available to the public endpoints. So I would say that's one of the biggest concerns. And the other one is the, not enough education. Again, as I said, even as I was looking into this topic, I found a lot of things that I wasn't even aware of, and it definitely helped me understand better how to implement things, and therefore awareness, and second, eliminating human errors, human intervention. As much as we can automate, that's the important bit, because especially with Kubernetes, especially with large solutions, there's no way to, it's not like an ASP.NET app running somewhere that you are going to monitor the logs every so often to see what happens. We're talking about hundreds, if not thousands of services running out there. So the scale is insane. And therefore, there's no way for a human or humans to be able to respond to things quickly unless there's automation behind it. Starting from CI/CD all the way to production monitoring and what have you. And then the cycle goes on and on. So these are the major things I think that we need to probably address. I don't know what your stake is at that, because you do a lot more with Kubernetes. For me, it's just one of the things that I look into, and you guys are a lot more. Am I supposed to say guys? I'm not supposed to say guys. You people. I don't know. What you? It's very hard to.
Hard to say the right thing.
I was like, what do I say? Okay. I mean, people that are in this industry know a lot more, and I wouldn't call myself a Kubernetes specialist. So what is your take on that? Like, what do you think?
I think you're right. I think there's two really interesting things that you said. One is that it's a cross-cutting concern, right?
Yes.
And so it really takes a lot of different specializations. And you mentioned, building your containers. You mentioned scanning your containers, everything in deploying, monitoring at scale, and and the know-how that it takes to, like, it takes a certain amount of knowledge to be able to, I've done personally a lot of sort of looking into building containers, because VMware has, of course, an interest in how to build a container properly. And so I've done some work into comparing, for example, how to build containers with Dockerfile versus a solution like Cloud Native Build Packs. And really the big difference is that if you're doing it with Dockerfile, then it's everything you're codifying everything that you know into a script. And really, to be able to create a container securely, it takes a lot of specialized knowledge in security. So if you're going to own all of that, that is a huge responsibility. And there's a lot of space, as you say, for human error. The need to remove human error when you're operating at scale is critical. And then also, when you're doing something at scale, you can't be managing every component. Right, as you mentioned, you have to be able to monitor the whole thing and have signals coming to you. It's incredibly challenging, and I can imagine that every time that you approach the topic, there's more to learn. More to learn, and
on top of everything else, especially with Kubernetes, you also have application security. So your Kubernetes cluster could be super secure, and then suddenly have SQL injection open in your web app. Or you have cross-site scripting, open holes in your solution. And all that means that even though all the teams that have been responsible for deploying and running your solution are unaware of that. and therefore security in layers comes into play. And it doesn't really matter where you really run your solution, whether you're running in VMs, whether you're running in PaaS, or whether you're running in Kubernetes. There are some certain principles that you need to abide to, and not many companies take security seriously until it's too late, unfortunately. And the same with performance, right? Nobody thinks about security and performance until it's too late. And usually the more to the right you are, the more in production you are, the harder it is to roll back changes and things that need to be addressed. And that's what we're trying to prevent here. How can we early on shift left the paradigm and say, how early can we catch these things in order for us to be confident in our solution?
Yeah, absolutely. It's always cheaper, less complicated if you can catch things on their left. Yeah. What do you think are like what strategies have you seen work well for enterprises trying to shift farther left?
Well, I think as with everything else, it's culture. It's we talked about DevOps is culture and people. We talked about security is culture and people, software development, IT pro, it's all culture. The idea that everyone needs to be aware that everything that they do has security implications. If I pull an open source library from the web, then that has implications. It needs to be vetted. If I am pulling a Docker image from a registry, random Docker image that hasn't been vetted, then that opens a security hole. So you need to educate people that they need to make decisions. And at the same time, you also need to weigh the innovation challenge that comes with that. Because if everything is locked down, and I worked in corporate environments where you couldn't grab any random package of NuGet or NPM because they had, lockdowns. They had to pre-approved, and it took months to pre-approve a package, which meant like we couldn't deploy our software even though it was running in a developer environment, because in production, everything had to be vetted. So you have this red tape that comes in, and you need to be able to be agile and at the same time rigid enough to not allow anything to go through. And that is an insane challenge for everyone. And I totally recognize that, because developers want to move fast. They find something, they dump it into their code, they find a solution of Stack Overflow, or they find a way that blog post that somebody wrote, and they don't even think about the implications. They're like, I made it work. It's fine, it's running. And then you got security people coming in and trying to say, well, you shouldn't be doing that. Funny story, once I went to a customer that said, is there a way to lock down the Azure portal to only allow certain services to be visible to developers? It's like, yeah, I understand where you're coming from. But at the same time, this actually stifles innovation, because if as a developer, I don't know what's out there and I don't know how to look about these things, then how am I going to be able to build a more agile, more fast, more cost-efficient solution if all you give me is VMs, right? Let's say that was the example. And yeah, it's culture. Trying to convince the security team that need to be part of the process much earlier, and also to be part of the conversation, I think is very important. And for developers to know that every line of code that you write can open holes into your software, which is extremely challenging, right?
Yeah, I think, raising awareness so that everybody realizes that they have a personal responsibility, that they can introduce risk and to be good citizens. And like you say, I once heard, I don't know why, I haven't heard this more often. And so I don't know if it's just because I wasn't in the right conversations or it's not such a common sort of approach, but I was in one conversation with a CISO and then the security specialist. And the security specialist was recommending to the CISO, to this chief security officer, CSO, to take that concept of like the whole, when the sort of industry transition to microservices, and they've talked a lot about creating these sort of cross-functional small two-pizza teams, but instead of having like the database silo and the the different side, the web, the front end silo and the back end development silo, to have everybody on the same team. So this security specialist was suggesting that the security folks should join these teams, maybe not on a permanent basis, but they should rotate through and actually sit with these teams for a couple of weeks as they, pair with them as they're also coding, so that they can both educate the developers about, making sure security is built into their applications, and then make sure also, of course, that these things are being done right, and themselves be educated about how the code is being written and where other opportunities are. And I don't know if like how common a practice that is, but it does sort of feed into this idea that you're saying of really changing the culture and all those cultural changes that we were applying to the usual development silos to actually include security folks into that same process.
Yeah, that's what we've been advocating. Like when you plan for a sprint, if people are still doing sprints out there, it's been a while since I actually worked in the team that had to do proper agile and produce software. But for teams that work and plan in advance on what they're going to plan on in their agile process, we talked about security being part of that sprint. We talked about one person from the security team to be part of that conversation. If you're building, let's say, a very basic example, we need to add a login to our solution. Now, many developers were like, okay, we can build a database, we can build a login thing, and then maybe the security person will be, no, you shouldn't be building that yourself because there's so many things that can go wrong. Maybe you should adopt something that we already have or a tool that's already out there that can help us. So by doing these conversations early on, you avoid costly mistakes and you also bring a lot of better security posture in that. And the same goes for deploying services to a cloud solution where the team, because developers these days will spin up services to allow them to quickly move through their needs, and therefore they need to be aware what happens. And it doesn't have to be always that early. We can also do pull request reviews, like the security team. And you need to have people that understand both software development and security, and that's also a challenge. But you need to have that kind of notion where as code gets pushed through, because I had this conversation before. Imagine a developer wants to scrape credit card information, right? So I write a little bit of piece of software that sends an API call to my service that I stand up somewhere outside my enterprise, and I push that code into production. Now, there's nothing wrong. There's no SQL injection or anything else happening from the outside, right? Like you can pass vulnerability tests, you can pass risk assessments and what have you, but that code is there running, and I am a risk now. I am a liability to my enterprise. And Phil Winstanley, which was a colleague of mine in the UK now, I think he works at AWS, he runs their security team. He would always say that your developers are your biggest security liability. Because if I am in dire money need and somebody buys me off and I push a little piece of software that nobody has reviewed, imagine the damage that can cause from the inside in, right?
Yeah.
So scary stuff. And security needs to be part of every conversation that involves building and deploying and running software in production.
Yeah. So that makes me wonder. So do you have like an idea of like who should be responsible for security implementation on something like Kubernetes?
Kubernetes tends to be a little bit more infrastructure centric, and therefore I would say not many developers care that much about deploying and managing their own Kubernetes cluster. They will rely on somebody else having done for that. So if there's an ops team that manages the Kubernetes cluster, then I would say that team should be aware of all the challenges that are out there, and then the appropriate mitigation techniques. And security, again, should be part of that conversation as well. And developers should focus on writing and building secure software, because there's too much to worry about there to also have to worry about Kubernetes. Now, if you're a one-man shop or a two-man shop that you have to do everything, then at least having awareness of what happens, and then proper things like CIS approved images and checklists that allow you to say, you know what, I've checked all the boxes here that experts have defined, then at least I know that I'm doing something right.
Yeah. We have here a comment from Nick, the first one, not just raising awareness. I think it also has to be normalized that you can make a mistake. And if it's not bad, if a package has been found to have a security flaw, people are too afraid to speak up. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree, Nick. I think we as developers want to move fast. We want to build things, we'll pull libraries, and we don't know if there are CVs against them. There should be things in your CI/CD pipeline that check for vulnerabilities like SNCC or other tools or other open source tools out there. There are lots of services. So find the one that works for you and then make that part of the automation. You cannot be as a singularity, as a developer, as a person, responsible for everything. So you need to build a solution. You need to make it work. Now, if that brings vulnerabilities. You can't go on the web every time you need to pull a package and say, are there any vulnerabilities for, I don't know, JSON, Newton's Law of JSON, or are there any vulnerabilities for jQuery or whatever? I love how GitHub these days does, there's a dependable that goes and scans your packages, and then it will tell you that you need to actually upgrade. Sometimes it will send pull requests automatically to bump up versions of your packages because it needs to bring it up. That's another challenge. I've been in companies where they hadn't updated their packages and dependencies in years because it worked, and everybody was afraid that if they change something, it will break everything. So package management is also another thing that needs to be regularly introduced. It needs to be part of your sprints. Every time you do a sprint, you need to update and bump up your packages. Sometimes that will bring breaking changes to your code because APIs change, but it should be part of your regular cadence where these things are applied regularly. If you are afraid to change packages, and I've been there, trust me, I've done horrible things where I was like, we need to update all our NuGet packages, or we need to update NPM, and the whole thing crumbled. But somebody in the team needs to take ownership of that and drive it for at least one sprint and rotate. You have to go through the cadence of everyone in the team knowing what the challenges will be.
Yeah, I feel like there's also a growing set of solutions for like automatic package updates, and combining that with a proper test suite can help to keep you up to date on all of those things and make it safer by catching those breaking changes early.
Indeed, but this does not protect you from supply chain attacks. So you bump up the version of your package, but you don't know if that package has been compromised by an attacker. I had an example in one of my slides where, let me see what the package name was. There was a package out there that was used, had been downloaded for 1.6 million times and was used by another 1,600 packages, like larger packages. Wow. I'm not talking about LeftPad. LeftPad was one of the examples that scarred everyone here. And that package was compromised and the attacker was able to inject malicious code. Nobody knew for a while. So bumping up the version is not enough to protect you. You need to constantly have tools running to monitor that, because you can't look at the source code of every single dependency that you bring out there. And the same goes for Docker images, right? There are ways to enforce policies that you only have an allow list for certain Docker images that can be deployed to Kubernetes. Therefore, if somebody brings a new flavor of that or a new version of that Docker container image or any other image that has been built, then it shouldn't be accepted. You can even digitally sign those images that you build so you know that they come from the right source and validate against that. So there are policies that we can enforce both on the software and the infrastructure level to keep us secure.
Right, and that, I guess the challenge with Kubernetes, or the opportunity with Kubernetes, is to really apply those policies at scale across all clusters.
Exactly, yes. And then you have the similar things in Kubernetes where communication across services, across APIs, kubelet, and etcd, for example, need to be SSL secure, right? Because by default, we are running an insecure network, and therefore, man-in-the-middle attacks can sniff that process. And then we have the etc, which can become a target of attack because it's a key value pair that stores things in base 64. It's not encrypted at rest. And what do you do with that? Depending on where you're running, you could be using something like, say, on Azure. I will use that example. You have Key Vault, and Key Vault has a Kubernetes sidecar that allows you to authenticate and call into Key Vault to pull the secrets out. Therefore, you decouple your Kubernetes solution from the secret management, and it becomes a lot more manageable. You have audits, you have capabilities to go and see how and when certain secrets are being pulled. And that also brings another thing, because it's not just running, it's about monitoring as well. We talk about CI/CD usually, and we always think about the very right side of the CI/CD. We don't think about what happens in production. And we try to catch things as early as possible. But if something happens in production, we also need to be able to quickly capture it and mitigate that, whether taking down services or redeploying new containers and what have you. And that includes secrets being compromised, because surprise, surprise, one of the biggest threats in any solution is the human element. Like I get a call, somebody says, hey, I'm tech support, I need to get access to this. I can't find the secret. I know that last time you used it. Can you help me out? And by nature, we want to be helpful, and social engineering becomes the thing. Developers should not have access to production systems whatsoever. If you need to, it needs to be for a very limited time, like debugging something in production, which is something that you cannot replicate on-prem. Although today there are tools out there to allow you to do that. But let's say you have to, it needs to be for very limited time, it needs to be monitored, and it needs to be only for the resources that you need to access. So yeah, there are tools out there. One attacker makes version. Yeah, so Nick the First is talking about bumping versions and what happens, which we covered. Thank you, Nick.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
I think Nick and Jay have some interesting comments here. Jay was, back when we were talking about not restricting innovation, Jay was saying that my company is restricting services, so detrimental to innovation. I don't have access to Azure Functions and App Service. Fabulous. It's true, but it's kind of like, I feel like companies have to find that balance between, they have to create like I used to use this analogy of like a playground for kids, right? You want kids to be really creative and to play around and to test their limits, but you need to have the guardrails where that playground, you've put all the toys in there, and you have the guardrails to know that they're safe.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And again, depending on where you're running things, you can have a dev test lab kind of thing where you have the flexibility to spin up resources in a controlled manner, and they're totally isolated from everything else, but they do allow you to test and play around to see whether that's appropriate or not. And more often than not, we tend to find a hammer that we really like. For me, was always Azure Functions, and use that for everything. Like you can build it with Azure Functions, maybe not, but you can tweak it to make it work. And it was not always the best. And developers will like to stick with this paradigm. Like I liked everything running on, say, as a PaaS, right? Where maybe a VM is a better solution, or maybe Kubernetes is a better solution on providing certain things. So being able to check around stuff is great, and play around. Yeah, I totally wholeheartedly support that.
Do you think that security is a greater or lesser challenge with Kubernetes than without?
It depends on how you approach that. Kubernetes adds more complexity, and then you have other things that become that can provide things out of the box, like a service mesh, right? Like you can say, you know what, I don't want to have to manage everything. I want to bring a service mesh. So that brings you things like resiliency and policy enforcement and security and strong identity. But at the same time, now you have another thing on top of your Kubernetes cluster, which is like a service mesh that has increased the application complexity, or it may affect application performance because it does run as a service on that environment, or it increases management overhead because you have to also manage that. So there's a trade-off of how much you want to, or how much you need to do, and how much you want to bring in order for you to be able to find it. I would say Kubernetes is a big beast on its own. And I think that's why many enterprises these days will go with a managed solution. AWS, Google Cloud, Azure, and VMware all offer solutions out of the box where it takes away the onus of having to manage everything. And at least you have a better control of what happens, and you can focus more on building solutions on top of that. So if you can run on a cloud provider, not everyone can, and that's the challenge, right? Not everyone wants, or not everyone can run on a cloud provider that offers a managed service. Then you should take advantage of that. Azure, again, I'll bring Azure because that's the example I use most often, but I'm pretty sure that everybody else does because there's parity of services and we always like to compete with each other. But let's say Azure will always update images every afternoon with the latest versions, and therefore, but it's down to you to pull them in, right? So we will update them, but you are responsible for doing things. And that's also something that we need to set expectations on. The cloud providers will provide you with the right tools, but it is up to you to patch and manage the security. And there was a slide somewhere that I saw that shows what the security stature is based on what you're running. So if you're running SaaS, like if you're running Office, you don't do anything. You just sign in and you get access to all your Office 365 suite. The same with ServiceNow, the same with Salesforce. You don't manage Salesforce. Somebody else manages it for you. Security is done, but you have very little control. The more control you have, the more you have to do with security and everything else. So I would say for Kubernetes, I would encourage people to use a managed service first, and then if they cannot, then to follow the best practices on how to run and secure your Kubernetes cluster.
Are there ways, or because I'm actually not that familiar with the details of security, but are there sort of measures against which you can say, I'm on a scale of 1 to 10, my enterprise is at level 7 in terms of security posture?
Yeah, there is a CIS for Kubernetes. There's a checklist, and unfortunately, I don't know why, but I was checking it the other day, and all the links were broken. So people need to reach out to them. But it was like, download the checklist for your Kubernetes, and then I tried download. It's just a 404. Like, you couldn't find the page. It actually crashed the whole thing. And maybe I thought, maybe it's just a Kubernetes one. So I was trying different things, like pulling Linux Images CIS checklist, and they were not working. So I will assume it's a temporary issue there with their website. But the whole point is that your CI/CD and your security team can use these checklists to give you an idea of where you're sitting. And I think there's also 2 layers in that perspective. Like you can also do, let me see, I have something here. Let me find my, yeah. So you can do like CIN's benchmarked images as well. And you have level 1 and level 2. So the level 1 is the recommended essential basic security requirements that meet the basis requirements. And then if you have a solution that has to deal with medical data, like HIPAA sensitive stuff, then you have another level 2, that is security settings for environments that require greater security. And in those instances, the OS will be fully customized and maybe have reduced functionality for certain things. But the whole point is there to lock them down. You have one for your cluster, your Kubernetes cluster, and one for images that you use on your cluster. So 2 levels there. And most cloud providers out there will provide you with a checklist of what are the minimum requirements that their managed services are using. So whether you're running on-prem or whether you're running on a managed service, you can actually check against these and at least give you an idea on where you're sitting. Yeah, because you're like blind. If you don't know what you need to protect against, you don't know what you need to do to mitigate.
Right. Yeah, it's good to have a report card and a roadmap.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting. What things? So as you were preparing for today, you mentioned that you learned a few new things. What are some of the things that you discovered that were new to you?
I was quite surprised to find that quite a few things that were not implemented by default. Like I would have expected that implementing SSL across the cluster would have been a very straightforward and easy thing, like a flick the switch and it happens. It's not a turnkey solution, so you need to actually go in and implement that. I was also surprised that not many people know about Ingress services. So, they will open up everything on their Kubernetes cluster, and then they don't have one central point where it manages all the traffic. There is also pod security policies that you can apply to your Kubernetes cluster to bring an extra layer of security. The other good recommendation is, rather than you managing yourself directly accessing the cluster, that you should use something like a Bastion host, where you have a jump box that you jump in, especially if you're using a managed service. You don't want anyone to have access to that. So by using one point of reference or one access point to access your Kubernetes cluster, it means that you can enforce policies like only through VPN, only through your enterprise PCs. You don't want somebody at home trying to access your Kubernetes cluster in production because they can or they want to. And why would they want to do that? So having certain policies allow you to do so. It means that everyone that jumps into that Bastion host can be logged. You can apply RBAC permissions to that. And then based on who's signing in, you can also apply policies on what they can do with the cluster, which is a great solution, right? And then you have things like locking down kubelets. So you can disable anonymous access, for example, which I didn't know it was a thing. And then you can enforce always authorization with the always allow, right? And then you can disable CA advisor on port, which means that this was an older setting for Kubernetes that would be used to expose running workloads. And also you can have read-only port set to 0, which means that nobody can scan your solution for open ports or open holes, and therefore straight away mitigating reconnaissance attacks, right? Then from a container security perspective, we talked about pod security policies, which is a validating and mutating controller. But you can also do a static analysis of your YAML, right? So even before you deploy anything, these policies can be deployed automatically. The pod security policy is an optional admission controller, but it is enabled by default. So it's there for you to use. And the YAML static analysis allows you to model compliance requirements and mitigate risk.
Also an admission controller.
Yes.
Yeah.
And finally, do not run your containers as root user, right?
Yes. Don't do that. Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
So you can set your cluster to not allow containers users, the root user to be the active user in the
Yes.
container.
Yeah.
So just for, I guess, folks who are maybe not familiar with admission controllers, do you want to give people a little idea of what that, of where in the workflow of requests coming into Kubernetes?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me just find that to give you all the information. So admission controller.
And while you do that, I had another thought. As you were talking, the first things that you mentioned were a lot of them were surrounding sort of like I think this is always the hardest part of setting up Kubernetes is the points, because everything that's in is like, okay, you provision a cluster and Kubernetes does some things by itself automatically. But then there's the points where it has to integrate essentially with maybe your load balancers, your DNS, all those points of entry and exit, the ingress. And those are the places where Kubernetes can't necessarily do that for you by itself. Maybe you can have a solution that adds a layer on top and like it's a push button and it does a little bit more for you. But generally it's those integrations. It's like the surface area of something has certain holes so that it can talk to things outside of itself. And those points of integration, those exposed points in the surface area of any product are usually the ones where the risk is, right? So you're talking about ingress and things like that.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So admission controllers can enforce policies on objects while they're created, deleted, or updated, which is great. So imagine an admission controller can apply labels required for every resource to have a label, or it can require container images to only come from a designated registry. And then also require pod security to specify resource requests and limits, and also prevent conflicting ingress objects from being created. To do that, I think the recommended way is to use OPA, which actually almost forced me to get up and do a Greek dance because that sounds so Greek. I don't know if you are accustomed to Greek culture, where OPA is the thing that we say when we are
open policy agent,
feeling very joyous. Yeah. So open policy
it sounds more Greek with the acronym. I like
pronounced OPA, which is very weird to me because I don't see how OPA can be pronounced OPA, but I will accept it. And this is how we enforce these kind of custom policies in Kubernetes. And the nice thing about OPA is that you don't need to recompile or reconfigure the Kubernetes APIs, which is great. And the most common OPA for Kubernetes is an admission controller. And it's incredibly versatile because it is agnostic to the API and data schemas. I like that. And you can also do it as code. You can do policy as code using something like the Rego language. And therefore, you bring again this kind of a shift left, where if it is as code and we can configure it and check it in and review it, we have better idea of what happens and what gets implemented. And the nice thing about that there, again, it's that the Kubernetes API server, when it is configured to work with open policy, it will always query the admission controller before anything gets created, updated, or deleted. And then because it gets the whole Kubernetes object, it sends back a deny or allow a response to help with controlling what happens. In effect, nothing happens unless the admission controller allows it. So it is a bit of a heavy-handed approach to do that, but at the same time, you have full control of how your cluster grows and what gets added.
It's kind of like it's taking that idea of shifting left into the cluster, right? Because it's basically the very first thing that happens when you apply any YAML, like you're saying, right? Create an update or a delete of any Kubernetes object. It first has to go through the admission. So before you let it happen, it's the farthest left you can shift any check.
Exactly.
Kubernetes.
Yeah, which is great.
Yeah.
And then you have network policies, right? So you can think of network policies as a firewall for Kubernetes, where by default, all traffic between pods is allowed, which is scary. and then you can use network policies which apply at the OSI layer 3 or 4, and therefore it allows to control traffic on the IP layer, right? And that's great because you don't want anything to communicate with everything. Now, important, you need to apply a network plugin for that. So even if you configure network policy or a network policy resource, if you don't have a controller for that, it will not have any effect. And the whole point there is mainly to block traffic to backend application and services. And then there are things out of the box, so you don't really have to do it yourself. Some like Calico or Weave or Cilium that are out there. And in many things, a lot of the security tools they have in your arsenal will be coming as in the form of how do you like getting things off the shelf. You don't want to build everything yourself as well, because they will come with prefabricated, pre-configured things that allow you to quickly tweak.
Yeah. Jay says OPA is Outer Planets Alliance.
Yeah, we like to hijack terms in computing to do all these things. Yeah, why not?
I feel like I have to catch up on Expanse now. Now I want to see more of it.
Yeah,
but it's true.
Exactly.
I mean, I think that network stuff is another example, right? Of like the point at which Kubernetes kind of like starts to interface with the network infrastructure, and it's another one of those kind of like surface areas of integration where you have more configuration to do, more knowledge around how to set it up properly.
Yeah.
But you also mentioned, I think, which is really great, is that there's a lot of stuff in the ecosystem to take advantage of in Kubernetes, and that should be a huge benefit.
Yeah, and for me, one of the exciting things, again, I'm coming from Azure and my division, which is identity and access management. One of the most exciting things that came out, and I really look forward to seeing it in GA, is the workload federated identities. So if you are running on Azure, then accessing resources on Azure is super easy, because we know that you are a Kubernetes, you are a resource on Azure, and we'll give you an identity, and that identity can be configured to be able to access other services, maybe an API running somewhere else, or maybe some database that is outside your cluster. That makes life so much easier. However, what happens if you're running somewhere else and you need to access, like, imagine a hybrid cloud scenario or multi-cloud solution that needs to be able to access multiple resources. Azure Federated Workload Identity allows you to authenticate against Azure Active Directory, even if you're running on-prem, right? It gives you like a sidecar where it brings you an identity that it is something that Azure can recognize. And then if you need to access Azure resources, let's say Key Vault, right? You replace your etcd with Key Vault, and all your secrets live in Key Vault. But how do you access it? There was this kind of a chicken and egg problem where you had all your secrets there, but you couldn't access them because you need the key. And then that was the lowest common denominator. Now we took that out of the box. And because Kubernetes suffers the same secret issues that we have in applications, the more secretless you become, I love this term, the more reliant your solution is. And also that means that you can have multiple Kubernetes solutions that access multiple resources, and they can all have different identities and therefore different permissions. So a developer may know the SQL database or the NoSQL database key, and they can pull it from the Key Vault that is in development, but in production, they have no access. The application still runs exactly the same, but now your Kubernetes cluster does everything outside the box. And the reason why I love it so much is because it's totally independent of Azure. You don't have a dependency there. You do need to have an Azure Active Directory, but then again, if you're signing in your users, if you're creating line of business applications, you still need to be able to sign in your users somehow. And if you're doing that, why not use Azure Active Directory? Too much selling and advertising, I think, marketing there. So I'll tone it down a little bit. But that's one of the things that got me excited, because now I'm thinking it opens up so many opportunities for me to run on-prem, let's say OpenShift with Kubernetes, and then be able to access Azure resources without having to compromise my security stature.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty like it sounds very powerful, but not that hard to set up. Like they've really tried to simplify the user experience.
Yeah, it's still in the early stages. I went through the steps of setting it up. You need to have some understanding and knowledge on how Kubernetes works under the the surface. But I think that the team is working in making it almost like a turnkey approach where you configure your Azure Active Directory here, and then all you have to do is just a couple of settings on your Kubernetes cluster and lights up. Because that's what we want in the end, right? The harder something it is to implement, the less people will adopt it. There is this kind of balance between ease of use and security, and they always are conflicting. Think about a very long password. Nobody remembers that, so nobody's going to create a very long password because it's hard. But if you use a tool out there like a password manager, then you don't have to remember your passwords.
Yeah, absolutely. I write a lot of, I'm an advocate, so I spend a lot of time creating hello world applications. That's the depth of my knowledge. Java Grunt, who's in the chat here, is one of the members of my team also, and he gave me the sort of the idea and the motivation to go and actually figure out how to use my 1Password vault on my computer, which has all my passwords, to actually inject passwords into my little scripts for my demos, because I was getting, I always had this conflict about like making sure that I didn't accidentally check a password into GitHub for my Hello World demos. And you're right, like even at the most basic level on your computer, forget Kubernetes, just using those password managers in an automated way. Yes, exactly. As Thindel was saying, LastPass, 1Password, all of these utilities, rather than just use them for your accounts to log in, you can actually automate them with an API call or a CLI call and inject that into your configuration for your code. So
thousands.
Same concepts, right? On Kubernetes or on your local laptop.
I love the fact that you can have a tool that pulls your secrets and injects into scripts. Now I'm jealous. Like I want to see this in action, because that's amazing, because we deal with secrets all the time, and it's a challenge. Like, do I just put in the sample because I want it to work and make it approachable and easy for everybody to read? Or do I put it somewhere like Key Vault and nobody can see it, but at the same time adds a little bit of code and complexity? And I keep trying to keep the balance. I love the fact that you can pull them from your secret management tool. The one thing about secret management tools is that they need to be reliable, because if I lost mine, only God knows how many thousands of passwords I have in there and what will happen to my life. But,
well, it's like we trust, right? All of our secrets are, you really have to have a lot of trust in at least one central place.
Yes.
It's a trade-off though, right? Like you have to trust one sort of like source to manage all your passwords, but that's the only way to get this incredible benefit of having a different and complex password for every site. So
correct.
Hopefully it doesn't bite us.
Or something like LastPass has been taken by hackers. Like, oh my God! Like this,
that would
is
be
the
the
end.
worst.
This is the end.
Right.
Yeah.
Log4j, okay. Just don't touch my LastPass. Don't touch my 1Password.
And then there's all other things. Like we didn't have enough time to cover everything, but like image scanning that can happen pre and post deployment. And then you have your CI/CD, identity and access management, RBAC, and who can access what and when. Code validation, like we talked about a little bit about that. Like check your code before it gets committed to source control, and validate that with security. Run static and dynamic analysis as well. It's not just what happens in the code before you push it in, because you look from the inside out, but you also want to look from the outside in and see what happens in running code. And
so
people always
scan in your runtime after the application is running. That is dynamic scanning.
Exactly. So, you scan your images, you scan your YAML, you scan your code, but this is all static because the code is not running. So it will try to say, oh, I found a password word, or you have a secret somewhere here, or your code routine seems a little bit dodgy. But there's all this scenario where what happens when you have all these services running in production in your environment, let's say Kubernetes, and how do you do dynamic analysis of that code, of that solution? So it's not just looking at the code, but it's looking at the interactions, maybe sniffing network traffic to see what can be picked up. And there are tools for that. Again, nobody can do that at the scale of Kubernetes and at the speed of Kubernetes. So always rely on third-party tools to do these. They're open source. And then you also need to do things like vulnerability assessments. Hire a third-party company to come in and try to hack your solution and see what happens. Take the learnings and apply them. There's always things to learn.
That dynamic scanning that you're talking about. So having these scans sort of like running on your live running code, is a recommendation generally to do that sort of on your test environment, on your production, like your acceptance environment, or to actually have that running long-term on your production environment constantly?
Because it could affect performance, I would say you cannot continuously run it. It should be a regular thing, maybe benchmarking your solution and seeing when the lowest traffic happens. If it's let's say an on-prem solution that needs to cater to people that work 9 to 5 in one geographic region, and then you have a satellite office that has a lot less users, then that means that maybe during the hours of the downtime, you can run these scans. And then it depends on how deep you want to go and how long they take. So needs to be an assessment on when and how you can run them. Maybe it's a weekend thing. Maybe you run them only on weekends in the production environment, where you have a staging environment which looks like production, but it's not production, and you can run that continuously as well. Lots of different ways to approach this. But yeah, dynamic scanning should be part of your CI/CD process as well.
Interesting. Yeah, there's so much scanning. So scanning the source code, scanning the built image, scanning your configuration file as well, which is interesting. I hadn't really thought about that. And then scanning the runtime code.
All the
Yeah. Just like, because that's the only way to do it at scale, right? So Tyndall says, I'd love it if I could register multiple two-factor authentication devices so I could have a backup somewhere. Yeah,
you can do that. You can have not so much on phone apps, because phone apps tend to be tied with the phone. But if you're using things like FIDO keys,
excited.
Right? So this FIDO key, it is a YubiKey, and it allows you to work on the phone. So it has a phone end, and then it has a USB-C end. So it works both on the phone and the PC. And you can have multiple of these, which is pretty cool.
Oh, interesting.
So if you are using a solution like Azure Active Directory, Okta, Auth0, they all provide biometric or what's it, FIDO key support.
What does FIDO stand for?
You got me.
You got the F though.
Yeah, I've got the F. Stands for identity something. But they're doing a lot of work in trying to eliminate secrets. So with this one, if I need to sign in, I get prompted, I stick it into my PC, and some of them also provide biometrics, so you can actually scan your finger, or they need you to interact with it. There's a little button on the side that you have to press. So it has to be user initiated. So that allows you to eliminate secrets, and you don't have to worry about losing your phone, because if you lose your phone, this is your thing. So don't use SMS if you can. Then move on to a password app like Authenticator for Google or Microsoft, and then this is the thing.
I feel like as soon as this is over, I'm gonna go buy one of those. I panic about losing my phone. I don't know what I would do.
Yeah. I mean, if you lose your phone, you can also delete all the settings, because these phones, for example, if you are domain joined for Microsoft, then they can wipe out the phone if it's stolen. And you can reset. I think most of these apps back up to the cloud. So your Google Authenticator or your Microsoft Authenticator will be moving from one app to the other. However, you need another phone to restore to if you lose this one. Until that happens, you don't have access to vital services.
And you need your phone that you lost to be connected to the internet. That happened to me. My phone was stolen. And I don't think it was ever reconnected to the internet after it was stolen, because it's still pending on my Apple account to delete that phone, and it's been like 4 years.
Oh God! Wow. So sorry to hear that, but yeah.
That's when I started using 1Password. That's how I learned. You learn the hard way.
Yes, indeed.
So we have like 1 minute. Is there any last words that you would like to people to take away from this? This has been a phenomenal conversation. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me. And I would like to echo Richard's message. People should support Girls Who Code. People should support communities that are upcoming. We need more people. We need new blood. We need new appetite and diversity in our field. We don't have equally enough people to help support all these enterprises out there. So please do donate and sponsor, support, mentor if you can. And again, thank you for having me. It was fantastic to be here. Thank you for the vivid and interesting conversation we had, and good luck with the rest of the conference.
Thanks for sharing your knowledge with us, Christos. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
It's a great time.
Thank you.
All right. So I guess Leila, we have the next talk coming up is going to be Getting to DDD, Domain Driven Design, Pragmatic or Principled with Julie Lerman. And I believe it has 2 hosts, if I am not mistaken.
That is
Yes, Nate and Jakob, right? Is Jakob around?
Yeah, he's in there somewhere.
He's in there somewhere. Awesome. How are you doing, Nate?
I'm doing fantastic. How about yourself? That was a fun conversation. I was delighted to see The Expanse came up because I'm in the, I think about halfway through what I believe is the final Expanse book, but I had no idea that I was signing up for such a lengthy amount of reading when my friend Raju said, you need to read the Expanse series. And I don't know, 18,000 pages later, I think I finally just about wrapped up. And
anything that has a final, I feel like there could then be like one more final.
I mean, my suspicion is that they'll keep, dripping out books just because they're very successful. But, I don't know. I mean,
Final 2.
I guess it could be. Who knows? I mean, I just read them. But I guess I do have to now watch the series on I think it's on Amazon Prime, so I have to add that to my lengthy list of content that I have to consume.
That's right. Hey, Jakob.
Hello, everyone. It seems like I was late. 15 seconds. That's the first time I'm late on the presentation, so sorry for that.
It's fine. You're still on like standard time, and we're on summertime, so it's fine.
Plus, it's 7 p.m. in here, so
right, exactly. It's not fair to you,
right?
7 p.m. Yeah, is it dark?
It's getting dark, yes. I think it will be completely dark in more or less half an hour.
So 7 p.m. in Poland.
Yes, in Poland also, which is where I live.
Yes. Jakob has the best talk intro that I've ever seen, which was some long Polish
Which
word.
one was that? About
the one where
Polish
you
city.
say, wait, is it?
Polish city, you mean, right?
Yes.
So the name of the city is Szczebrzeszyn. I'm the only one here who can actually pronounce that.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, I love it. That's my favorite talk intro ever, where you say, if there's ever anything technical, I say where you have, you want, like you're asking for forgiveness. So you're like, just remember, I can do this. And
I can do this, yes.
Unpronounceable.
I can, yes.
I cannot. So let's see. Well, I know we're bringing Julie on. Have you guys met Julie in person?
Well, I mean, what do we mean by in person? We've met on Zoom.
This is it.
The final person in 2020, right?
This is the new in person. Hi, Cora.
Hi, Julie. So great to see you. All right. I don't want to take up your time because I know that DDD is a huge topic and there's a lot you can cover. So I'm going to say goodbye and wish you luck, and I'll be paying attention from behind the scenes.
Thanks,
Thank you, Cora. See you around.
Hey, guys.
Hi.
How are you?
All right. Okay. Happy to be inside on another cold day. I'm getting tired.
What's cold?
Well, it was 14 Fahrenheit this morning when we walked the dog. It's a little warmer now.
Oh, you have it worse than me then.
Yes, domain-driven design, DDD, for the person who asked, Ashley Cobra. Yeah, anyway, so, here I am.
14, I'm trying to translate to Celsius.
That's minus,
like minus 10.
That's
minus
below 0 Celsius.
I don't.
It's winter.
It's
winter,
Cold.
I'm just getting a little tired of it. I want to go ride my bike.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, I woke up to wintry mix today of snow, sleet, hail, rain, all of the above. So the commute to get my kiddo to high school this morning was the longest of the year. So I was very, very happy with that. It was joyful.
Our neighbors' kids that are in high school, it's like 45 minutes away because we're out in the boonies.
Yeah.
That's the district we're in. It's so far. Anyway, domain-driven design.
Yeah.
Because,
let's talk about that.
We only have 2 hours, right?
I think we can go until Layla gives us the hook.
Layla.
Yeah, I think it's at least 4.
I don't know. We're getting a dirty look from Layla in the back room here.
Oh,
yeah. Okay. All right. We'll keep it on schedule.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we got it. We're all under control.
So what we were going to talk about today, actually, it's kind of this meta thing. We're going to talk about a talk. we're going to talk about this conference session I've been doing, some at regular. I've even done it as keynotes, a keynote at domain-driven design conferences, about easier ways to learn that, as Cora said, it's a huge topic, right? And I've actually, even before I put this talk together, I had already been doing talks, even in the .NET space, about, you know, the process of learning, right? And even it seemed that even in DDD, not even in DD, but DDD, there's really kind of this issue about, you know, you really have to know all of DDD in order to do it right. And so that's why I took the same kind of learning ideas and then applied it to domain-driven design for the idea of not just learning DDD, but I also did it for the benefit of so many people who are already excited about DDD, maybe using DDD, and they want to bring their team on board, and trying to help those people also with that process. So that's what the talk is about. And we've already, you two and I have, or us three, we three have already had a conversation about that. And it was just interesting to talk about the talk and why it exists and some of the points in it and how it relates to other technologies, not just domain-driven design. So how do you want to go about this, right? I'm not giving the presentation. We're going to talk about the presentation. So based on the conversation we had already, do you have some questions or want to?
Well, I mean, I know one of the things that came up when we were chatting earlier this week was the fact that it's a journey when you're learning a topic, and something might click for you sooner than it clicks for me, and vice versa. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
And it might take hearing it a few different ways, seeing it a few different ways. And this is something conversation I had with my son a lot, that, you know, you might need to have this described to you in different ways. That's part of being a teacher, is figuring out for this student, what do I need to say? What metaphor do I need to use? What story do I need to tell so that it makes sense and resonates for them? And so I know that was something that really clicked for me when we were chatting earlier this week.
Yeah, about, it's like reading the room in a way. So one of the one of the triggers for this talk, even though it had been in my head, was that I had written a tweet and used the word purist. I had talked about DDD design purists, right? Like, because I'd already been going about sharing domain-driven design differently. And I'd gotten some pushback from people, and, you know, I used that word and it kind of triggered it, understandably, you know, a negative reaction, which is why I wanted to dig into it. And the way I approached it in that talk was, you know, talking about pragmatic versus principled, right? I pulled back on the word purist and used the word principles, about, you know, understanding all of the principles before you get there versus approaching it pragmatically.
So by purist, you meant understanding everything before even starting to using that, right? Is that correct? Can you elaborate a little bit more on what purist means?
I think, you know, the definition of doing it properly.
All right.
You know, and even just doing DDD, like, to me, doesn't even make sense as a phrase. For me, domain-driven design is this collection, and it, you know, it's one that goes together, but a collection of wonderful ideas, wonderful guidance, right? And putting them together, you can achieve great things. But those ideas and guidance, even many of them on their own, are so valuable and beneficial. So, you know, my big example that I shared in the talk, so, you know, my learning path, right? I mean, there's the DDD mind map. Actually, I'll share screen. So I'm gonna
Yeah.
pull up some various.
All right, go ahead.
Click. This one, that one, this
There we go.
one. You see the slide? I'm just
There
gonna.
it is.
Okay, but I'm gonna. Whoops. Well, here. If I play, will it play from there? Yeah. So, this is the domain-driven design mind map, right? And that's pretty overwhelming, right? If you're like, you have to understand not only all of these things, but how they relate to one another, right? So, even though I don't say, okay, we're going to learn all of this, I do when I'm working and sharing with teams, or I'm coaching or something, I do let them see this, right? This, just FYI, this is the big picture, just so what you're getting into. But then pulling back. So one of the most important pieces of domain-driven design, and even Eric Evans, who wrote the book, literally said if he was writing the book again, he would start with bounded context instead of later on in the book. But so this bounded context, there it is. The most important thing, and he also says, and the most misunderstood, which is very true. I didn't even understand it when I first started learning about domain-driven design ideas, but I understood one of the concepts of it, which was this idea of boundaries, right? And here we are at a .NET conference, right? So hopefully some people have heard of Entity Framework, or maybe even have some experience with it. I was doing Entity Framework, and just the idea of boundaries was so important, because when we first started learning Entity Framework, we were pointing it to our huge legacy databases with 1,000 tables and 17 million relationships between them, right? And working with this, every time you were thinking about your data model, it was everything all at once. And so the lessons of boundaries from DDD bounded context actually were how I first was able to apply ideas and guidance from DDD to make my life better, right? It gave me the tools, mental tools, like the intelligence tools I needed to look at that huge data model and start understanding how to extract smaller things that I could work with more easily. I mean, I'm still kind of data focused at that point, right? I'm not even domain focused, but still the idea of the boundaries was like the first thing. And, from there, another idea, from there, another idea.
That brings me to a question, because I'm super curious currently nowadays, how would you describe what a bounded context is to a beginner? Like, what's your current take on that with your current knowledge and experiences?
Well, I start small, right? Because it is so many things, right? I mean, so backing away from how would I, just kind of addressing what it really is, it's the expression of the ubiquitous language, right? It's most often an expression of a particular core or subdomain, right? But those things are important to understand when you have a better understanding of domain-driven design. But at first, none of that would really make any sense, right? Because you have to understand all those things. So the way I start with bounded context, actually, let me see if I can flip. Yeah, this is not the right way. Oh, there, I was on it. Okay. This is how I like to start explaining bounded context. And this analogy actually comes from Eric's book, because Eric has a brilliant mind. So, why try to reinvent his great ideas. So his way of explaining it is, it's about you're taking a big complicated problem and breaking it down into smaller solvable problems, right? And those bounded contexts are those smaller, more easily solvable problems, with the knowledge that eventually we have patterns to do it. Eventually you can get those smaller solvable problems to interact with each other, have some kind of connection.
Mm-hmm.
So the analogy with the cells is, each of these cells has this boundary around it, which is the membrane. So each cell is protected from what's in the other cells. And it's the membranes that decide not only what information about how it gets passed from one cell to another, right? So so the idea of bounded context is, taking a unit, a small solvable part of that problem and just focusing on that, not worrying about what's in the other cells, not worrying about what's going on in the other bounded contexts, right? Prior to that, being able to figure out how to identify them is an art, right? It comes from experience, and nothing's ever perfect, right? But just looking at a problem and turning it on its head, and what if we approached it this way? What if we approached it that way? So how does that compare to how you share that when you're talking to people who are curious about domain-driven design and bounded contexts?
I can totally agree, because what I think about bounded context is I like to try to talk about examples. Like if we want to build a car, for instance, there will be a group of people who would like to talk about its aerodynamics and build a model that fits their needs, right? Because they would like to try it out in some sort of an environment that tests how it works with the air. Probably there will be a different group of people that will use more or less the same language. They will be talking about cars, but they will mean something different because they talk about graphics design and things like that. Probably, I'm super sure, I'm not building cars for a living, but I guess they would need a different model for that. Even though together they built a living thing like cells, they are building, for instance, a human being, right? All together. So I can relate that. It totally makes sense. That's a perfect metaphor. Thank you for that. I forgot that, even though it's in Eric's book, right?
Yeah, and I don't forget it because I'm always using it. So, going back to this idea of, as opposed to like, I want to learn DDD, now from the perspective of, I love DDD, I want my team to learn it. I had a really interesting experience, and I see this particular experience is like just like the perfect story about it, although I see it all the time. I had a friend who is an architect at a huge global company. And he's a brilliant guy and really interested in DDD. And they were embarking on a new project, or a new version of their project. So not really evolving legacy, but just really rethinking it. And he wanted to use DDD, wanted to leverage DDD in doing so. So he sat down and started teaching his teams. He was responsible for a number of teams about domain-driven design. And there was one other person who was on one of those teams who was already had experience with it and also really loved it. And they started by, with a list of terms, like terms from the tactical, like the kind of to architect the actual implementation of your software. So, terms out of that mind map, aggregates and aggregate roots and value objects and a ubiquitous language and, terms, and kind of freaked out the team. And they got to the point where they said, we don't want to hear anything about DDD anymore. Right. So he called me, Julie, help. And I was there for a week, kind of, doing a level set, right? Getting them started again, but finding a path that worked for them. So some of that was using my experience of helping people learn DDD, but some of it was also, again, what I said before, reading the room, right? And this is one of the things that's been, like for many people, so hard not doing in-person stuff anymore, because it's really hard to read the room. When you got 15 people on the screen and half of them don't have their cameras on and blah, 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 you can't read the room.
You lose out on the body language.
Yeah. And be able to respond to that or people's interactions or whatever. Anyway, it was a great week. There was a lot of mic drops, but I would like to share like my, oh my God, so emotional thing. The last day I was there, one of the members of the team, smart guy. And he had been one of the, I don't want to hear about it anymore. He said to me, I never really thought about value objects before, but now that I understand them, so that was a big win. Like understanding value objects is not easy, but smart guys. They all guys on that team, or they were always looking to grow their team though. Anyway, he said, I never really thought about value objects before, and now that I understand them, I see how beautiful they are and how important they are. And because of that, I'm really excited about learning more about what DDD can do for me and do for our code and do for our team and our relationships with our all of that. And I was like, oh, right? It was just such a great win. It just made me so happy, right? Because I really got through to them and helped them. I feel the same way about DDD as my friend, the architect, did, right? But it just had a different way of approaching sharing that.
Yeah.
So
I think that, and I learned it from trying to teach people different stuff. If you throw definitions at people, just definitions, probably you will scare some people, right? Without showing them how can you benefit from thing A, thing B, thing C, and how does it relate to the actual experience, past experience, then probably you will need someone like you to fix after myself, right?
Yeah. First they were like, can you come write it? I'm like, no. I'm not going to do that. But, so a lot of that definitely happens with the tactical stuff, the implementation stuff. But then there's the whole strategic stuff, strategizing, thinking, planning, just figuring out what those bounded contexts might be. And the bigger thing is the collaboration with the domain experts. So another interesting thing, and I again see this all over, but with this particular gig that I did, there were 2 different Scrum teams involved, and they never really worked together. So we did some mob programming together. One of the sessions of mob programming I did with both teams together in the room had nothing to do with their project. It was just to, get an idea, just a different challenge, coding kind of a challenge to give them the idea of working together. And then we started working on pieces of, their different responsibility, and, watching them interact and realizing the value of different people bringing different ideas to the table and collaborating like that. In this case, we were working with the Scrum teams. We didn't have like the domain experts there, right? But it's just giving them that experience. So there's, like I said, so many great ideas in there, but you can't learn them and be expert at them all at once. But there's no reason not to explore them and find something that resonates with you, right? So when I talk, so another slide I'll share, I'll just flip to it first and then, oh, actually, like it's that series of slides, you know.
Well, and Julie, we have Silicon Orchid tells us that the room waves hello and nods approvingly. So I guess we have that going for us.
Yeah. Thank you. Since I can't read the room, I do appreciate that. Let me see if I can play this, because this is, like you said earlier, everybody's learning path is going to be different, and I certainly never said, okay, today I'm going to learn about aggregate roots. Today, I'm going to learn about ubiquitous language. Like it just, it just didn't work that way. So this is just a quick look at, in hindsight for me of kind of my path. Like it was a really big deal coming from a data-driven background. I mean, I started programming in the late 80s. I'm really old. Right? Data-driven, totally background. So that was huge, right? That was really for me kind of the first thing. But then the very next thing was this concept of boundaries, right? Not understanding. I really didn't understand bounded context. I thought that's what I was doing, but really all I was doing was taking advantage of this idea of the boundaries, right? And it took me a while. Actually, I was writing an article, and a friend of mine who's like does DDD training, and it was a really big deal. This was in my early days of domain-driven design, and he was very clear about making sure that I didn't use the word bounded context when I was referring to this, because I wasn't really doing it right. So like that also was helpful, having people guide me. But then I got that idea. So yeah, I'm really just talking about boundaries, right? And then if you're doing microservices, maybe not DDD, but you might have, might be familiar with this idea of having separate databases. And, again, all these years of data-driven design and relational databases and normalizing databases and reusing code and blah, 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 blah. This was very challenging for my brain.
Right.
Very, very challenging. Aggregate root, so now we're getting into the implementation, the tactical side of domain-driven design, right? And this was a little hard, and I would love to just teach what every single one of these means. But my point here is, if you're looking at the mind map, these are pieces of the mind map, right? And kind of how I got there, right? And then there was value objects, which, as I mentioned before, well, for some people, for me, oh my God, it was so hard to wrap my head around. Hopefully this isn't redundant for too many people. If you've heard me talk about this before, I heard, read, watched, I think 5 different descriptions and explanations of value objects until the 5th one. And it wasn't because the 5th one was correct. The 5th one, plus everything else I had taken in about value objects, like all of that information, the composition of all of those bits of all those ideas, finally gave me my aha moment. And that was over a very long course of time. I do not mean a day. I mean a half a year, when I finally went, I was kind of going along with them a little, but it wasn't until that I finally went, oh, I really get it now. I really understood. And once, and then more and more, right? Ubiquitous language, just it's something that gets a little difficult when people are first learning, because they think it applies to the whole project, and then that screws you up. And that was kind of my problem too. Like it's actually ubiquitous per bounded context. And it wasn't until I got all of that stuff really sorted out in my head that I finally understood bounded context, right? So bounded context, the most important thing, probably the first thing you should learn in domain-driven design. And I didn't get it. Until I'd gone through all this. But in the meantime, I'm still doing, taking advantage of these other ideas in my software, which is getting better and better along the way, right? And then, and then on and on and on, right?
Well, but I think that was one of the things we talked about earlier in the week, is that you don't have to understand the complete picture before you can start applying these things in an effective manner. And is it helpful to know the entire thing? Sure. But, you know, that process takes months, years in some cases. And, you know, I don't think any of us can afford to just sort of sit around and, well, I'm just going to study this topic for 18 months until I'm an expert, and then I'm going to apply it. You know, we all started writing code with, let's just call it an incomplete understanding of the programming language we were using at the time. You know, so you have to take those tools and start applying them. And I think that's, at least for a lot of us, that's how we learn. You've got to start using it. You know, the theory is great, but until you start trying it for yourself, you know, it's that, what's that adage from the medical community? You know, you see one, do one, teach one, right? I mean, there's got to be a little bit of, all right, now get in there and see what happens.
Plus, I think
I want to respond to the last two comments I see here. One from Fuel Snubble. I've been in a number of DDD trainings. I still don't get it. First of all, sorry. So I would like to highly recommend, if you have access to Pluralsight, even if you get one of those free 10-day trials, Steve Smith and I just redid our course, Domain-Driven Design Fundamentals. And that's why you are who we made the course for. We've had people say, you know, I tried to read this book, that book, and I just couldn't get it. I watched the course, and the course gave me what I needed to go back and really learn, right? So the course gives, you know, it's fundamentals, right? But it's not like be an expert in DDD, but it's just like understand these fundamental concepts. So I don't know if you have access to Pluralsight, but that's my best resource. There's wonderful books and tons of great content on YouTube, you know, from a lot of really, really good experts. But, you know, you got to find the person who speaks to you, who speaks your, not language, your mind, right? The way your mind works. And that was part of the problem for me too. You know, some of these DDD, especially the people who are doing DDD early, like they much better minds than mine, right? Like, so I couldn't follow along until you know, when I finally got it. That's why I was like, okay, here's my perspective on it. And Coco asks, Coco Miracle, funny name. Is that I love that name. Is that your online name? So why is DDD so hot recently? I think it's not that it's so hot recently. It's been around, the first book came out in 2003. But you know, maybe it's just getting talked about in more and more places, right? Here we are at a .NET conference, right? Although if you look at Microsoft documentation, they've been talking about domain-driven design for quite a while also, but it's not as it's just getting more spread out, I think. Anyway, where was I?
But I think your point though is that, again, different people learn in different ways, and you shouldn't get frustrated just because the first resource you go to doesn't quite click. And there is a certain amount of fundamental background you have to have before any of this makes sense. Like I made this analogy to my son last night. I said, listen, I could try to explain, you know, pass by value versus pass by reference to you right now, but it wouldn't make any sense to you because you don't have enough grounding in computer science for those terms to click at all. I mean, and I know how to explain it, so I could totally do it, but it wouldn't be meaningful to him. Yeah. Much in the same way that he could explain some musical concepts that to him are no big deal, and I'd be like, I have no idea what the difference is between, you know, a C sharp and an F minor. I don't even know if that's anything in music. So that you need to have a certain grounding for any of this to start to click, but you also need to be ready to attack it from different directions, try different sources, and don't be afraid to find one that resonates for you and the way you work and think.
Yeah. Plus, I think, and I guess you would agree that there are so many projects, so many products, so many code bases that would just benefit from having value objects, just value objects, or just aggregate roots, or just entities, or just some boundaries. You don't have to apply everything at once, right? Just doing
exactly.
a little helps.
Totally agree. And there are other areas of domain-driven design thinking that it is important to have somebody who knows what they're doing. But that's not about leveraging boundaries and aggregate roots. That's more about context mapping, right? Figuring out how those bounded contexts are going to relate to interact with each other, or maybe not directly with each other, but how are you going to make that happen, or understanding the events and understanding event flow and things like that. There you need a guide. There you need somebody who really knows what they're doing, right? But I didn't start learning about those things until later on. A lot of that has to do with the strategic side, right? Really strategizing before you start implementing. I started with the implementation. Now, that also, some DDD people were like, like it's both. They're both important, but they are both important. Like the whole big picture brings amazing ideas, like all the ideas of the strategizing, right? So many people don't even do any kind of strategizing. They're like, oh, let's start writing some code. Let's start designing databases, or let's start, designing screens, right? Instead of looking at the big picture. Now, sometimes that is okay, right? Like the whole thing about domain-driven design is it's for solving complex problems, right? So they're too complicated. I cannot keep the whole problem and all of its connections in my head at once. It's much too complicated. So looking for ways to break it apart. So that strategizing, even finding the boundaries, like, more deeply, more impactfully, that takes some experience. I mean, this is something I'll do when I'm working with teams. We'll just take one small thing and maybe not. Well, it depends. We do all kinds of things, right? But just the act of looking for boundaries, right? Which things are kind of like happen transactionally, right? Or where is a process that really seems like has a beginning and an end, and you can't get to the next stage until you get to the end of that, right? Just looking at things and event storming. Oh, I love event storming in person. Again, there's so much read the room going on there. So event storming is another way of doing discovery, right? Yeah. So discovery is really important. Collaborating is really important. Learning the domain, listening to, like the product owners or the business people, and understanding how they talk about what's going on in their business. That's really, really important. They're not talking about indexes and classes and, technical terms. They're talking about actual things happening.
So, I would even argue that some of the terms we just threw around are all ways for us to do discovery, right? Because if we talk about event storming, we talk about DDD, we talk about story mapping, we talk about any number of techniques. A lot of this boils down to how do we understand the domain? And, I stumbled upon this Rich Hickey quote where he talked about how most of the problems in software are problems of misconception, and that we're just in such a hurry that we don't even know what we're trying to build, but it's just, hey, we got the team, we got the coders, so get them going, get them start to sling code.
Right. Money. Come on, hurry up. Money's going down the drain already.
Well, my wife's a business analyst, and it's amazing how many times I hear this. Well, we don't even have the requirements yet. Well, but the developers are ready, so they're going to start building code. But build it to do what?
Yeah.
They got to start working. You're going to throw that all away. Well, that's okay. I mean, it's really weird, some of these things, but I think that still speaks to what we talked about at the very beginning, right? Which is the fact that, yes, Java Grad says, stop solutioning me. Yeah, I know. Java Grad, Deshaun, I need new stories. That's what my grad students taught me earlier this semester. They have a bingo card of my phrases. So I clearly need some new phrases, but it it's true that we all learn in different ways. We approach this in different ways. And I think that's part of the confusion around some of these topics. The goal is to try to understand the domain, and let's not get super caught up and very dogmatic around some of these phrases. The goal is to figure out what we're trying to build.
Yeah. And in that strategic, that's where you do need somebody who knows what they're doing. Right. And I started in tactical, right? Because I was making it easier for myself to write code and write maintainable and testable code, and code that didn't make my head explode, right? Like learning to break things apart and all of that. But the strategizing and the techniques of strategizing, that, when you're really dealing with a big project, and that's where you make sure, at least bring somebody in to help you, or or it depends on how big and how critical and how important and how much is involved there, right?
Right.
And sometimes it might not be that easy, and it's okay, right? It's okay to be wrong. I cannot agree more with that comment. I believe you learn when it feels awkward. When it feels natural, I'm not learning. So I've been recently watching and listening to a podcast called Huberman Lab. You probably know that. So it gives a ton of advice on how to learn, how to focus. And one of the advices was, you actually learn when you are frustrated, because this is when your brain actually turns on neuroplasticity. When you are frustrated, that's okay. That's where you want to be, because now you can actually learn and change your mind about something. So maybe it has to be, I want to say painful, but you know what I mean.
Well, it's no different than working out, Jakob, right? I mean, if you're not feeling a little bit of that pressure, then your body's not adapting. And same with your brain. If you're not stretching it a little bit, I mean, that's why I think it's so powerful to learn really different programming languages. Even if you don't use them on a regular basis, it changes how your brain thinks about problems, and it shows you solutions that you might not see if you just stick to whatever your favorite language happens to be.
Correct.
Just as a funny example of that, I had a client, a totally different kind of, not a coaching client, but a client for whom I have actually been writing software for bits and pieces for like 25 years. Anyway, they asked for this completely impossible report. I have been having so much fun in SQL Server building queries and building dynamic queries and figuring out how I could possibly get the data out the way they needed it. I haven't had a challenge. I haven't done anything like that in a while. And I love it. It is so much fun because my brain is just doing something so different.
Right.
And so engaging. And I know that somehow I will solve this problem, and I'm having a lot of fun along the way. And, and they don't mind paying me for that fun.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, I think that's a good point, right? Is that's what I love about this industry, is the fact that we get these fun problems to chew on. And that to me is the real sort of characteristic I'm looking for. You think about hiring and interviewing specific technologies, languages, like we can teach you all that. And there's going to be a new one in 2 years. So don't get too caught up in that. But do you like to solve problems? Do you like to tinker? Do you like to, I want to get to the bottom of this. Are you frustrated when, I rebooted and it just worked, so I won't think about it again? Does that bother you just a little bit at least? And it's that.
Well, when it comes to a computer, it does not bother me as long as it's working.
Right. As long as it works. But I mean, there's been a few times where I'm like, this
why
works.
Is that?
I'd love to tell you why, but
yeah. I like to know how things work and why they work the way they work. So, that kind of speaks to why, I was definitely more when my learning started in the transaction. I mean, in the technical, I'm reading a conversation about transactions on the tactical side. And that also created I was getting a little pushback in the DDD community because I wasn't expressing the importance of the strategic side. I'm like, yeah, but I'm showing people how to use the Entity Framework Core to map their classes and still make their classes beautiful and not go and change their classes to make EF Core happy, right? Like, so I'm using those ideas to help them understand that. But no matter what perspective of domain-driven design I'm teaching, I always, at some point say, be aware. There are two key, strategic and tactical. They are both equally important. You may be more involved in the tactical than the strategic, or more involved, but they are both very, very important parts of DDD. And then overlaying all of that is the collaboration. That's, I think, one of the things that really initially spoke to me about domain-driven design. I was not even familiar with DDD. I had written my first EF Core book. This 900-page freaking book. I was working on it.
We use those for monitor.
Yeah. Except the paperbacks, that kind of slides around and stuff.
True.
So maybe not great. Anyway, so I wasn't looking about DDD, but it was back in the old Entity Framework link to SQL days, and Jimmy Nilsson, who had written a book on doing applying domain-driven design with C# projects, had done a conference talk, and at the end they asked him just some questions, and there was this conversation about, what do you think about Entity Framework versus link to SQL debate. So I went to watch this, just a 10-minute thing. And at the end, they asked, what's your favorite book? And he said, Domain-Driven Design, Eric Evans, Domain-Driven Design. And they said, why? He said, because it reads like poetry. And I just went, I'm writing my first technical book, right? A. B, my mother is a writer. Her very first novel she wrote was put up for a Pulitzer.
Wow.
Right? So she's a very creative person, right? And I was like, this intersection of like, what on earth does it mean to have a technical book read like poetry, right?
Right.
And I'm like, get in the book. I start reading it, and this is, now Eric says he would start with bounded context, but I'm glad he started the way he started. He started with a collaboration. And it's how I'd always worked with my clients. I loved learning about their businesses, how their businesses worked, becoming a real partner with them as I'm trying to help them solve their problems and build software to help them do that. So it spoke to me. It really, really spoke to me that about the collaboration. And that's what I started on my path.
So we might want to say that if we learn the domain, if we learn the business, if we learn the organization, not only we are debugging code, but also we are like debugging the entire organization and how they work and how they apply certain processes around their code base.
But that's not going to be the job of every developer, right?
True.
Every person on the team, right? Like that's a big part of the strategic. But it's really important for everybody to have this understanding. Gone are the days. This client that I've been working with for a million years, there was a project they farmed out to replace some software I'd written in like 1985 or 95. They still haven't replaced it, but this was like 10 years ago. And the person who they hired to do it spent, I don't know, a few hours with them looking at the software that I'd spent years evolving, and said, I'll replace that for $10,000. I'll have it done in 2 months. I'll get back to you when it's done. Right? I learned everything I needed to learn. Bye. Right? A year later, right? Still with that $10,000. Bad move on his part. The client only paid him $10,000. A year later, he had kind of something and they just threw it away. They never used it. And people who worked there, they did not they said, we hate talking to him. Because God, I would hate if he was watching this, but I can't imagine he was in programming anymore. Right. Because they were so used to the way I interacted with him. It was just, it just can't be that way. You cannot write good software that way. You can't even go into a dentist office to help them build a solution. Hopefully they're using something off the shelf by now, by saying, oh, I've been going to the dentist all my life. I know how it works. I'll write this for you. No problem.
How hard could it be?
That's easy, right? Isn't it? So we have a great question from our teammate, by the way. Does DDD head towards event-driven? What's your take?
There is a lot of events are very important to domain-driven design, but there's a lot of different perspectives on how to go about thinking about events and applying them. So it's very, very important, understanding the events and, one way of modeling, modeling by way of the events. There's actually a number of ways of doing that. And then when you think about event storming, that's like brainstorming with a focus on what happened, the truth of what really has happened, not what you want, but the actual events of what's happening in your organization. That's what event storming is all about. And there's event modeling, right? That's a whole practice unto itself as well that, kind of goes along. So there's a lot of really interesting ways of doing that strategizing, so that DDD's idea of strategizing, but there's a lot of ways that people go about it, and there's a lot of these ways work really beautifully together, because sometimes you just need different perspective, right? So you look at it from this perspective, you look at it from that perspective. So as always, long answer to a short question. To a yes or no question.
Yeah. We've been talking a lot about this, Nate, right? What does it mean event-driven, by the way? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I was just going to make that comment that, event-driven is one of those words where we probably need some better definitions there, because it means different things to different people. But to be fair, I guess I can say that about a lot of concepts in technology, and it is, well, what do you mean by event-driven versus somebody else? So
the word context, that's extra hard when you're talking about entity framework. And that was that was a big thing for me. Like, a DB context is not the same as a bounded context. They have, first of all, the DB context is all about data persistence, and domain-driven design is not about, data persistence is almost like an afterthought. And that's okay. It's like, let's focus on solving the business problem. And the business problem is not how to store data. We know how to store data.
Right.
We know how to get the data in and out of the database. So, unless my joke I've made too many times, maybe it's a new audience, unless you're writing the next Dropbox competitor, right? Yeah. your business domain is not about solving data persistence problems.
So
right? We all deal with that.
Even the word context has to be put into a context.
It has to be put into context, exactly.
Well played. Well played.
All right.
How are we doing with time?
I think we're just about ready to wrap up and bring Layla back into the picture here and transition into our next wonderful guest.
Do you remember Layla, when I said to Layla, how long do we have? She said, I know how much you like to talk, so I'm going to say 7 minutes, because then you'll probably be done on time.
Right. Yeah, well, we've had that running joke with Josh. It doesn't matter how much time you give him; he's going to exceed it. So if you tell him 20 minutes, maybe it'll be done in 2 hours. So yeah, you got to know how to box that in properly. But yeah, it's good. Well, I want to thank you so much. This has been fun. I really enjoyed our conversation earlier in the week. So this is great to get a chance to catch up with you again. And I want to thank you so much for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it.
Oh yeah. And
Thank
thanks
you so much.
for being part of that. Yeah, it made it really fun instead of going, I'm going to just stare at the screen and give a presentation. So to the whole team who came up with this, the idea of how to do this conference is a great idea. Hello, Leila.
Hello. You see, my plan worked. I told you 7 minutes and you're bang on time.
Perfect.
It's great.
You noticed me looking at I kept looking at
I know. That was amazing. It was so good to see the interplay and your different ideas and how you all approach it. So thank you so much, the three of you, for just bringing that together. It was awesome.
Thank you for having us, Leila.
Yeah, that was great. Alrighty. So are you? There are a couple of questions. Julie, do you want to answer those offline, or yeah? I think we're good. That's it.
Okay.
I think there's a couple there that you can always look at, and we can work on those later.
Okay.
But a huge thank you to the three of you. That was fantastic. So yeah. Alrighty. I will see you all later.
Have a great rest of the conference.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. So that was fantastic. And we've got more great content coming up. Let's have a quick look at what we've got going. If I can find the agenda slides. So that was our third session. Up next, we have why F Sharp works in the enterprise with Philip Carter. He's lurking just in the studio there, ready to come on. And then afterwards, we've got Luce Carter introducing MongoDB, John Bush saying Kubernetes made easy. I mean, that's a tall order. And then wrapping us up for today, we have Rodney Littles II doing mobile DevOps at scale. So we have a lot of great content coming on. And I just want to remind you all why we're here doing this, why all these awesome people are giving you time. And that is because we are raising money for Girls Who Code. If you can, donate to our Tiltify program there, and our sponsors, our awesome sponsors, Microsoft, Twilio, Progress, and Headspring, part of Essentia, have already donated. So thank you to them. And I think it's about time I bring on my very good friend, Corey, an ex-teammate. And I promise, Philip, I won't keep him too long. I'll make sure that you get on soon because Corey and I can talk for hours. So let me bring on our next host, Corey. Hi, Corey. How are you?
Oh, I'm so excited to be here, Leila. Thank you so much for having me. Good gosh. It's been such a fun day watching the content. I could sit here in awe and just like drool all day. Sorry.
It's okay. Look at us twinning on our backgrounds as well. We've got a good choice here.
Great minds, great minds.
I know. Thank you so very much for being a part of this, Corey. It has been a great day. I can't believe we're already 3 sessions in and you're about to head up the 4th session.
Yeah, I am. I gotta tell you, just a big shout out. I know we just heard the same, but a big shout out to the amazing lineup you all have lined up here. The content has been really informative. I've popped in and out, and almost like every chance I get, I'm like, oh, there's an interesting thing. Let me write that down. And so that's been amazing. I love that we're donating to a phenomenal organization whose mission is so incredibly inspirational. Like, I'm just excited to be able to help bring this thing to life. I gotta tell you.
Well, I'm really happy. Why don't you just give yourself an intro, Corey, before we bring Philip on?
Absolutely. So for those who don't know me, because I know some of you in chat, I see you. My name is Corey Weathers. I have the privilege and pleasure of leading the America's developer relations team at Auth0, now Okta, which is incredibly exciting. As Leila shared, she and I once shared a team together at a former company. We happens to be a sponsor on this event. Shout out to Twilio. But we've been doing some amazing work in my role at Auth0. And so I'm excited to be able to be here to support the .NET community, to continue to give back to the community I love so dearly, and everything in between.
Well, I am so excited. So I'm going to get off air. Let's just bring Philip on. Are you ready, Philip? Or am I bringing you on? Here we are. Hi,
No, I'm not ready. I'm sorry. No.
Oh, well, I'll just take you off again. I'm going to head out now. Corey, over to you to look after Philip. Have a great session, and I'll see you both later.
Well, thank you so much, Layla. And thank you, Philip, for joining us today. How you doing?
Indeed, I'm doing all right.
Well, so I'm going to put you on the spot the same way that Layla put me on the spot, which is now you get your chance to introduce yourself to the amazing folks watching around the world.
Yeah, sure. I always feel weird introducing myself. I'm Philip Carter. I currently work for a very cool startup called Honeycomb. Fun fact, my VP product and manager used to be head of product over at Auth0 as well. So Auth0 has a good developer experience overall, I think, especially compared to some others. So, good vibes all around. On the Honeycomb side, we're also similarly, we're much earlier stage than Auth0, but focusing on trying to build really good developer experiences and stuff like that. So that's what I do right now. But it's entirely unrelated to F#. I mean, like there's a little bit because there's a focus a lot on the OpenTelemetry project, and there's OpenTelemetry.net, and there are F# users who use OpenTelemetry. But it's a couple degrees removed from the F# language itself. Prior to Honeycomb, I spent about 6 years at Microsoft working on the .NET team the entire time. And 5 of those years I spent doing a significant amount of my work with the F# language and tools for Visual Studio. So I kind of covered the breadth. I was there for the push to .NET Core 1.0 and the subsequent releases, and pivoting over to .NET 5 and kind of changing messaging and all that, and kind of making this, instead of these 2 parallel tracks for .NET, making it like modern .NET and the other stuff. A little shy to say the word legacy, but since I don't work for Microsoft anymore, the legacy stuff. Was able to do a lot of really good things that I'm pretty proud of. Take an entire language and lift it from only being available on Windows to being available anywhere. And in some cases having a better experience for certain things in non-Windows environments. And that's a total shift, I think, from kind of the traditional meme that F# was OCaml for Windows. And that's just kind of like one small case of the general .NET story itself. So
I had to put this up on screen. Legacy equal legendary. Let's never forget it.
Indeed. Oh, it's legacy in that there are some wines out there that are like a legacy vintage that are so tasty. I guess I don't know. I'm not a wine drinker, so.
I hear you, man. Well, you sound like you've got quite a breadth of experience, but also are like the go-to. Like I feel like you should now become like the person I go to for all things F#. I'm excited about this talk, actually.
You can still do that. I'm still on the board for the F# Software Foundation, and I do spend a good amount of my time when I'm not in work hours doing F# related things, like in the community, answering questions in Stack Overflow, doing some open source maintenance and some F# projects that people rely on, things like that. So.
Well, I gotta say, I mean, I've had a chance to sort of get a sneak peek of some of what we're going to be talking about today, but I want to sort of start at like the fundamental basic level. Like, I don't know how many folks who are watching like have exposure to F#. So just like, how would you describe F#? Like, what's a scenario where someone would like learn about F# or learn to write with F# and would want to use F#?
So, there's kind of some of the F# community that, let me back up for a moment. Every once in a while, someone kind of asks, like on Twitter or something like that, oh, what's F# for? And then people in the community will say, oh, it's for programming. And it's like, okay, well, that kind of answers and doesn't answer the question. because it answers it in the sense that like it's a general purpose programming language.
Right.
Pretty much anything for the most part that you would use C# for, you can use F# for. Same thing for like Java or Python or something like that. But it does shine in a couple of areas, I think.
Mm-hmm.
First, choice of language is kind of like a preference thing. Like as much as some C# developers like to rag on Java for being overly verbose compared to some of the nice stuff that we have in C#, some Java developers actually do prefer that. And they look at some of the newer things coming along, they get kind of freaked out by that. Then there's there's people who look at like C# and they go, God, that's so verbose compared to like Python, for example.
Right.
And on the other end, there's C# developers who could look at Python and be like, what the hell? Like white space sensitivity and like all these like weird snake case and like some things lowercase, some things not lowercase. Why are these colons here? Like it's weird.
Yep.
And so F# I think kind of finds its place a little bit more along the folks who look at Python and say, oh, that's kind of nice.
Interesting.
It's not like Python for .NET. It's a very different language. It has a heritage based out of functional programming, not out of kind of smorgasbord programming that Python does. And it's statically typed instead of dynamic. It uses type inference, which is a really cool thing, where the compiler is able to figure out what the types of things actually are at compile time based off of how you're using them. And so it allows you to write really succinct code instead of having to declare, like your public static void main string thing args or whatever. You can just have a function called let main, and then it's able to figure out sort of what the types are based on how you're using things. So I think like at the end of the day, it's best for people who like succinctness in their programming, but they want to stay on .NET or they want to utilize some of the awesomeness that's in the .NET ecosystem. And integrate with platforms, be able to use like, first-class SDKs for Azure or AWS or pretty much any service out there that has like a standard .NET SDK or just small library bindings even. You can use that from F# with pretty much zero problems whatsoever. Delves in the details. Sometimes some things can be a little bit awkward, but things are always awkward in programming anyways. So there's nothing perfect in the world.
Well, and I love this piece of feedback here where our friend Nick has said, I've never used F#. I'm actually impressed and fascinated on functional programming. Always wanted to learn more about it.
Yeah. It's also so that's actually kind of how I got my start with the language. I was tasked with writing this enormous code base that had like a big old WinForms app, and inside of the WinForms app there was like, oh well, we need to have a DSL in there for like these power users. They're the thing that are doing something with it. And I was like, well, I've never written a DSL before, so I just Googled how to write a DSL in C#, and I got like somewhere in like the third or fourth result or something, it was like, you should use F# to write a DSL instead of C#. And I was like, huh, interesting. I'd seen F# in like the new project file dialog before, and I think I even created it once, but didn't really think much of it and kind of moved on. Mm-hmm. And so I clicked on it just because I was curious, and it was like, hey, here's like some reasons why kind of the principles of functional programming or functional first programming, I guess, can apply themselves really well to writing a DSL and an interpreter for that DSL. So I was like, hey, I've never done this before, so I don't really have much of an opinion. If this says that it's a good choice, I'll give it a shot. Let's try it for like a couple days and see if it sticks. If I don't like it, then I'll just go back to C#. If I do, then I don't know, we'll figure out what we do from there. And I totally loved it. And it kind of fit really well because there's just kind of this way, the style of programming that's about decoupling your representation of your data from the functionality that operates on that data. Mm-hmm. Have that data be immutable rather than kind of change with respect to some conditions that are going on in your program, and such that like it's not about changing the data itself, it's about transforming the data into another shape and sort of building out kind of this like pipeline of functionality where you transform data at different stages based off of certain rules. And the language just had like, it felt like it had the right tools for me to use at the right time when I was building that kind of functional pipeline of, okay, here's like this raw string that has like these commands. Each of these commands represent like cases of kind of like a grammar that the DSL represents, and then kind of going from there. And then once I sort of had this nice tight domain for what the language actually was, operating on that and doing the correct transformations at different stages was really, really nice. And one thing that I loved was the compiler was a tool in this case. Like you sort of end up in this spot when you're writing functional code with F# where you use what are called discriminated union types, where you sort of represent, the data could be of one shape or another shape or another shape or another shape, and then the compiler forces you to account for every single one of those shapes whenever you're operating on that data. So if you miss one, if you miss one, then like the compiler will be like, "Hey, buddy, you're missing this thing." And where that really comes in handy is error cases in particular can stop being like exceptional. Like, yeah, you're still going to have some exceptions. Sometimes exception handling is actually the right thing to do in F#. And that's great. Exceptions work well in .NET. But if like an error in your processing or an error in like how somebody does something can be lifted up into your domain, then you can take that and you can represent it in the F# type system. And now the compiler knows about all those error cases and forces you to account for them. Now, from there, you still have to account for it. So like if you write bad code or, whatever for dealing with those error cases, then, it's still not, it's not like a magic silver bullet or anything in that regard. But it's amazing how easy it is to think about the ways that something could go wrong, lift that in a very succinct way into your code base, so that it's just, a single line of code represents each error case. And then you see your warning list in Visual Studio blow up and it says, hey, guess what? You have not accounted for all of these cases in all of these places. And you just go one by one, fix it up. And it's super, super productive. I really love it. Yeah.
I was just going to jump in real quick. I know we've got some fun stuff you want to share as well. I just saw this comment come in. I just want to make sure we get this up on screen. It says, I love functional programming. It typically avoids mutable state and can lead to cleaner, concise code that is much less error prone. And I think that's closer to some of the stuff that we're talking about here as well.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. It's when you're immutable first in everything that you do, it forces you, like you can't cheat, right? Like, and it's not that being mutable is cheating, right? Like there's a lot of scenarios, especially when performance is concerned, where you have to be mutable because that's how computers work. But like when you're in kind of like the business logic space, sometimes it's just so convenient to just like, I'm just going to make this a variable here and just kind of set it and forget about it. But then like that method grows over time. And sooner or later, you've got like a really big, long method that's kind of hard to extract logic out of. And now it's like somebody new comes onto the team because you left and you're doing something else. They have no clue what's going on. And there's a little subtle bug in there somewhere embedded in like some for loops and if statements and stuff like that. And like, that's hard. But if you work in a system where you can't just change the thing because it's convenient, it forces you to structure your program in a way so that everything flows kind of cleanly from top to bottom. And that is, you can turn that off in F#. You can declare something is mutable, but like it's explicit now rather than everything implicitly being changeable at all times, which is, I think that gets to that comment. And that's something why a lot of F# programmers love using it, especially for more complicated systems where, they don't want to be debugging stuff all the time.
Man, I gotta tell you, I'm like, you've convinced the C# developer in me to be incredibly curious about F#, and I know we're here to talk about F# in the enterprise. Are you ready for me to bring in your screen here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's see where we're going here and go have a little bit of fun.
All right, yeah. So, this is the part where I go through some slides. I'll try not to bore people too much. There is some important content on here though, so I want to make sure that it's there. People can take screenshots or draft it down, something like that. So what I would say is just F# in a nutshell, right? If I could boil it down to just this, it's for writing succinct, robust, and performant code, right? It looks kind of like Python, but it's not it's not Python, you know, it's still a little different, but it runs on .NET. So you get NuGet, you get Visual Studio, you get JetBrains Rider, you get Visual Studio Code, you get like all of these things that you expect as a .NET developer, but you can use F# in a language that looks a little bit more Pythonic, right? So like on one side here, I have a bit of code. There's a little bit of stuff that's alighted to wire up to ASP.NET Core, but like this is the left right there is actually a web server in F#.
Wait, I'm confused.
Right, you have two routes. One is the ping route, and the other is just empty. In fact, I could probably bring my cursor on here. It's a little small, but you can see the green. The ping route composes. This is just a little operator that you can use in the library there. And then text, it just says the word POM. And then the route right there, it creates this one where, you know, it's just the empty route. You just create an HTML file. This is, again, something that comes from the Giraffe library. And then you have an HTML file and you just serve it up. And then, you know, if you're a .NET developer, you can see, oh, there's iApplication Builder, iService Collection. You know, you're just kind of wiring it up into the ASP.NET Core platform. This is actually, I think, some .NET 5 code and .NET 6. It's actually even more succinct because of the minimal API work that went into .NET 6. I believe you literally just add a single line of code called add giraffe or use giraffe. And then, because Giraffe is the name of the library, and then this thing called web app, I think you register it as, you know, your web app. Like I guess I should have updated the screenshot there, but hey, .NET 6 is kind of new, so
I'm just blown away by what I'm looking at right now. I'm like, wait, what?
yeah, and so actually, the minimal web API stuff. It didn't all come from F#, but like the team looked at some of the stuff the community was doing in the F# language, and they're like, "Hey, this is actually really good."
Yes,
we shouldn't necessarily create the same thing because different languages are different and so forth. But like the 3 lines of code to define 2 API routes, like we should be able to do that as well, and we should make some of this boilerplate here a little bit better. And so that's kind of what that's all about. And then on the right hand side, this is, you know, kind of like some data processing code that you could do. You know, you got like this thing called a slice map. It's not in the F# core library. It's actually from like a numerical processing library, and you have like a list. You have like this thing called like a list expression. I'll kind of talk about this later and show it in some code, but you know, you can sort of very succinctly programmatically generate data in the same way that you do in Python, actually. But in this case, it's an F#. You can index it. You can kind of make it 2-dimensional and so forth. And like key thing is it's succinct code. But the thing that's different, if you compare this with Python, it's all type checked. Right? It's all this is all .NET types that you're seeing here. This is stuff that runs on .NET. It compiles, so you know you can't just like write a bunch of garbage here and expect the compiler to accept it. And it's going to run fast because .NET is really, really fast, right? Wow. So you just don't have to really think about it that much. So
I'm blown away.
What I'll say, it's like in a nutshell. There's a whole lot more to the language, but if I could just distill it down to what you have in a single slide, this is sort of the key takeaway that I would want people to have. And like everything, like if this is compelling to you, then I will happily continue. If you look at this and you're like, it's not for me, then this is the time to tune out, I guess, because we're going to get a little deeper, I guess.
No, stay here because I'm super curious to see the code. Let's keep going.
All right. So if you're using F#, right? Number 1, it's really awesome on the server, okay? Most F# programmers use it on the server with .NET 6 or .NET 5 or, you know, so forth. There's 3 major libraries that I know of right now that bind to the ASP.NET Core middleware system. Giraffe is actually this code right here. This is, you know, Open Giraffe. It's kind of more of a low-level one. There is a framework called Saturn that uses Giraffe under the covers, which, you know, uses ASP.NET Core, and it kind of has like a bit more of a higher level abstraction kind of way that you define stuff. And then Falco is kind of like a different alternative. You could look at all 3, but these are the 3 that I would encourage you to check out. They all have a slightly different take on how you model your routes running on ASP.NET Core. You know, you kind of pick which one you like most, and you go from there. And, you know, it's got full access to the modern .NET ecosystem. So anything that you could do with .NET on the server, you do with F# on the server. And so because of that, that's why most F# programmers are doing that today. That's just kind of how it works there. But F# is also a JavaScript language. Now, I didn't mention this before. I kept talking about .NET, and this is the .NET Beyond conference. Why am I talking about a JavaScript language? Well, that's because the community is really awesome. Okay, so there is a transpiler called Fable, built by the community, that allows you to transpile the F# language into JavaScript.
No way.
And, there's kind of like an application architecture. It's called the Model View Update architecture. If you've been following along with some of the .NET MAUI stuff, they're trying to have a similar kind of MVU style way that you build your UIs programmatically, rather than kind of split between like XAML markup and code that executes on that. It's also very similar to like Jetpack Compose or Swift UI. It's kind of the way that I'd sort of sell it there. But
oh my goodness.
Critically, it's a JavaScript language, right? So like you're not using NuGet anymore. You pull in NPM packages. And so what that means is there's a couple of, just like I'd say about 5 or 10 things in the F# core library that are unavailable to you because of that, because they're about like dealing with .NET specific stuff. But everything else is fully transpiled. And so the community's even built a project called the Safe Stack. Safe stands for Saturn or whatever. A is Azure or AWS if you prefer. F is Fable, and E is Elmish. Elmish is the name of the library that does this model view update thing. And so it's like combine these 4 things that are disparate together, and you have kind of like full stack application that's fully F# on the server running on .NET, and F# on the client running on the JavaScript runtime.
Philip, I'm going to jump in real quick. We've got fans of Safe in the chat today. Layla has said, this is why I persisted with Safe. It's awesome. I also saw another person say, I was very impressed when I tried Safe as well. So clearly I'm out of the loop. I need to catch up. But this sounds amazing.
You should totally try it. And just keep in mind, Safe is not the scaled agile framework, Safe 5. That absolute trash fire. It is something much, much better. So then there's another alternative called WebSharper that's been around actually a bit longer. It does a similar kind of like transpiling sort of model, but different takes entirely. I would say it's kind of more like on the enterprise grade, right? So like Fable and this kind of stuff, it's like you assemble your toolkit and then you build your app from there. WebSharper is like, hey, we've assembled a toolkit, built a full enterprise grade, kind of like full stack environment for you, and you can build your applications there. And so like it's the kind of traditional, like you can buy a license, you can get a support policy with that, all that kind of stuff. And you can build full stack web apps much in the same way where, you have F# code running on the client and F# code running on the server. On the client, it's JavaScript, and on the server, it's .NET. It's also really good for data analysis. Okay, we're getting an increasing number of people actually coming over from Python, using Jupyter Notebooks and saying, well, F# kind of has the goodness that I like from Python, but I want more static types. I want a bit more safety, and I want a bit more performance. And so one of the key differentiators that we have there is it's trivial for including packages. So you notice on the right-hand side there's this little bit of syntax called #R. NuGet : Newtonsoft.json, open Newtonsoft.json. Mm-hmm. That pulls in the JSON.NET library that you can immediately use in the same cell of code and execute. So, you can see kind of in the output there, it said installed package Newtonsoft.json 12.0.3. At the time, I think it's a higher version now. And it's serialized an F# anonymous record just as a JSON object. And like right there, 4 lines of code, I pull in a JSON parsing library and I can serialize JSON code. In the Python world, if you want to do this, there's like 4 or 5 different ways to like do this, and there are like various foot guns involved depending on what you want to do. You got to either create a virtual environment or a pip environment or an Anaconda environment, or you need to like shell out to a pip inside of your notebook in a very specialized way so it doesn't screw up like your system-wide install of stuff like that. Mm-hmm. That's just way too complicated. Yes. And F# you just plug in a single line of code that says, give me the package, and then you're good to go.
I love this question that's just popped up that says, did Philip just imply that F# is better performing than Python?
Indeed, it is. That owes mostly to .NET, of course. .NET is very focused on performance, and I mean, not that Python is terrible. You can use it; it works fine. A lot of enterprise people use Python and it works great for them, but .NET runs a little better. So, that's just my opinion, I guess.
I love this though.
So kind of a case study. I realize now I should have included a friggin' link to this. But the COVID tracker used by Slovenia is actually all written in F# for the web. In Java, F# compiled to JavaScript. So I pulled this screenshot on the right-hand side from the GitHub repository. Notice it's almost 80% F# code. In fact, F# powers all of the visualizations which make up the bulk of the application. So like this graph, it's like a fully interactive graph that shows, what the COVID situation. There's all kinds of other visualizations that they have. All of it is built in F# because it's the most complicated part of the application. And so they actually model the domain of what all of these things are as F# code, and then they operate on it. And then it just runs in a Vue.js app on the front end, and it just talks to like some APIs via like fetch, basically.
Oh, that's amazing. This is phenomenal. I'm definitely shout out to our friends over at VMware and Layla behind the scenes, dropping the link just directly there in chat. If folks are interested, they can go have a look as well as a link to the F# language documentation, which is phenomenal. I know they've got some tutorials out there on the Microsoft site, but I'm sitting back watching this and I'm like, wow, this is phenomenal.
Right. So like, if you want to build an application that runs on the web in F#, like you can build something that looks like this, and it's going to take a little effort, of course, but
yes,
especially if you're learning it for the first time. But not only is it entirely possible, but it's something that can be used by an entire state, a sovereign state. So that's pretty cool. Okay, so I now want to talk a little bit about F# in the wild before I show some code, because I think it's important to cover some of like the history and understanding of like, okay, F# in the enterprise. Well, where was it actually used? What's some examples of what people have done that I know about? So, I spent 5 years talking with a lot of enterprise F# developers and learning a lot. And, there's some pretty cool stuff there. So kind of as a brief history on recent F# stuff that's been going on. So in 2017, with .NET Core 1.0, F# 4.1 released, and kind of the big theme there was .NET Core support. And there were a bunch of like smaller language features. I won't really dig into it, but that was sort of the big thing: cross-platform open source. F# was actually open source prior to that, but we'll just kind of say the two things in tandem. Then there was a bit of a stint in low-level programming. Right, this is when like the span of T. Memory of T stuff came out.
That's
and
right.
Kind of the big focus was to do cross-plat high performance stuff. And so from the F# perspective, we're like, hey, F# is not typically used as a high performance language, but it can be. And we want to make sure that like if this is a foundational thing that .NET has, it works perfectly with F#. So that's what we were all about there.
Yep.
F# 4.7 in 2019 came with the ability to preview language features, which is a really, really big deal. This allowed us at the time to do development on the F# language and release it with a release preview language features with just a random compiler update, basically. And we felt that was really critical because the way the language design process works for both C# and F# is, there's a period of figuring stuff out, but you don't just ship it and say it's done, right? You sort of, you ship it in a form where you're like, hey, we got the bases covered here that we know we need to cover, but there's all these little things that we could do that are kind of more design decisions where it's kind of just about what people think, right? Like, does it feel right? And you can't figure all that out in just a room with somebody else working at Microsoft. Like, you got to get the community involved. And so you can do that by, forcing them to like compile a branch of the compiler at a particular point in time and build their own tool set and stuff like that. But like, you're not going to get that much feedback that way.
No.
Instead, if you just ship it with your compiler and then you say, hey, turn on this flag, and now you get a bunch of preview language features, tell us what you think about them. Really, really big deal. So then F# 5 landed notebook support and a bunch of other foundational features that make F# I think a viable competitor to Python in the analytical space. And that was kind of a big deal there. And then F# 6 released this past fall, focused on mostly simplifying syntax and semantics in certain areas, because there were a couple places in the language where a lot of beginners were like, hey, this was kind of confusing to me. And we're like, okay, you can't, like, you know, there's always going to be some level of confusion when you're learning a new language. But if there's enough consistent, like, people saying this part is kind of hard in particular, okay, that needs to get fixed. So that's what that was all about. And the next version of F# is kind of continuing along those lines as well, and improving a lot of the IDE experience in Visual Studio, which happened a lot over the past history, but that was kind of more performance related, and now it's kind of more ease of use related. So that was F#. Oh, yeah.
We just got some quick support, some quick shout outs for an F# 6 feature that says inline if lambda, best addition ever. I just thought you'd want to hear that.
That was a good one. That's a good one. So what that lets you do is, so F# has functions as first class entities in the language. So you can pass a function as a parameter to another function, for example, or you can create a lambda and pass that thing around.
Wow.
The inline if lambda feature can be applied to a function type, like a parameter that's a function, basically, and it's effectively a performance optimization. Beforehand, that would like create an additional object allocation in the background, and like that could basically mean that certain functional patterns were slightly less performant than if you wrote out some code a little bit more explicitly. I shouldn't say explicit, a little bit more non-succinctly, rather. But this allows kind of like transparent, succinct programming that's a bit more in the functional style, and you take 0 performance hit for doing it, which is
that's nice.
Kind of aligns with, you know, simplified semantics, right?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
You should just do something that you want to do and take no perf hit for it. So that was a great feature that landed there. So F# at Microsoft has been kind of interesting. So it started off in Microsoft Research in the early 2000s, kind of around the time that generics were being built. There's a whole other history with that, but you know, now there's a fully fledged product team in the developer division focused on improving the F# language and tools. F# is a product at Microsoft. It used to be a research project, now it's a product. It's actually interesting. There's that you know, that's kind of like what Microsoft Research is for, but it's really, really hard for research projects to turn into real products at the end of the day, and so I think that's really cool that it's able to do that. Visual Studio itself is you know, the F# and F# tools are written in F#, so that's something that I'll actually show. It's a really big code base.
Nice.
So if you ever are curious about, oh, okay, well, you know, can F# be in a big code base and handle Visual Studio, all that kind of stuff? The answer is yes. The Q# compiler is the core of it's written in F#. There's some pieces in C# as well, but it's like, I think it's like 40 to 50% of their code base is in F# at this point. F# powers parts of the Bing's ad network, Azure anomaly detection services. There's a whole lot of stuff that runs in Azure in the background. Part of that's written in F#. And then the Azure VMware Solution Service, which is, I don't fully understand it, I'll be honest. I've looked at the code base though and helped them out with some stuff. And it's a pretty large code base. I think it's for like, you know, hosted VMware solutions and kind of running on Azure, and like kind of this like management and orchestration system that powers all of that. It's written in a smattering of languages with a large core of it written in F# as well. And there's a lot of stories about parts of products in F#. Parts of products at Microsoft that are written in F#. There's a couple that are written completely in F#, but most of the time it's you know, the products are made up of lots of different languages, and they sort of identify like a core part that needs to have like this very tight domain that can run well, but very effectively allows them to express the nature of the problems that they're solving. And F# is a great choice for that.
I'll hop in real quick. 2 quick things for those who don't know. Q#, the language used for all things quantum computing at Microsoft. The second is there's a question that's come in that says, is F# and I'm going to say this probably incorrectly, F* are related somehow? They look similar.
Yeah, F# and F* are completely different languages. F*, it kind of looks similar in that it comes from the same heritage of what's called an ML style language. It is a research tool focused on allowing you to write programming programmatic proofs effectively. It's really cool. It embeds what are called refinement types into the language, which are kind of a more advanced sort of thing, but allows you to express at compile time that a particular condition will evaluate to true or false. And you embed that into the type system itself, and it allows you to write some pretty fancy stuff. What it can do is it does emit F# code. The tool can emit F# equivalent, like you write in F star, and then it translates into equivalent F# code that then you can write. I think it also allows you to translate into C or C++ or something like that. So yeah, it's pretty neat. I encourage you to check it out, especially if you're interested in diving deep into some more advanced language stuff that they got.
Got it.
But let's talk about F# outside of Microsoft, okay? Because it's used more than just there. Okay, so one of the big success stories historically, I think, is that Jet.com is this startup that was formed around like 2013 or 2014, I think. They took a bet on F# to sort of power their systems. And in 2016, they got bought for $3.3 billion. That, you know, from like a business standpoint, I think is phenomenal, because you're like, okay, we're going to, you know, choice of language is not the primary factor. And if your business is going to be successful, I think pretty much everybody's going to agree with that. Right. But it does impact it to a degree, right? Like it's ultimately how your business is able to operate. Like, you know, if the other functions of your business can deliver you the users, are your systems going to actually be able to handle those users? And to the tune of almost $3.5 billion, yeah, they can. If you use F# and .NET, and they actually did it in hard mode, right? This was before .NET Core was really mature enough to take a proper bet on. And you know, now it's from a technology standpoint, it's significantly better than, you know, like 2015, 2016 era. So I like to point at that and say, you know, can your business handle $1 billion workload? Yes, it can if you use F#, and I think that's fantastic. So they got purchased by Walmart, and so, you know, they're kind of the large Walmart conglomerate now. One of the big pieces of Walmart that uses F# is supply chain operations for their storefronts. So you know, the countless stores that they have all across the world, especially in the US, and operations about how stuff goes from one storefront to another, that's F# code that powers that stuff, which is really cool, I think. I think due to various privacy concerns, I'm not allowed to like say different bank names and stuff like that. Let's say there's a lot of large banks and you know, speculative financial institutions and so forth that use F# to power a lot of their financial modeling. Similar reasons, you know, they identify there's kind of like a tight domain in what they're working in. They want to express that really well in the language, and then they want to tie that into, you know, a larger ecosystem of stuff that they're trying to plug into, and F# fits really well there. Chowdal.com is a great example of an e-commerce website that operates primarily in Bangladesh, and also does supply chains for humanitarian efforts. Basically, like, you can think of it as if you're in Bangladesh and you want to do and you want like ethical grocery shopping, Chowdal.com is where you go, and F# is just kind of running all on the back end there for them. Imperfect Foods is another example, but that's here in the US. You know, that they're focused on, again, sort of e-commerce and grocery delivery. It shouldn't be deliver. You know, their whole deal is, you know, kind of like the Blue Aprons of the world, where you kind of get like your box of food that you can kind of cook with. They're focused on, you know, food that like sometimes gets thrown out because like, oh, this carrot looks kind of funky or something like that. You know, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just like visually they can't display it in the store or something like that. They sort of take that and, you know, again, kind of just the whole situation. A lot of it's written in F#, which is great. There's also a really cool car company for that one of the F# community members, who's a longtime contributor to the compiler, actually works for, and just powers a bunch of car charging stations across Germany. And they also use Azure Functions for a lot of stuff as well. So, you know, it's not just, you know, F# running in isolation, but it's working with a you know, a major framework and doing stuff. And there's just so many more. You know, I can't possibly list all the examples of stuff like success stories of F# in industry, but there's a bunch. And when you get into the community and you talk with people, you can find there's all, for example, I didn't know about the Imperfect Food story until last year. And they've been using it for a while. And I'm like, oh, cool. That would have been neat to, I got Imperfect Foods once, and I didn't even realize that they were using the language that I was working on.
Now, I heard you earlier mention this, and I don't want to gloss over it. The question has just come into chat. F# also runs on Azure Functions?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's .NET, right? So .NET runs on Azure Functions.
That is amazing. So you could take those same F# skills you have, whether you've been doing data processing, data analysis, or even building different types of apps, doing things behind the scenes, and go build out some Azure Functions, deploy those up in the cloud. That's cool.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Ooh, now we get to see code.
Yeah, let's do a little bit of demo because I'm tired of showing these slides.
Yeah, and let me do a quick time check. Oh, I think we've got 10 minutes. So this is going to be the fastest thing. God, geez.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fantastic. I can show quite a bit in 10 minutes. All right, I got VS Code open right here. I'm going to call this Corey.ipynb. Couldn't come up with a better name, so I used your name. I'm sorry. So I'm going to go ahead and select the kernel here. I'm going to go .NET Interactive. It defaulted to C# here, but I'll just change that to F# because that's what we're talking about today. Let X is 12. All right, cool. What's X? 12. Hooray! That's the most exciting demo in the world. Let me just bump this up one more here. But you can do some more interesting stuff. Let's go values, and we'll go. That's going to be from 1 to 10.
Got it.
And we'll emit values. And there it emitted it as a chart of values here, from 1 all the way to 10. Let's go.
While you do this, do you mind just bumping it up one more time, the zoom there?
Absolutely.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah. All right, values. So let's transform these into squares, right? So we'll go, and actually we'll kind of filter them out here. We'll go list.filter fun x. This is a lambda expression. We'll go x mod 2 is not equal to 0. Okay, so that's going to give me the odd ones there. So I'm going to go back there, and let's go ahead and map them out. This is actually GitHub Copilot that I have installed here. So I'm just going to hit tab.
Oh.
And it's going to turn them into squares for me there. GitHub Copilot also works with F#, and it works inside of a notebook context, not just in a standard thing there.
I'm genuinely shocked. I'm going to say this. I'm my mouth just dropped. I had to remember that I'm live on screen. Sorry.
Yeah. It's when you get used to it, it's just kind of like second nature using it. That's why I'm being a little nonchalant about it, but it's really, really cool. Copilot kind of gets better the more that you do stuff. So, let's say I want to just delete this. I'll just kind of do this. I'll go, I'll declare a function here. Is odd x is going to be x mod 2 is not equal to 0. And then I'll declare another function. So you notice in the syntax here, there's the keyword let. Mm-hmm. The name of the function is odd. It's a parameter called x. You notice that I didn't give it a type. I didn't say that it's an int, but I hover over it and it says that it's an int.
Oh, wow.
Kind of cool, isn't it?
Look at that type inference.
Right there.
Yeah.
This is why people who like Python code will find that they like F# because I'm just typing and writing. I'm not having to do the boilerplate stuff, right? I could do that if I really wanted to. I could give it a type declaration. I could even declare the entire thing, right? So that this explicitly says that that's going to be an int, and then that's actually going to fail to compile because it says, hey, you said that this whole function is going to return an integer, but you're actually returning a bool.
That's right.
So you got to do that, but I don't have to do any of that.
Yeah,
it's pretty great.
This is so cool to me.
So then I'm going to square stuff, and then I'm going to go values, and we'll go list.filter is odd. Okay, so this is the functions as first class values thing that I talked about, right? I have a function here called is odd, and I'm passing it as a parameter to the list that I'm filtering, and then I'll let Copilot fill in the rest for me. It was able to identify that I have a function called square, and I'm just going to pass that over there, and I get the same thing. This is this is interactive programming, and it's great if you're learning the language, and it's really great if you're futzing around with some data, I think.
I mean, this is super fast. It's super succinct. It's very direct. I'm like, I want to go play with F# now. I'm going to be really honest.
Well, I'm gonna blow your mind even more. Okay, so I'm gonna pull in two packages, Plotly.net.interactive. So Plotly is the most popular JavaScript charting library in the world, and it has .NET bindings. They're written in F#, by the way.
Okay.
And I'm pulling in a library called F#.data. This pulls in what are called type providers that allows you to get IntelliSense for your types.
Got it.
So, all right, I'm going to open up some stuff there, and I've written this code because I don't want to bore you with writing all of this necessarily myself.
Yep.
But so here I'm going to create some values. I'm going to create an X series, a Y series, an upper bound, and a lower bound. And
Okay.
you notice in this code here, I have this thing called data.rows. If I hover over, I get a thing called time. Well, where did time come from?
Yes.
Right? Where did that come from? That's kind of weird. That doesn't seem like... The answer is it actually came from the data itself, right?
Wait,
so
what?
I get this it's strongly typed. And so I get right here this raw GitHub user content, WinSpeed, Laurel, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to open this up in the browser here. See this header right here that says time in the CSV?
Yeah.
There's this other one, 10-minute standard deviation, time, 10-minute sampled average.
Yeah.
Right there. That's where it's coming from. So what's actually going on here is this thing called this CSV provider coming from the F#.data package is reading that CSV and generating IntelliSense with the F# compiler and basically saying, hey, there's this column called time. I'm going to make that a real thing. And then you can get IntelliSense for it. So you notice I have these like double tick 10-minute sampled average, 10-minute standard deviation. Again, that's coming from that data, and it's being fed into the compiler, and the compiler is generating types that you can then use.
I am legit. Okay, so I'm sitting here blown away. My friend Luce Carter, welcome Luce, says F# always makes me smile. I should write it more often. I feel the same way because I can't stop smiling. My face is starting to hurt.
All right. So you're going to smile a little more because I'm going to generate a nice fancy graph that like every Python data analyst should also be able to generate in their own code. Boom, right there. Okay.
What?
So I've charted measurements. This is wind speed in this lovely state of Nebraska, cornfields and all. I've been in Nebraska. I can say that. I have family that's near Nebraska, and it's all cornfields. It's fine. And so this is using Plotly.net, and again, like this is actually in their documentation. This is an example of doing some advanced charting in Python, and all I did was recreate the chart in F# actually using kind of generating some stuff. So like this is a non-trivial thing here.
Right.
I'm not just doing a simple line chart, generating like a sine wave or something like that.
Right.
I'm layering different measurements onto the same chart and doing some like subplotting and that kind of stuff, generating like a nice table and that kind of stuff. And then I can even, for my business, if I wanted to, I could download this plot as a picture and then, save it, that kind of stuff. So you can use that chart for this, which is amazing.
I'm like, well, even the code, like when we looked at the code, I know you said it's non-trivial, but as a .NET developer, I can very simply follow along with what's happening. The XY tray says, let's do a scatter plot where for each X and Y, we'll then initialize the scatter plot, set some trace info information, set some lining information for how this thing is supposed to be displayed, and do the same thing for the markers. This is really easy to follow along with. I'm blown away.
Yeah, and this is, this pipeline operator here, this is what you use all the time in F# code. All this does is it says, hey, this right here generated some data.
Yep.
We're now going to pipe it into a function that's going to output something else. That output is going to be the input to this guy. That output's going to be the input here, and so forth. And then you end up with this thing called this XY trace. Which is a trace 2D, is the type in Plotly.net,
right.
And that's just it, right? It's I'm not trying to be too excited about it because like this is just everyday F# programming, right?
Yeah.
Like this isn't the magic that I'm showing, and all the other F# code is sucks or something like that.
I'm excited about it. I won't even lie. I am blown away.
So in a limited amount of time, I'm going to open up the F# code base in Visual Studio. Okay, so we got 69 projects. It's quite a lot there. This is the compiler library, which is enormous.
Yeah.
Won't go there. Instead, I'm going to go over to this f#.editor thing, and here's what I'm going to do. Okay, so I'm going to create an F# script file, which is kind of like another interactive sort of thing that you can do there. And we'll go let function stuff is equal to 12. All right, so this is just a function that when you call it says 12. Right, simplest thing ever. All right, and then we're going to want to print that out. And we'll go function stuff, call it. Okay. There's an error.
What's the
Why
error?
is there an error? Well, actually, because this right here, let's say I put a space here. This is actually considered valid F# code, right? That this is like a unit thing, right? This can trip up some beginners sometimes. The unit type, and so you're like, oh well, how do I fix this?
Yeah.
Right. Well, we got a quick fixer. Wrap it in parentheses. Kind of deal with that right there. Okay. So this is basically saying, hey, we have an error. I bring this up because this is a common case that some beginners can run into sometimes, and we're just going to wrap it in parentheses so you get the tooling. Just kind of helps you along there. So I'm going to go to code that actually does this. Okay. So this should be the wrap expression in parentheses code fixer. Okay. So we got here. I should be able to build it here. I'm actually just going to do it multiple ones here. I'm going to go ahead and build a new instance of Visual Studio that's going to have this different code fixer in here. So what's going on is I'm inside of this project called f#.editor, which is a big, it's another big project inside of the code base that has all the Visual Studio tooling baked into it.
There's a lot of fun.
And then I'm going to see if I can build the entire compiler, which is an enormous project. I'm going to build the F# tools in Visual Studio itself, and then I'm going to have that launch a new instance of Visual Studio that's going to have a change where, before you could see that it wrapped it in parentheses. It's going to wrap it in 2 parentheses instead because we're being silly like that. Right. So you see right here, I got this Visual Studio 2022 box right here.
Right.
This is not the Visual Studio that I was just working in. This is a brand new instance of Visual Studio that I just created with this code base. So now I'm going to go inside of here, and you'll notice the reason why it's different is, see the version numbers are all, actually, I think they changed a few things around here since the last time I was in here. It's kind of hard to see, but you see this preview thing.
Yeah, I see the button
Roslyn
up there in the top corner.
As it's called there, that's actually the F# uses some Roslyn tooling to build some stuff in the background, the Visual Studio side.
Yeah.
So this is an instance of Visual Studio that I just built myself. I'm going to go to the script file that I just created. I'm going to copy paste. I'm going to bring this over. Okay. And we're going to generate that same error. Wrap expression in parentheses. It's going to put 2 parentheses in there. All right? So if you're curious if F# can be used in Visual Studio in a big project, integrating with a big environment like the Visual Studio system itself to do stuff, the answer is yes. And that was I compiled pretty much this entire code base in the course of while I was just talking.
Right.
It wasn't too much. It was like maybe a minute or so. And I have a new version of the F# tools built in here that has my changes baked into Visual Studio.
Oh man, I gotta tell you, I'm like, my mouth is, I have to close my mouth because I'm kind of crazy with the way I'm reacting here. We got a great question here in chat because I'm blown away. Let me just make sure we get this question answered. We've got just 2 minutes left. It says, can we write custom F# analyzers with fixers and distribute them via NuGet just like you can with Roslyn analyzers?
Somewhat. There is an SDK called the F# Analyzers SDK that kind of lets you do that. it's not as sophisticated as a system as Roslyn analyzers. And because of that, one of the major initiatives that might be happening in the next version of the F# language, fingers crossed, because I really hope it does, is that an analyzer system, just like for Roslyn, gets built so that you can have kind of like a pluggable analyzer thing that you can do, right? Because like today, you have to take a dependency on actually the F# compiler services itself, and there's a bunch of stuff in here. I won't dig into it too much, but like a lot of the APIs that you would use for that equivalent kind of stuff exists here. But it's mostly built for supporting F# editor tooling like you see in Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code or JetBrains Writer, and it wasn't built in mind for general purpose analyzers that you could then distribute and NuGet the way that you can with Roslyn today. That is something that is on the roadmap, and I believe there's even a design for it. But just because something's on the roadmap doesn't mean it's like actually going to ship at a given time. But this is something that I know that the team identified as being really critical for the future of the language. And so not yet, kind of today. It's a little more complicated than we would like today. In the future, it will be a lot better, I think.
Well, I got to tell you, Philip, we are just at time. Let me just ask the one final question before we transition out of here, which is, what's the one big thing we can do? Like, I've just seen some amazing things. Folks who are watching across the different platforms have seen some of the amazing things we can do with F#. What's the next step? How do we go play around with it?
Indeed. Okay, so there's a couple easy ways to get started. Okay. If you're working and you have a need for a small tool, right? You got to something in your system is like some kind of data format that needs to get parsed out into something else or something like that, or convert this, convert one thing into another, or talk to these endpoints or something like that. Write it in F#, if it's something that's going to take you a couple days to do anyways, and it's not really that big a deal if it fails.
Right.
Write out an F#, use it as a way to use the language, especially if you know what you're trying to do. If you have a need for more tests, which I'm sure most developers probably do, you can create a Visual Studio test project and test your C# code and F# code. That's a good example of how you can, integrate with an existing code base and maybe write a couple helpers to like transform data and that kind of stuff, kind of get your feet wet a little bit. If you know that you have a pretty hefty domain that you're operating in, consider using F# to model it. There's a book called Domain Modeling Made Functional. Domain Modeling Made Functional is the name of the book. It's really popular in the community, and a lot of C# developers have picked it up actually because it's so good at the domain modeling side of things. And it uses F# as the example language because it's so easy to do that kind of more complicated domain modeling you might need. And then just in general, if you want to learn something new and you're just always curious about building something that you've never done before, try doing it with F#. Like build a DSL, like I mentioned, right? If there's like a binding to a library or a tool or a platform or an environment or like anything, you're like, oh gosh, it'd be nice if I could access this from .NET. Try using F#. And you might run into some rough spots, but whenever you run into rough spots, that's when you actually learn things. And so, I think there's a lot of easy ways to get started where, you don't have to just go in and rewrite your whole code base. That's what I would recommend. And then from there, like you can connect with the community and learn even more and do a lot of things from there. So the easiest way to get started is you just go to this link, ake.ms/F#home. This is the Microsoft's homepage for F#. It's got, like some slick code samples, some examples of how you can use F#, and, links to go and download the right stuff and make sure that you're set on the right path to get going. So,
my goodness, Philip, thank you. I got to tell you, I'm blown away. I'm ready to go play around and actually go test my C# with F# because folks who've watched me write code live know that I do not like to write tests. So we're going to change the narrative, change the paradigm shift. For our friends who are watching, please just give a big thank you to Philip for this amazing session. I know that we've got our good friend Luz Carter coming up just next year. I'm going to tag Philip out, and then I'm going to tag Layla in, and there we go. Here we go. Okay,
Hello.
So I pushed the buttons correctly. I was nervous about that.
I wasn't expecting to come in. I thought you sprung that on me, but I was ready.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. See, this is what happens. That's why you
It's
shouldn't let
fine.
me control the thing.
I'm just sat here chilling, relearning everything about F sharp because it just does not go in my brain. I don't understand. But that was so interesting just to see how flexible it is and how awesome. You and I are going to be back at it to try and figure out F sharp and get it in my brain. And I know that our next host is another person who really wants to try their hand at F sharp. And that is my really good friend, Alyssa. Alyssa, are you ready to come on and join us? Yay! She's
Well, there
got
it
a thumbs
goes.
up. There she is. Alyssa, you're
Yeah, we
on
can't hear
mute.
Alyssa. Yeah. It's like, wait, what are
I
you
don't
okay.
think I was just saying I don't think anyone can like come on stage as willy-nilly and just be like perfect as you. So congrats on just nailing
It's
that
fine.
one, darling.
It's
Yes,
fine.
I'm gonna stop throwing you on the spot like that. I swear.
I'm here for it.
Oh.
So Alyssa and I have been talking about doing some F sharp on stream for quite some time. I think we were planning on doing it on some of the Women of .NET streams. So we'll have another hand at that, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
So Corey, thank you so very much for hosting there. You are awesome as always, and thank you. Go enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of your conference, and we'll catch you later.
Hi, friends.
Bye. So Alyssa, why don't you tell everybody watching who you are? I'm going to drop your bio in the chat as well.
Thank you, love. I am Alyssa Nichol. I'm a div. No, I'm a dev advocate.
You're not a div.
I'm a div. I'm actually a more semantic element, like a main, or no, we're not going to get into that. That's too much soul searching. So, at Progress, and I live on the front of the front end most of the time, or in the Angular world, because I'm a GDE. But I've recently been getting into .NET, and I actually got to know Layla and do some streams and talks with her. I do a show called JavaScript Girl in the .NET World, and I think that's also like through that and the Women of .NET, I ran across Luce. So Luce is our next speaker, and I could not be more excited to invite her to the stage. But I think first I'll let you go, Layla, and we'll see you maybe later.
Alrighty, bye.
Luce, I'm so excited to bring you on stage. Welcome. The amazing Luce Carter. Hi. Okay, so we can be matching.
Everybody.
We can be matching buddies if you want. Like if this bothers you, Luce, we can be matching buddies. But first, like if it clips the hair and I look like a ghost, you'll just it's fine. I want to
do whatever works for you. It's fine.
So Luce, I know many things about you. I don't know if they're the things I'm supposed to be sharing.
I talk about way too many things on the internet. I have no filter.
I know you're an amazing dev. I know you're an incredible, even better teacher. And I know that you're an MVP and that you're on the .NET side of life. So yeah, I'm really excited to learn from you today and hang out with you and chat. But can you tell us, a bit about yourself first before we get into the topic?
So I'm Luce Carter. I'm a developer advocate at MongoDB. I have been since June last year, and that's actually what inspired what we're going to talk about today. Other than that, I might cough a lot, so please forgive me. I still have a chest infection, and so I'm good. But yeah, if I start coughing, I don't have COVID. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to have fun.
I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say you're not here to cause trouble, but it just depends on what kind. I'm so excited. So MongoDB, you are. I feel like, we've talked a little bit about this before, you and I, like the difference between like JSON and SQL.
We talked about it on Monday.
You have a lot of hot takes, I feel like. Or maybe they're not. I'm still kind of new to the .NET world. So maybe saying something, I'm pretty sure the quote was, I like JSON better than SQL. Is that a .NET hot take? Is that going to set the chat on fire?
It's not really a .NET hot take because JSON is in all sorts of languages.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's in JavaScript, right?
Yeah. I think my
JavaScript object notation.
Yeah. My husband was telling me that. He's like, yeah, JSON is JavaScript. I was like, I don't know if I'd go that far. I feel like that's pretty like.
Yeah.
Hey Nick in the chat, good to see you all. So yeah, he was saying you can cause trouble for sure. So, but yeah,
maybe.
tell us about MongoDB and what we're talking about today. I'm excited to learn.
Sure. So MongoDB is a document database, and so it kind of MongoDB, it's a binary JSON, so it supports more data types than just JSON. But when you actually see it on the surface, it just looks like a JSON document. So for all of us that come from the C family of languages like C#, PHP, not so much like JavaScript, but Python and other ones like that. You know, we're used to JSON. JSON is nothing new. So it's a nice readable format that we're used to. We don't have to start learning anything new. As we'll see in a bit, like I've got quite a SQL history, but now that I've got like JSON, I'm like, yeah, I like this. And like I just love how simple this stuff's been. So that's why like I'm here. I'm like, I just want to share all about this stuff. Like it's great. Like I always say I'm a hobbyist developer. Like I dev on the side as a developer advocate. I spend way more time writing articles and the odd very high level tutorial code sample. And so I will take anything that makes my life easier. And so I'm like, oh, I like document databases. It makes it's made my life easier. And I've even got slides and everything. I'm prepared for this. So we're good.
Do you want me to share? Are we ready to, I have the power to show your slides. And let's see. Yes. Well, I mean, I
just start the presentation and then I can use a window.
But let us know, chat, if you have questions as we go, making this an interactive session, not a one-way conversation. So if it is a hot take and you're like, I will live and die by SQL, we want to know.
Yeah, like some people, it's SQL is what they know. And, it's like, it's, and I understand that. So we have slides, see?
Oh my goodness.
Can everyone see that?
Did you design these to match the conference's color scheme?
No. So this is, I love rainbows. Like, I don't know if you'll be able to see on screen, but I literally have a rainbow on my wrist.
Yes.
So I think rainbows are the best. So I was like, I want a rainbow template for PowerPoint. So I found this really amazing template. So this isn't color coordinated for this conference, I'll admit. I just think the slide deck is super cool.
It looks killer though. I think it's just because great minds think alike. You both chose schemes that look killer.
Absolutely. So you're gonna be colorful, right?
Select asterisk. I'm already getting a little scared from database where users loose. I see what you did there.
I try and be funny sometimes. Sometimes deliberately, sometimes accidentally. But yeah, basically kind of the sort of what caused me to write this talk, and I do lightning versions of this and longer versions. And basically what made me write it was because, like a lot of people, as you can see here from my SQL history, I've very much got I did have a SQL and relational database background. Like I find a lot of the time SQL is just automatically, when you need a database, people just go for SQL. And so it's all I've known. And as you can see, in 2009, I first started learning Microsoft SQL. Then I learned a bit of Oracle because at university, and they gave us a big fat book we had to follow. Then I moved on, and when I was a graduate developer at Fujitsu, I started to learn about Postgres and SQLite.net. Then when I moved to the BBC, I started to learn about Amazon RDS, which is Amazon's relational database system in the cloud.
Did you like it? I hadn't heard of it. Is it good? Good stuff?
Yeah, so the SQL's everywhere. There's so many different flavors of it for different, you pick them for different reasons. But yeah, you can see from my timeline that me too as well. I've come from a SQL background. And so when I joined MongoDB, I discovered document databases. And full transparency, believe it or not, when I got my job at MongoDB last year, I'd never even used their products before. And so kind of when I got started here, that MongoDB, that's when I was like, oh, okay, I kind of need to learn this stuff. And I was like, well, I can't be the only person that's got a really heavy SQL background and then is trying to learn something different. So I was like, okay, I went on this journey. Let's share the journey with the people. So that's kind of why we're here, because maybe other people want to go on that journey too, right?
No, I love it. And I'm trying to think. So you said how long ago that it was like last year, right? That you started.
Yeah,
you swapped?
June 1st of June 2021 is when I started.
Okay. Awesome. Let's get into it. Teach us the ways of SQL to Mongo.
Let's do it. So I like to stick quotes in. I always feel like it's like, I don't know, something about it that's like, oh yeah, quotes, nice. So yeah, so progress is impossible without change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. And I was like, well, that's kind of relatable, right? This is all about changing our mindsets, because you do have to think differently. You might have used JSON quite regularly in your code, but if you're used to SQL, you think in a certain way. So this is just all about, changing your mindset a little bit. And so, well, hang on, we can skip these. Okay, so we'll talk about tables versus documents, like you said. So the first question is, what is a document? Well, most of us know JSON, right? So it's surrounded by curly brackets. And then you have field value pairs or key value pairs or property value, whatever you want to call it. Really simple. You know what it's called to reference it, and then you know what the value is going to be. Nice.
So is the document the whole thing? Like if you had a group of those?
Yeah, so as we'll see later on, when we get in a couple of slides, basically when you have a document in MongoDB, that's the document you can, it looks like a JSON document, and then a group of documents is called a collection.
Okay.
And then you store the collections in a database. So a database can have as many collections as you want. Like, it's fine. Like a collection's a little bit like a table, and a what's the word? The rows in a relational database are a bit like the documents themselves. That's the actual information that you're storing, and then columns is a bit like the properties. But that's a bit of theory, but like we can actually see it in action, right? So I don't know about you. I don't know if it's everyone learns differently, right? It doesn't matter whether we're neurodivergent, neurotypical, whatever. Like, we all learn in different ways. And so when I was doing this, I was like, okay, I sort of get this, but I like to learn by doing sometimes. So I was like, okay, let's think about a relational database example and try and map how that might move over to a document database. Because I think that's quite helpful. And so one of the things that I do in my life is I see a personal trainer, and I've been seeing him for 4.5 years. And when I was learning this stuff and I was starting my job, it was beautifully sunny, and I went to see him in my first week in the job, and I was having the best time ever, because developer advocacy is my dream job, so I pinch myself every day. And it's what gave me the idea. I was like, oh yeah, my personal trainer would have information, right? So I got to think about what kind of information he might store if he was keeping it in a database. So the first obvious one is clients, right? You've got your columns for the information. ID is normally the unique value primary key column. You've got the name, maybe number of sessions per week, and their phone number. Simple stuff. And in a document, looks as you'd expect. You've got the curly brackets around the outside, and then you've got the field value pairs. And you'll see you've got underscore ID. So underscore ID is a special value in MongoDB documents, which again is unique. It's normally auto-generated for you. It's a special type called an object ID, but it kind of just looks like a GUID. So, again, nothing scary. We've got simple data types here. I've just noticed a typo in my slide. I've got a double quote at the start of the name and a single quote at the end.
Oh.
I've been giving this talk for since August last year. I've only noticed that. Sorry, everyone.
I see it now. Yep.
But yeah, can you see my cursor, by the way? Because this might help point at things.
I can. I mean, it's not as lovely and large and pink as it was last time I talked with you, but yes.
Yeah, well, I was on Windows last time, whereas this time I was like, actually,
I gotcha.
For this, I'm not going to be, because I use Mac at work every day. I'm on my work Mac now, where I've got all these things for giving this talk. So I was like, yeah, this is easier. But yeah, you've got clients, and it just looks like JSON. Simple. And then, think about what other tables you might have. So you've got the clients. Well, you've got goals, right? Everyone's got different goals. You don't just go, oh, I'm going to see a personal trainer. You know, it's an investment of quite a lot of time and money and effort, and so you normally have goals for going. So you've got the table, you've got the column, and then you've got the client ID, which is obviously like the foreign key because it maps back to the client's table, and so you know which client it's talking about. And then you've got the goal: run 5 kilometers. I can do that. Build muscle. I can deadlift 120 kilograms, which is what, 235 or 265 pounds, kilograms?
Hang on,
whatever
you said it was
American-
you said 135 kilograms?
No, it was 120 kilograms, so it'd be 200 and something pounds, I think, in US.
It is 264.
Yeah, there we go.
Goodness.
So these are some of the goals I had when I got there, and we're getting there. And so, you know, you've got the separate table, right? So as soon as you start wanting to maybe pull the information together, you start having to do joins. And the more information you've got to search for and the more tables you've got to bring together, the more expensive your joins get in terms of performance.
Yeah.
But also complexity of writing the queries. Well, we have a saying with at MongoDB, which is data that is accessed together should be stored together. Don't split it up. You're going to access it together, keep it in the same place. So a document, just like that. You just add the goals as another property. But in this case, we've got an array, and we've just got some strings of what the goals are.
How does
all
it work
in one
for
document associated with the same
updating
client.
though? Like,
what's that?
How does it work for updating though?
Well, you just update it. So you can just we'll see later on how you can do it in C#, but you can just call methods that like things like there's update one or update many, and you can just pass it what you want to change. And it will just take care of it.
The concern was like, oh, now we have, like, let's say it's not a personalized goals table, but if it's something that's like multiple users could share, like a gym code or something, and then it would be like a redundancy that's in each of those users. So when you update that gym code, you have to go and update every single one of those users that shares it, right? Like, is that not that process intensive?
So yeah, in that kind of situation, yeah, you would, and like that's okay. You can, just for each document, update that value. And there's also, data modeling techniques you can do for things like where you might be sharing information quite frequently. And I've got some links at the end that I can share that will be there's a best practices guide with some 20 tips to get started, which covers loads of this stuff because data modeling can be a whole talk in itself.
Yes, no, for sure. And then I also wanted to tell you that Frog was saying swapping between all of my computers feels like a flex that you were talking about earlier. So I had to mention that made me crack up. I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at him. And
no, that's okay.
Sean said, Luce's delivery makes it seem so simple. Is it really that simple?
Yes.
Is it?
Like I said, I'm a hobbyist and I also have ADHD, and I don't know about you, but I lose interest if things are difficult a lot of the time because I don't know whether it's the ADHD or the Asperger's. I've got a little bit as well, but problem solving sometimes and really complex things can mess with my head and really stress me out, which is why I'm not very good friends with CSS. So yeah, it really is that easy. I love it because it's that easy.
It's just funny to me because I would much rather deal with a CSS bug than like databases. I'm like, oh, here we go, scary. So it's just funny what
you're gonna regret telling me that now because now I know someone else to come and annoy if I'm ever stuck with CSS.
Let's do it. I will tackle UI anything with you any day. It's my love.
Well, it's funny actually.
This is my fear.
Yeah, spoiler alert, I'm getting my personal brand redone at the moment, and so at some point I'll need to update my website with all my new things that will come out of it. So we should totally do a stream together where you just come and help me do it.
Look for it, everybody. We're gonna do it. We're gonna pair on it. But no, so yes, it really is that easy, Sean. Apparently, I'm here along for the learning ride along with you. So
yeah, no, But this is the perfectly valid document on the screen. If it looks easy, that's because it is. There's no smoke and mirrors here. Sometimes people just try and make things look a bit easier by sort of obfuscating some of the more complex bits that you don't need to worry about at the time. Nope. Yeah. What you see is what you get right here. And then just moving on quickly, we've also got exercises. So, as well, you've got goals, but you've got exercises you want to achieve. And this is slightly more complex from a conceptual point of view, because when you think about it, you've got the exercise name, the total sets, and then the reps that you're doing in that set each time. Mm-hmm. So all of these technically are kind of grouped because none of them really mean much on their own. You can know what the exercise is, but if you don't know how many of them you're doing and how many times, it's useless. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And so we can take advantage of some of the extra data types that that MongoDB documents support beyond just JSON. So we can have objects, an array of objects, not a problem. Mm-hmm. So again, we're storing it in the same document because it's information about the same individual. And so we can just have the objects that group together those bits of information because they're related. So why not store them together in the same document? So you can call this an array of objects, or you can just call it an embedded document. Because all a document is curly brackets and field value pairs. So you can have arrays, you can have arrays of embedded documents, you can just have embedded documents themselves. There's so many different data types it supports. It's great. So, we've got the clients and the goals and the exercises, but of course, I'm not the only client, right? We've also got Chris. So Chris is my friend, and she actually introduced me to Phil many years ago. And she too has goals and exercises to go with it. Mm-hmm. But one of the things you'll notice here on screen is that Chris doesn't have a phone number. Chris is conscious about security and lives near Phil, so doesn't need to share a phone number. They see each other frequently enough walking around that they can just talk to each other. Don't need a phone number. And so in a in a SQL, right, null is kind of bad practice because you don't know what it means. You don't know if it's unknown or not known yet. It can be quite sort of messy to deal with. But don't worry about that in documents, right? MongoDB has a flexible schema, so you can have one if you want it. A lot of SQL people panic at first. They're like, oh my God, no schema. What? It's okay. Don't need one. And so with the documents, it's flexible. So you can just leave it out. If there's a field that doesn't apply to one document, that's fine. Documents in a collection can all have different shapes. Then obviously that's unlikely to happen just because from an architectural perspective, you're unlikely to be storing a load of documents that all have different shapes in terms of what's stored in them. But you can leave out things. That's fine. Nothing's going to blow up. Not a problem. And then, but apart from that, everything else is the same. So we've got all the goals, we've got the exercises, all that stuff. Makes sense, right?
Frog is asking, for developers who are used to traditional relational databases, how would you handle users tables that you want to share across multiple use cases with MongoDB?
Well, it depends what you mean by use cases, but yeah, certainly if you've got, you can reference the same databases multiple times, so that's okay if you want to point to the same collections of data. There's different ways that you can store lots of information. Like I said, data modeling and how you can do the relationships. If you really need relationships, there are ways to handle it. And as I said, the link I'll share at the end with these tips has a lot of great stuff. And I'll also share a talk that my former colleague, she left a couple of months ago and I'm still not over it. It was the best. But she gave a really amazing talk that actually partly inspired this a little bit about moving from tables to documents, but it's much more focused on just that and not also with a language. So she has some really great things in there about data modeling. So that might be quite helpful. So I'll make sure to share that at the end. Okay, so we've kind of touched on it a little bit, but it was kind of earlier on before we talked through the example. So just have a look at this kind of term mapping summary that my lovely former colleague put together. So as we saw, a row in a table maps to a document, a column maps to a field, and a table is a collection. Then a lot of the other ones are all the same. So a database is still a database, an index for read queries mainly is still an index. You've got views. Rather than doing joins, you can just do embedded documents. And we have transactions. Transactions not something you normally need with this, but if you, for whatever reason, you need to use transactions, it is possible. The one of the link I'll share at the end will have loads of links to different things, including this slide deck. So if you want a proper look at this later on, it'll be available. So don't worry too much if you want to take a longer look. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about the theory of tables versus documents, but why MongoDB? Like, not just because they employ me and I love them, but like, why? Well, as we saw, makes life easier. It's got it's got really high availability. In relational databases, when you want to make a change to the table, you have to take the whole database offline to make the changes, right? And a lot of the time you have a database administrator and you might have to like say pretty please or buy them donuts or whatever it takes to get them to do it. And well, it's fine. You don't need to do that with MongoDB. You can do the availability. So, it's highly available because you don't need to take it offline to make changes. It's flexible. As we saw, it's a flexible schema, so not every document has to look the same. So, especially when you're starting out with creating a new project and a new collection of data, you might find, actually, I don't know what this is going to look like yet. Things evolve. You maybe put in a proof of concept or an MVP. Too many acronyms. Minimal viable product. And so as things evolve, things might change. And so that's okay. You don't need to worry about that because it's flexible in terms of the schema. You can just, the documents will evolve with your project as well. So really great for productivity from a developer perspective because, you're not spending time having to make a load of changes. It's just flexible and goes on your development journey with you. And it's also, you can scale it vertically so you can add more hardware, just like with relational databases. Maybe you've just had some super cool, great idea. Your project's taken off. A load of people are using it, like Wordle, for example. I think that had pretty rapid growth. You might start wanting to scale vertically. So you add, maybe more hard drive space to store more information or more, more RAM or CPU, whatever it is to make it run faster. But unlike relational databases, we can also scale horizontally. So the way it kind of works under the hood is things are done, and you don't have to worry about this, it's all handled for you, but things are done in replica sets of 3 nodes. And so if you've got, and the data is consistent between the 3 nodes because that's why it's called a replica set, because it's replicated across the set. But if if you're wanting to scale but not have to add the hardware, which gets super expensive eventually, you can just create more instances of the same replica sets and it will just move across. Then we've also got something called sharding, which helps with that as well, which is, think of it a bit like a library, right? You go in a library and you want to find a book, and the default system in libraries for breaking things up, apart from topic, is author surname, right? So if you want to find a book, you might go to the right section, but then you'll say, okay, I want something by, I don't know, Richard Campbell, because he's doing this great book. And so you'd go to C to find it, right? And so sharding's a bit like that. You can set a key which is saying this is how I'm going to break the information up. And then it just puts everything in little groupings based on that key that you did. So then if you want to make changes to it, or you want to find something, rather than having to scroll through everything that you've got, you only have to go to that specific little subset that you've set up. And
so would you say that it's like creating categories, like lookupable categories for things, or not really?
Yeah, basically you can, you can pick whatever category you want from your document and use that to do your sharding on. And what's super cool as well is that in the past few months, we've released a new feature called live resharding, which means if you want to make any changes to how your data is broken up and grouped into these categories, don't have to go offline. It will keep it all up for you, still running, but it will do that resharding for you behind the scenes with a sort of duplicate And then once it's ready, it will make that the main database, and boom, resharding done live, high availability.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because no one wants stuff to be offline, right? In a world where people are always on, both mentally and internetly, like, people don't want things to go offline, right? No one's happy when things go offline. So the more availability, the better. And then, as we saw, readability. We know JSON, nice and simple. Love it.
I do.
Yeah,
honestly.
like I said.
Like it makes me feel like I'm at home. Like I'm cozy and I'm safe. And I also feel like that's a hot take. I feel like you and we're really bringing the heat with our love of JSON.
Hey, I love documents rather than JSON, but yes, JSON has a place in my heart because it reminds me of documents. But yeah, I just love it, and and that's why I kind of really enjoyed this journey, and so why on the timeline you saw earlier, the little caption I put for MongoDB was document databases for the win, because it's just simple. I like it. Like genuinely, I openly struggle very frequently with imposter syndrome. Like that's why I'm not a full-time developer. And so anything that's going to make life easier for me and not make me feel like an imposter, I'm all for. Okay, well, all right. So we're going to move on now to Atlas. And Atlas, for those of you that don't know, is our application data platform. But at the heart of it is a cloud-hosted application data platform, because it's way more than just a database now. But this picture here, and don't worry too much if some of the text is a little small, this is what you see when you log into, if you've got a database and you're logged into Atlas. And so, you've just got your database, and, you can see what it's called, the version it's on. You can also deploy it to whichever cloud provider you want out of the main three. So AWS, Azure, or Google Cloud Platform. And so that's super cool. And you can also, and what's even better, right, is that one of the features that we've introduced in the past year is multi-cloud, multi-region deployments. So you don't even have to pick one cloud provider or one region. You can pick the cloud providers and regions that work for your users. So if you need the data in lots of different regions that maybe one cloud provider doesn't support, that's okay. Pick multi-cloud and just pick the regions that work for you. And I think that's awesome.
Yeah, for me, it's a little overwhelming. You're saying a safe default is multi-cloud.
Well, the default is just one cloud provider, so it's not too scary. We'll see a video in a second of creating a database or a database cluster, and it's pretty simple.
Because for something like that, you want to choose not where you are, but where your users are, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you can literally, when you're deploying it, you can just pick, the regions that work for your users. So if they're distributed all around the world, you might want to pick, maybe a couple of places in the US, a couple of places in Europe, Asia, Australasia, anything that works for you. Okay. If the cloud provider is supported and the region supported, you can deploy your database to it. And what's cool as well, and one of the questions I get quite a lot is, do we have to pay the cloud provider separately? Nope. All taken care of. And even better than that, right, is that we have this M0 cluster tier, free forever. So you don't have, if you want to start, prototyping something, or your database needs just aren't massive, you can just use a cluster tier that's free. Right? No need to pay for it. So even though it's deployed to the cloud, it's free. You don't have to pay the cloud provider. We take care of it.
And then if you
who doesn't like
need
free
to
stuff,
scale
right?
up, you just click a button and then your account is...
Yeah. If you want to scale up, you just, hit a button. Obviously, there are limitations with the free tier, which is, it's shared resources, and some of the more advanced features won't be available necessarily. But, if you're going to start doing anything that's got really complex requirements or wants certain features anyway, you're more likely to be an enterprise that's willing to pay the very, very reasonable prices anyway. So this is a video? Yeah, so we've got video, right? So we can have a look at how you build a database, because I just thought, the fewer times we have to hop between different applications, the better. So we can just click play and we can watch it. So if you want to build a database, you just click the button. Then you pick which tier you want. So we can do shared. Then you just create it. And then you can pick certain things. So you can pick the cloud provider. In this case, obviously, we're going to pick AWS. You can pick the region closest to you, which for me is Ireland. But, there's other regions as well. And I took this video last year. So these have actually updated since then with even more choices. And then you can, there's other settings, or you can change the name of it if you want. So by default, they call it cluster 0, but you can be more specific if you like. And then you can just click a button. And so it's a few steps in a wizard and it takes care of it for you. And then it will just go ahead and get started. And so, it will take a few minutes to create it. But that's okay. And then good old SpongeBob meme, right? I don't know if you'll better hear it, so I'm just going to do an impression of a few moments later.
Excellent. It was perfect. It was like I was there, listening. It was perfect.
Oh no, there you go. I can hear. I don't know if anyone else can. But yeah, and then it's deployed, and then you've got this database deployed, awesome. But maybe you want to play around with some data, but you haven't got any yet. Well, that's okay. You can literally click a couple of buttons, and we'll actually load a sample data set for you, which has got a variety of different collections, of different documents, of different shapes and sizes in them, which we'll see later on. But it just means you've got a really nice variety of different document types that you can play around with if you want to. So, you might just want to see what it looks like with really complex data documents, or maybe some really simple ones. And it's just there, taken care of. You just click a few buttons and it loads it for you. And then again, a few moments later, because, it takes a couple of minutes to add the information. But, we can actually have a look at it. So I'm just going to quickly stop sharing, and we're going to get my face again. And we're going to switch to, I'm just going to move us into a separate window so no one has to look at us. We don't need stream inception. I've just seen Sean's question, and the sample data set's free too. What's the catch? There is no catch. We just like to make your life easier. I think one of the most important steps you can possibly have when learning a new technology is onboarding. If the onboarding experience is negative, let's be honest, you switch off very quickly.
Yeah.
So we just try and make the onboarding experience as easy as possible, so that it's just there for you. Free, get started, play around. Once you're done, you can remove the collections if you want, but you don't have to. You can just leave the sample data sets there forever and add other collections for your projects. So let's just switch screens. So we're going to do, what do we want? We want that one. There we go. So if I go back to here. So here, so I've cheated because I was setting up earlier, but if we go back to databases, so once you deploy your data, and you've got your cluster, your database clusters, whether you've got the sample data set or your own data in it, this is what you'll see. And this page might look familiar to you, Alyssa, because we were talking about this on Monday. But so we've got this database here, and there's bits of information that might be interesting. So you've got read and write, and how long they took, the number of connections, data transfer, so like IOP, so input output per second, how much disk space you're using.
Well, can you actually see the nodes, like the pieces of data for your blood pressure tracker? Like, how do you find?
So you just go. So we were talking before about if you want to upgrade, you just click a few buttons. It's literally made easy for you. You just click a button. But we can. So there's a few. If you want to browse your data and actually see the information, there's a few ways that we can actually look at it. So one of the first ones is in Data Explorer here in Atlas. So you can literally just click Browse Collections. And so we've got some examples here of blood pressure readings. So we've got documents with it in. So we've got the information that you might care about. And again, it's exactly like we saw in those slides. Obviously, it doesn't have the curly braces around it, but we've just got key value pairs and different data types. So one of them that you don't have in JSON, I don't think, is date time, no problem, but numbers and strings. And actually, if we pick a different database, so I've got this one that I used to help review an article recently. If we have a look at it, you'll see that it's got the sample data in it. So there's all sorts of different ones. So you've got Airbnb, so you've got like pretend listing and reviews of loads of information. Is this big enough, by the way? Because I'll zoom in if anyone wants me to.
I mean, Layla always says make it bigger. I can read it, but we let us know, chat, if you want it. But no,
okay,
so
that's okay.
so you have sample data throughout here, just showing the different
anything
structures.
prefixed with sample, any collections prefixed with sample comes from the sample data set.
Okay.
We've got Wordle. See, Wordle gets everywhere. One of my direct colleagues on my content team at work, because I work literally in content, so a lot of the stuff that I do is writing articles for our .com website, and we review each other's work. And my colleague actually made a Wordle clone using MongoDB Atlas in your command line, so you can literally do your CLR tool of choice and play Wordle. It's why not? But yeah, so anything prefixed with sample comes from the sample data set. So you can see that there's loads of different options. You've even got things like Mflix, and which is like an IMDb/Netflix thing. You see, also like different information. So it's loading at Mflix now. So if we go to something like movies, we'll just there you go. So then you've got all sorts of different data types here. So you've got an array of information, lots of arrays, date, time. Each document in these looks kind of different, so you get a real idea of what a document might look like, and you've got this here to start playing with. So if you want to just start to prototype your project with one of the sample database collections, it's all just there for you, completely free.
Well, am I allowed to ask what a data lake is?
Yeah, a data lake is a data lake is basically a curation of data from multiple sources.
No, what? Like, oh, wait,
So
is this a term? Is this a term in the data industry, and I just don't know about it? Like, is this a thing?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
I didn't really fully understand what it was until I started working here either. But
okay.
Imagine you've got data in, say, MongoDB documents. But one of the things you want to store is an image. Well, you wouldn't store the image in the document. What you could do potentially is upload the image to blob storage somewhere, like maybe in AWS S3 bucket, which is blob storage. And then you just have a reference, all right, in the document, you could add a URL for the image. But, you've already got this idea that you've got information in your documents, but then you've also got information that you might have elsewhere, because it might be that it predates you using the document.
I feel silly because I'm like, oh, this is because VMware Tanzu has a definition just in there. I'm like, oh yeah, this sounds like everybody else knows what a data lake is. Sorry about that. That was
absolutely not. No.
Someone had a question. Who was it? Shipley. Any concerns with latency to Atlas hosted instances?
Nope.
I can't even with that word.
Nope. Instances. No, absolutely not. Performance is really good. Obviously, like any database, if you start having, millions of documents, you might start to see some slight performance issues. But on the whole, it's lightning fast.
And then they said, any best practices to share, meaning should my app typically be deployed in the same AWS region, etc.?
With that one, I don't think it really matters so much, because the performance is good, but that's kind of up to you really. You're not going to make much. It's not going to make a huge difference. Okay. So I said earlier about this 20 tips to get started. Yes. This link is in something I'll show later on, but just this whole document will cover things like different things that's quite helpful. So any questions we don't get around to answering or aren't clear, don't panic. I've got you covered.
Nice.
But so this is just one way to browse the data, right? And it's not just browsing, you can modify it as well. So you can insert documents. You can either use
Oh.
An editor like this, where you can say, hey, like add a new field after this that might be, I don't know, secret. Alyssa is the best. It's not really a secret, but
Okay,
and then,
so
you know,
and then it changes. Like you insert it, it's live, it's there.
yeah, be live. And then you can also do the JSON editor. So if you prefer to do it in JSON styles, got you covered. And
Nice.
don't worry too much. This looks a little bit scary.
Does it? Dollar oid.
Yeah, object ID.
Mm.
We refer to things, and I'll come on to what that is in shortly. But we don't do things with we have something called like aggregation framework. So we've got all the basic, you know, CRUD stuff and find and update and all that stuff covered. But sometimes, you know, you might get to a point where your queries start to get a little bit more complex, and you maybe want to manipulate the data in some way without changing it permanently, you know, to use it. So aggregation framework allows you to build up stages. And so a lot of stuff has references to dollars. In this case, this is just object ID, so it's just a value.
Does dollar mean this was added by like the framework or the whatever you're using? This wasn't added by you, is what we take dollar as? Like it's a proprietary variable?
Well, so I don't know the answer to that completely, but I don't think so, because we didn't add underscore ID either.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But yeah, like don't worry too much. But yeah, basically you've got two different ways of doing it, and we can insert it if we like.
Did it happen? Did it go?
You can find it. So we can do field. It's going to be secret. Should I find it? I got it wrong. That's me having to write queries live. Like, why?
Can you just search for a string of secret, or does it need to have?
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. So it'll be secret, and then the value will be.
Oh, I was just thinking like.
There we go.
Quote end quote, and that's it. But it needs to be in this notation to search for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But a filter looks like a document, right? Curly brackets. What the name of the field you care about? I mean, we could have like. You know, there's probably all sorts of different queries you can do. But yeah, there you go. Documents right there. Added instantly. And now that's permanently saved in my movies. That you are the best.
That's exactly what we. Perfect. It's gonna be a good movie. Trust me. It's official.
Cool. Yeah. So
thanks, Matt.
Well, this is browsing it in Atlas. But there's other ways you can do it as well. So we've got Compass, which is our GUI application. So if you prefer, you know, visual things, we can connect. And this isn't the same database I'm connecting to, but it happens to have the sample data set in it as well. But you can browse it in Compass. So you can see, let's make this bigger. I don't know why it's got weird like that. There we go. So
is Compass here? Am I seeing Compass?
No. Oh, I'm probably
yes. I was like, wait a minute. If this is Compass, then I'm crazy because I don't.
Yeah,
see
no,
it.
I'm just forgetting to change screen. Sorry.
I gotcha. I was just like frantically looking all over the webpage. I was like, where is?
Yeah, so I was trying to avoid sharing my entire screen so that if StreamYard comes up, people don't get Inception.
Oh, I know. You know what? I love that Chrome. I don't know if you noticed this. They like started doing this where if your screen is sharing, Chrome will like hide it'll still do a notification, but it like does it privately. Is like this notification has been filtered. Like I love that, and I wish more apps across the board would just like check check if you're screen sharing. You know that would be amazing.
There we go. My apologies. Now you should be able to see Compass.
Ah, there's Compass. Okay. I see. Sorry, I was lost. I'm not. So this is an app.
You can browse it all again.
It's like a Compass app you download type of thing?
Yeah. So it's on our webpage, or you can just Google it and you'll be able to get it. Again, it's a completely free tool. And you know, you can start going into the going into it again, so we can start to have a look at the information. So we can say movies.
What
And
do you
here's the data
prefer?
again.
Are you an Atlas person or a Compass person? What's your go-to?
I'm an application person. I tend to do it from code, I must admit.
Okay.
But that's only because, like I said, as a developer advocate, like one of my favorite things to do is just to teach people the great things that you can do.
Yeah.
So I spend more time showing people things rather than making things, to be fair.
I'm right there with you. I'm asked the question, but why? And I'm like, because it's cool code. Why are you bagging on it? So no, I did not mean to make you choose between the Compass and the Atlas.
Oh no, it's okay. But Compass has some benefits. So, we've got the, this UI might look kind of familiar, right? Because it looks just like Atlas.
Yep.
Like you've got the, there's slight variations, but you can insert a document. So again, we've got the options of how we do it. So we can say, oh, it keeps making it talk. There we go. We can say, keep it consistent. Always important, right? But you can, so you can do the same things again.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things I really like about Compass is, as I mentioned, the aggregation framework, where you might want to start doing more complex things. And aggregation framework, you can think of a little bit like a conveyor belt in a factory with different stages. So you start off with your, raw data, no different than as is stored. But then you can start to add stages to it, and the output from each stage is the input to the next one.
Nope. That was too complex. What did you just say? What?
Okay. Have I got anything? Oh, I've got Photoshop. Let's draw.
Oh my God, are you pulling up Paint again? I love it.
No, we're on Mac. I'm pulling up Photoshop.
Oh right, Mac.
We're going like OTT now.
Is there a Mac version of Paint? Is that a thing?
I don't think so.
Sorry, I make you switch your screen so much, Luce.
It's okay.
Paint.
I still love
Ooh,
it.
oh my gosh, there's a website. Matt said paint.net.app. Oh my goodness. Hang on. If this is a real thing. If this is a real thing. Hang on. Paint.net. If this is real. This is going to be a game changer. I think every stream I ever do will have to be. Oh, yeah.
Experienced streamers everywhere are probably going, Luce, why are you loading Photoshop with your live streaming? Don't be an idiot. But hang on, let's so does that work? So if it works, we will use is it paint.net?
No, he said he made it up, but I feel like Vandermill actually gave us a real one. Getpaint.net, you mean? Is that a real one?
Oh yeah, I'm not sure if that's on Mac though. I use that on Windows because it's a bit more than Paint.
Is it?
But less than Photoshop, but also free.
Oh, it's a downloadable thing, not a. I was thinking it was an in the browser thing.
But you've reminded me we can do in the browser, so I'm just loading Google Draw.
Oh, Google Draw. I'm like, somebody somewhere has invented a drawing app in the web. Like it's a thing. I know it for a fact.
I have Google.
Oh, are we looking at the right thing? Have you?
Yeah, I'm just opening it and then I'll switch scenes.
Okay.
I'm just doing a bad job of multitasking. I'm very sorry.
I just wanted to make sure that you weren't drawing something beautiful that I was missing out on.
Absolutely not. Sorry.
Are you feeling any better? You?
I wasn't too well last night, but I'll be okay.
Excellent.
We're getting there.
You found it. It like even has like the old school like UI. Oh, it's good. That's good. You got it. If you haven't checked it out, the one that Matt just sent. It's good.
Oh, JSPaint.app. Nice. Let's go.
Oh, it's so beautiful though. Like I don't think you're ready for this UI. Oh, look at it. Look at it.
Oh my God.
I am not even being facetious. Like I love it. Okay, sorry.
Beautiful. Okay.
We're drawing.
Well, we're gonna. Do you remember what we were drawing on Monday?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Boxes,
you had.
Right?
Well, I mean, yeah, boxes, but it was.
We're gonna draw more boxes.
I think it was a collection, right, that you were demonstrating. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to draw boxes. So we can have like, let's have a green box for Atlas. So that is, your raw data, I can't type, right?
Oh, yeah. Paint.
Don't ever try and play me at scribble.io or any of those drawing games. I'm clearly terrible. Raw data. I should have just typed it.
Oh, that's a thing. Look at oh man. Look at the little pop-up with the sorry. I should
That's beautiful, isn't it? So that's the raw data, right? And so the first time you do you do an input to the aggregation framework, you've got the data moves on to the next stage, then we can have another box. So you might do something like I won't go into this too much because it gets a bit scary for people, but you can do saying like, go find me something. So it might be where we've got the secret as Alyssa is the best, and then it would only use those documents for the next bit in the next stage, right? So it's like a conveyor belt. So the output from one thing is the input to the next. So then once you've done maybe the match to say, oh, you want this stuff, it will only use those documents for the next bit that you do.
It's like a basket full of berries, and each stage you're like shaking some out, and then you pass it, and then you like shake the basket. So it's like kind of like that.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, my berries are all over the place.
That's a much more fun analogy than a conveyor belt in a factory. That's really boring. Does that make sense now?
It really does, and I'm so sorry for derailing you and making you draw for us again. I always end up making you draw. It's like the thing I do.
Having a genuine question and needing someone to explain something to you is not derailing. We're here to learn, right? So we're learning.
No, I love it. Oh no. Okay, so I want to double check. We have 5 minutes, so I want to make sure 2 minutes or so, she said, not 5 minutes. Oh, okay. We're supposed to wrap now-ish, I think. Well,
okay.
I want you to have any final comments and picks and things.
Okay. We're gonna share my screen again. See, we didn't even get around to talking about all the other things you can do. So we'll just quickly share Compass. But the good news is, right, is not to worry, because I actually have versions of this talk I've given in full are recorded. So if anyone actually wants to go through the whole thing, including how you use it with .NET and stuff, we can go through it.
Yes. Do you have a link for that? Because I definitely want to share it out. I know they're
I will. So
shoo us off stage.
Stop sharing. I'm going to share my browser again. We're going to go back to good old JS Paint a minute. And so, right, so I have a gist. So hang on, let me just quickly put it in chat.
Awesome. Yes, we'll share this out.
So I need to, you'll have to do it for me. So I'm just going to put it in the chat to you. Gist.github.
Perfect. And we'll share that out. And then I know you also said that you wanted to make sure and mention a book.
Oh, yes. So
is that here?
Just to try and add a little bit to I know I'm talking about credentials. I'm actually in the middle of writing a book called Beginning MongoDB Atlas with .NET. Because I was like, this stuff's awesome. I want to share it with people. So let's write a book on it.
So the book will be ready tomorrow and we can all download it?
Unfortunately not. It should be, I have to get the first draft in by the end of September.
Okay. Well, perfect. We've got that link. We're going to share it out. And I could not be more grateful to have had this session with you, Luce. This was amazing. Thank you.
This might sound like a shameless plug, but follow me on Twitter and I'll tweet out afterwards a URL for a recording of this if you want to see it in full.
Perfect.
But that gist that I shared on GitHub just gives you a bunch of links. So there's that document I was talking about with the best practices, some use cases, the forums if you want to get help, and then some of the examples I was going to talk about, and the slides, the most important part.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
That's great. The recording for this session will be out on April 12th as well. So you can catch that then. And with that, I'm going to hustle you two. Thank you both so much for joining us. That was awesome. And I will see you both later. So let me just remove some people. And that is awesome. We have got 2 sessions left. I'm just going to go and do a quick look at the remaining agenda for today. So we have Kubernetes made easy with VMware Tanzu application platform. John, that is a big task you've set up there. I'm looking forward to seeing how we're going to make it easy. And then we have mobile DevOps at scale as our final session for the day. And just a quick reminder why we are here doing all of this today. And that's because we're raising money for Girls Who Code. If you can, please donate a little something to our Tiltify campaign. And this is such an important initiative and really close to my heart. We're closing that gender gap in technology, bringing up our next cohort of and generation of women engineers to join us and make our community much better. So please see if you can help support that in a little way. And our awesome sponsors have already kicked it off with a donation each to our campaign. So that's Progress, Microsoft, Headspring, part of Essentia, and Twilio. So a huge thank you to them. So I'm going to bring in our final host for the day, and that is the awesome Matty. Welcome to the stream, Matty. How are you today?
I am good. I actually updated my hair color, refreshed
Just
it just for well, it's always this color, but I wanted to make sure it was the best it could possibly be, just for .NET Beyond. So, and so I'm excited to be kind of taking us through the end of this day here.
Well, I'm really excited for it. You're doing an amazing thing, doing a double session. So I'm pretty excited to see how John's going to do. But first, Matty, why don't you tell us a little bit about you, and then I will leave you.
Absolutely. So my name is Matty Stratton. I'm a staff developer advocate at Pulumi, where we do infrastructure as code, or infrastructure as software, as I like to call it. I've been involved in the DevOps community for a really long time. I'm the global chair for DevOps Days. I run DevOps Days here in Chicago. If you like podcasts, I'll tell you about my podcast sometime. But really excited to be here. And then from a .NET perspective, I never really wrote a lot of .NET, but I ran technology operations for a lot of .NET shops for many years. And earlier in the year, I did tell Layla that my goal for this year was to brush up and get better at .NET because...
And have you?
No, but the year is not over. But, shameless plug, not shameless plug, but actually of interest to all of you, .NET, all the .NET languages are some of the languages supported by Pulumi. So I... need to get better at them so I can help all the .NET.
And you showed me how to do that just before Christmas, and it was awesome. So thank you, Matty. What I'm going to do is hand over the reins to you. My dinner has just arrived, so I'm going to eat that. I'm going to leave it to you. We're going to bring on John first, and then I shall depart. Hi, John. Nice to see you.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
I like what you did with your hair, Matty.
Yeah, that's right. John saw me earlier today, and it was before I refreshed it. So it was actually a little more, if you look at the background, that sort of like mauve
washed
color.
Out, light
yeah,
mauve,
that's how it looked earlier today.
All right. Well, have a fantastic
let's get to easy
session.
Kubernetes.
And I will speak to you in a while.
So, John, awesome. Excited. You, again, like Layla said, you are making a bold statement to make Kubernetes easy. As I believe it was, I could be wrong, but I believe it was Ian Coldwater who has said, someone asked me to explain Kubernetes to them, and now neither of us understand it. But I'm really excited to sort of, kind of go through, because Kubernetes is a thing. By
the way, that reminds me, have you ever heard the phrase, I forget who said this, if you have a problem while you're programming and you use a regular expression to solve it, now you have two problems.
Now you have two problems, yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of a similar thing, yeah.
So I have a very important question, though, before we get going, since we are going to be talking about Kubernetes. You know what the word I'm gonna ask you, so the command that we use to run commands in Kubernetes.
Yeah.
How do you pronounce that, John?
So I call it.
How do you, John, pronounce it? Not
yes. kubectl. I think that's this is kind of like the GIF versus GIF or tomato of technology, but
it is.
Yeah, I go with kubectl, but
I agree with
control. I've heard kubectl. I've heard
kubectl is my favorite.
Oh yeah, that's a new one.
But as I have kubectl is nice. Now my license plate is kubectl, so I feel like I am an authority on the subject. But let's I think we'd like to kind of let you get started. Let's kick things off. Let's explain how everyone here can learn how an hour from now they will be absolute Kubernetes experts and
yes. Well,
can
temper
scale
your
the web.
Expectations a little bit on that one, but hopefully you'll know more than when you started. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Okay.
Hold on just a second.
Yeah, we'll got to get our slideware going.
Yeah.
The like a pterodactyl. Yeah, kubectl. See, Layla, and again, I've not heard that pronunciation before, but we've got a new one, kubectl. So
hold on. I guess
all right. Well, while we're sitting
here,
so speaking, because we're talking about Kubernetes while John's doing this in the chat, if you're planning to attend KubeCon in whenever the heck it's going to be in May, let me know because I'll be there. But now let's talk about Tanzu and Kubernetes, John.
Yep. So yes, so I'm so thanks, Matt. And welcome everybody. I'm John Bush. I'm a solutions engineer at VMware, as it says on the slide. But back in the day, I started as a software development in IT a long time ago. I started. I don't know how many other people. I know the Beyond.net's been going on for 5+ hours right now. But the first session was with Richard Campbell, and he did a summary of the history of .NET. And I'm old enough to, I think I knew of everything that he covered in that session. And it was kind of like it was kind of refreshing and fun to go through all the history of it. But I started actually on this, with C++ on Windows. At the time I was doing Windows C++ when I first got into the industry. And I was using libraries, and I wonder how many people on this, attending today, are familiar with things like MFC, Microsoft Foundation classes, active template libraries. I did a lot of COM work, so I could reminisce with people afterwards about IUnknown and query interface if anyone wants to geek out on that stuff. But after C++, when .NET came about, I made my way over to .NET. And it was super refreshing. It was a much more productive programming language than C++ was. And I spent basically the next couple decades on and off working as a .NET developer. But today, as I said, I work at VMware. I'm a solutions engineer. I work with our Tanzu software portfolio, which is sort of all about containers and Kubernetes. And today, I guess what I'd like to talk about is one of our newest product. It's called Tanzu Application Platform. And if you guys don't mind, I promise not to do a whole lot of slides, but I do have a few just to sort of set the stage. And then, my intention here is most of this should be just live product demo and showing you how everything works. And maybe we'll even use, I don't know how you pronounce. Maybe we'll do a little kubectl, or I forgot how you pronounced it, Maddie. But
well, the way Layla pronounces it is kubectl, like
kubectl. Oh,
kubectl.
Okay. Like
kubectl.
The dinosaur. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, that's a good one too. So again, I'm not going to read this slide, but the point being is that this slide just shows that they've surveyed a bunch of organizations that use Kubernetes, and they found that Kubernetes offers a lot of benefits. And by the way, so I'm sort of presuming that the audience knows what Kubernetes is. Just briefly, Kubernetes is a container orchestration platform. That means you can take your application once you've built it into a container. So if you've used Docker at all, you've used containers, and if you take your application once it's been containerized, you can deploy it into a cluster of servers, a Kubernetes cluster, and run it there. And what you see on this slide are a bunch of the benefits that organizations have said that they derived from using Kubernetes. And I would say, just speaking personally, I think my favorite thing from again, because I come from a developer background, but my favorite thing about using Kubernetes as a developer is that if you write your application for Kubernetes, it will run everywhere Kubernetes runs. And the nice thing about that is Kubernetes works pretty much anywhere. So if you write your app on Kubernetes, you can run it in the cloud, you can run it in your company's data center, you can run it on your development PC, et cetera, et cetera. So it makes it very easy to move your application from environment to environment. So everything's rosy about Kubernetes, right? And that's not quite the case. As you could tell from some of the joking with Maddie and Layla at the beginning, Kubernetes is complicated. There's when you're first using it, there's a fairly steep learning curve. Obviously, as a developer, if you're a developer, your primary responsibility is to build an application. So you're going to spend most of your time, and you should spend most of your time probably writing code. That's your number one priority. However, if you're going to deploy that application then on Kubernetes, there's some more things you need to do. First, as I spoke about a minute ago, you have to containerize your application. That's another one. I'm not sure. I might have just invented the word containerize. But
you could be proud, but you did not.
Oh, I did not. Okay, yeah. I don't. Well, put it this way. I don't know if that's in the dictionary, but it might just be slang or something. But anyway, yeah, you have to package your application up as a container, and for most people that means using Docker and writing Docker files. And a Docker file is just it's just a text file with some instructions that tell Docker how to package your app into a container. And I imagine a lot of the people attending today have done this and probably are comfortable doing it. And that's, and it's usually not too difficult, but I think it is difficult. It's not difficult to get it to work, but it can be difficult using Docker files to build a container sort of optimally. There's a lot of little tricks and that you need to do and there's some black magic. There's some weird things I always thought in Docker files where you have to, each line in the Docker file that modifies the container creates a layer. And if you want to make sure a bunch of stuff is in the same layer, you end up concatenating a whole bunch of commands together. Anyway, it's just kind of a pain in the neck. But once you've written the application, once you've containerized it, then you have to deploy it and run it on Kubernetes, and that entails writing a bunch of YAML files. And YAML is just a file format, and YAML is how you tell Kubernetes how to run your application. And YAML is how you tell Kubernetes to do all the things you see on the right side of the screen. So if you want your basically, you can tell Kubernetes how to do routing and scaling, how to create a deployment, which is a thing in Kubernetes, how to create services, which are how you direct traffic to your application within Kubernetes. All these things you have to understand. These are all concepts within Kubernetes. You have to understand them, and then you have to direct Kubernetes how to do these by writing YAML files. So you sort of have to. So that's another thing you have to add on your plate of things to do as a developer when you're targeting your application for Kubernetes. And I guess, so if you look at this tweet on the screen, especially the thing I probably should have highlighted it, the date on this is it's fairly ancient by technology terms. It's from 2017. And the point being here is Kelsey Hightower, who's a well-known person in the Kubernetes community. He's making the point that Kubernetes is a pretty low-level platform, and maybe we shouldn't be handing Kubernetes over to developers. Maybe what we should be doing instead is building a higher-level platform, a higher-level abstraction. And this higher-level abstraction should be a more developer-friendly one, and something that this abstraction should allow for higher levels of developer productivity. And that's what we should be making available to developers instead of making them deploy directly on top of a low-level Kubernetes platform.
I think I just wanted to kind of call out one of the things that's really interesting when we think about this is I think it's James Governor from Red Monk he had a tweet not too long ago which says everything is just us trying to reinvent Heroku again, right? But it's the
Exactly.
reality, and there's
Yes.
a reason, right?
Yep.
The reason of
Yep.
that is we need just as much abstraction as we can to deliver the value that we need to do. So like Kelsey's saying there, right? Kate's is
Right.
part of it, but it's not a platform, and platforms are hot right now for
Right.
sure. So
Yeah. No, exactly. We're all trying to rebuild Heroku. That was definitely way ahead of its time. And this is there's one more slide after this, but we're almost done. But this is Tanzu Application Platform that we're going to talk about. That's that higher level platform that sits on top of Kubernetes. In Tanzu Application Platform, so you install it on Kubernetes, which again means it runs pretty much anywhere you can run Kubernetes. So you can install TAP on your laptop, on your development machine. You can run it out in the cloud. You can run it in your corporate data center, et cetera. And it provides this higher level platform that's all about developer productivity. And that's the part of TAP that we're going to, and by the way, I'm going to call it TAP today. I'm going to, don't want to, waste the energy saying Tanzu Application Platform a bunch of times. But we're going to look
more of that developer productivity you were talking
exactly.
about. Right?
There you go. Yes.
Having good acronyms is the biggest, most important thing about developer productivity.
Yeah. So today we're going to look at TAP from a developer perspective, and we're going to try taking an application. And it is .NET Beyond, so we'll take a .NET application, we'll deploy it onto TAP, and we'll see how it helps. And one other thing, and I kind of tacked this on. I just wanted to point this out before I jump out of the slides, is that Tanzu Application Platform is an amalgamation of a bunch of largely open source technologies. And there's a whole list of them here. I'm not going to read the list. You can see to the right of each the number of stars and forks that each has on GitHub. Some of these are quite popular, and it's likely you may have heard some of these, and we'll probably bump into some of these as we go through today's presentation. So, having said that,
I also, if you do want to kind of look at that eye chart of open source technologies, I just put a link in the chat to John's slides, so you can go and review that at your leisure.
Yep. So let me share my screen this time. All right. Can you guys see my terminal?
You can now.
All right. Awesome. Fantastic. All right. So my intention from here on out is to, as we said, I'm going to pretend I'm a developer. I'm a .NET developer, and I'm building an app.
John, you're not pretending you're a .NET developer. You
yes.
are. Come on.
Well, or I was.
Believe in yourself.
Yes. The imposter syndrome, I guess. But yes. So we're going to take it. We're going to build a .NET app, and we're going to deploy it onto Kubernetes using TAP. And if you think about it, I guess if we start at the very beginning, if we pretend, I guess let's pretend, my manager came to me and said, "Hey, I need you, John, to write an ASP.NET web application, and we need to deploy it on Kubernetes." And John, by the way, I know you're a decent C# or .NET developer, but I know you don't know much about containers or Kubernetes. So while I want you to deploy it onto Kubernetes, we've installed this thing called TAP, Tanzu Application Platform, in our Kubernetes environment to help you out. And then with that, he gave me the URL to TAP and TAP was installed in my employer's Kubernetes environment, and that's what we're looking at right here. And when you interface with TAP, there's generally two ways to interact with it. One is through through the web interface that we're looking at right here, and it also comes with a command line interface that we'll look at in a minute. But I've been tasked with writing a new application. So how would I start? And from a .NET perspective, the way I normally would start would be by using Visual Studio and picking one of these starter templates that Microsoft provides. So if anyone who's done .NET development is familiar with this, you go into Visual Studio, say new project, and Microsoft gives you a list of different project types you can use.
Look, Layla, I'm learning .NET.
Yes. So at least and again, the cool thing about all these too is that these give you these are functional applications. Now, granted, they're pretty much hello world style applications, but they're functional, and they all incorporate the latest, concepts from .NET, from whatever the latest version of C# and .NET you're using. They follow good naming practices. They're structured nicely into using folders and so on. And this isn't a bad place to start writing an application, but in my experience, a lot of times when you work for companies, the company has its own sort of sets of best practices and naming standards and file structuring requirements. And so wouldn't it be nice if you had, let me get out of Visual Studio, wouldn't it be nice if you, your company could define its own set of templates and make those available to its developers? And that's exactly what TAP provides, is a bunch of templates. They're called application accelerators. And these provide you a starting point to build an application. And these are all customizable. They're all, behind each of these is a Git repository. And you can imagine within a corporation that maybe you have a group of enterprise architects who's responsible for curating these, and they create these, they make sure, and they create one perhaps for the various types of applications that are used within an organization. They make sure each one sort of has all the best practices for the organization, built into it or infused into it, and so on. So it just, by using one of these to get started with a new application, it just gets you kind of off to a running start. So if I was a developer and I wanted to do a .NET web application, let's say, this is the template I might use. I could click choose on it. And when you choose an accelerator, the way it works in TAP is that the accelerator can be configured to ask for certain inputs before it renders the template. And in this accelerator, it's asking for certain things, and then there's default values for a lot of this stuff. And if you don't like the default values, you can come in here and say, what do we want? Greetings from .NET Beyond and Tanzu Application Platform is what we'll say. We'll change our welcome message to that. I also wanted to show down here, these templates can get pretty sophisticated, and I'm not going to get today into using a database, but I did want to show in these templates, you can incorporate sort of like if-then logic. So you can imagine, I guess, let's say this application did use a database. You could have your developer pick whether they're using Postgres or MySQL, and then perhaps when the template renders itself, it might insert, hey, if I picked MySQL, it's going to insert the MySQL driver NuGet package into my project, and perhaps wire up the code to connect, to make a MySQL database connection, and do the converse for Postgres.
And then, and it's not just, I would imagine, it's not just about the technology piece, but there may be things that are specific into your organization that might mean something in your org, which, like, does this use service A, or does this use our old school shopping cart, or whatever kind of thing, like the
right,
the things that are germane to our org. That
that's an excellent point. Because these are totally configurable, and then maybe there's things you need to ask for in these templates that are specific to your company. Like there's things that they're not generic. They're not just .NET. Am I creating a web application or a console application? They're things about things internal to how your company does software development, perhaps. Because again, these are totally customizable, and you can do virtually anything you want with these templates. But once you've filled out all these values, you can hit next. You can hit generate accelerator, and by the way, it lets you confirm all the the pieces of data that you've entered, and then you hit generate, and then this is going to render my template using the inputs I provided and make it available as a zip file I can download. If I want to, I can even poke around in the zip file prior to downloading it. But let's just go straight on through, and we'll download it. And now we have a functional starter template for the application we're going to write. And I'm going to.
So you say.
Yes, and I'll hopefully we can prove it here in a second. I'm going to switch over to my console window, and we're just going to unzip the file I downloaded. And so I just unzipped it. If you look in here, you can just see there's a lot of CSS and JavaScript and all the things you'd see in an ASP.NET MVC application. And I'm going to go into the folder that I unzipped it into, and we're going to pop over to Visual Studio Code. And so this is my application. Again, and by the way, so just speaking honestly, this is pretty much the same ASP.NET MVC starter application you get from the Microsoft template. I've just tweaked it a little bit. And one of the tweaks I made is, I like putting my source code under a source directory. But under here, it should look very familiar. It's an MVC app, so there's models, views, controllers. And if we look under views, under the home controller's index view, you can see here's our customized welcome message. So again, I'm a developer. I'm starting work on this. And I've just unzipped this to my to my hard drive. Do people even say hard drive anymore? Because I think everyone uses SSDs, but
we still call it a hard drive. It's
I was gonna say, I don't know if that dates me.
I mean, I say that I'm gonna hang this up. Like, you don't hang up your cell phone. So
right. Well, and not only that.
Wait,
there's the whole a lot of apps still show a floppy disk for the save icon.
Well, it is, right? Isn't that the thing? They said, like, if I showed my kids a floppy disk, they'd say, oh, you 3D printed the save icon, So.
Exactly. They know it as a save icon. Yeah, that's
true. Okay, so like you said, though, I'm sort of looking at this. Mm-hmm. The code that it generated is not necessarily inherently exciting, but we're going to use our imagination that it was.
Well, and it could be.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, it could be,
But at the same time, this is just this is a starter template, and you as a developer.
John,
yes,
I need you to embiggen this a little bit more.
Embiggen this? All right.
Yeah,
I can do that for you. How's
I thought that?
We
were. What happened to your embiggened? It must have lost it.
We
did all this before, and then John probably went and did some work and was like, "This is too big." And
it was too big. Yeah. Each letter was half the screen.
Okay. So. Welcome to Demoland.
Yeah. No, this is fine. Does that look okay?
Give it another one.
One more? All right.
Yeah.
You can do that.
There we go. Okay.
All right.
And hit that word wrap maybe.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What was that? Command.
It's view. Or Control Z.
Control Z.
Sorry, Option Z. Option Z.
There we go.
There you go.
Cool. And you said that I would think normally this starter template, it's really just a skeleton. There's the intent of this is it's just a starting point for a developer. A developer would download this, and then you'd start adding whatever business logic you need to add for the application you've been tasked with writing. So there's, this template that you've downloaded by and large is not going to be particularly complicated. Again, it's just sort of like a skeleton to which you need to add your business logic. And as a developer, I'm going to add my business logic to this. And I'm going to, and again, this is just sitting on my development machine. And I am going to, at least if it was me, if I was starting on this application, the way I would go about it is I'd start.
John, it is you.
I guess, well, it is me. But I mean, this is just my way of going about things. When I start a new app, is I'll start writing the code locally, and I'll start hacking on it. I'll start adding logic. I'll add code. I'll run it again. See what the effect of that code change was. Go back, make more code changes, run it again, and kind of go through this loop over and over again. And Tanzu application platform, the first thing I want to talk about is that it helps with this sort of local developer experience like that, where you're working on the application on your local PC. And with Tanzu application platform, there's a plugin. It's available in Visual Studio Code, and I can say Tanzu Live Update Start here. And this is going to take a few minutes, but essentially what this is going to do is this is going to build my application, the one we're looking at right here. It's going to build it, and it's going to deploy it out to my Kubernetes cluster. And not only it's going to deploy it into my development Kubernetes cluster. So if you can imagine at your organization, maybe you have a Kubernetes cluster that developers use that's dedicated for development work, or maybe your development Kubernetes cluster, maybe it's just like a Kubernetes cluster you run on your development machine, and you use it for running and testing, what you're working on locally on your PC. But the point of this is because I could easily just run this app normally, just locally on my PC as a normal .NET app. But when you use Tap to do this, it's going to build it. It's going to package it into a container, and it's going to deploy it into your development Kubernetes cluster. And the whole intent of that is, this application ultimately is going to go to production on Kubernetes. So there's a lot of benefit to developing it on Kubernetes as well, because you want, if you keep your development environment as consistent as possible as your production environment, or with your production environment, you're less likely to run into issues when you move your app from environment to environment.
So when you're running Kubernetes locally here, is this like a local implementation of Tanzu, or is it like running Minikube, or
so
like
it can be mini? You can run Tanzu, you can run so any, and I don't want to say any, but pretty much any Kubernetes distribution that's conformant Kubernetes distribution could be used for this.
So that's actually kind of cool. So you have this, but you're like, okay, maybe, and this would be wild, but maybe you're like, for some reason, our test environment is EKS over on Amazon, but we run prod on AKS and Azure or whatnot, or in Tanzu, on Tanzu, wherever that's, like theoretically this stuff all moves around, and that's a whole other conversation about why you would do these things. But I was curious, what you're running locally. So just for my curiosity, you personally right now, where is this Kubernetes? Like, what Kubernetes implementation is happening on your laptop here?
No, so I have no Kubernetes on my laptop.
Oh, you're pushing this to.
But I'm doing exactly what you just said. I'm running Kubernetes on Google Cloud, and
the one that I didn't name.
Yes, the one.
The other one.
Right. But it's exactly like you said. You basically just you point it to a Kubernetes cluster, and you say that Kubernetes cluster over there, that one's my development cluster. I want you to, and by the way, that cluster could be on my laptop, but it could be anywhere else as well. It's totally up to you. So, it's totally up to you, whatever you want to do. So I'm going to sort of, so while we've been talking, some stuff has happened. I don't know if you saw the things scrolling by down on the bottom half of the screen.
There were words.
Yes, there was a bunch of words.
They were mostly not read, so that's good.
I didn't see any giant, critical error message. But essentially, that what we were looking at was the log of TAP building, containerizing. Now that I'm stuck on that word, and deploying my app into my development Kubernetes cluster. And I'm going to kind of gloss over how it did those things for the moment, and we'll sort of get back to that in a second. But it should be done. And one of the neat things about this is when I use this TAP plugin in my IDE, like in Visual Studio Code here, it deploys my workload to my development cluster, and then it proxies the traffic back to localhost. And what that means is if I go back to my web browser, it's going to look just as if my app's running locally, but it's not. So if I hit localhost 8080, this is my application. This is essentially this is the running version of that template that we built, and it's running out in Kubernetes, despite the fact it says localhost over here. And this is where just to show a little bit behind the scenes, if I do kubectl git pod,
how is it doing that redirect from your localhost to
magic? No, so two things. If I look at the let me just show, and this is what's the pterodactyl version of kubectl? Kubectl. If you use kubectl, and so we're sort of diving down and looking at what's going on inside of Kubernetes, you can see in my dev namespace, which is the namespace I'm using on my Kubernetes cluster for my development work, that I have a pod here running. And this pod's been running for 2 minutes. And this is where this particular application is running.
So
now, how it's being...
Okay. I was going to ask you, so like, does that template, like when you gen all that stuff, does it create like a kube config or something like that that's in your project file? So when you're running kubectl here, it knows how you're configured, or?
Well,
sorry, I'm getting a little into the weeds of.
I'm
curious how this is working.
So I do have my kubectl connected to my development Kubernetes cluster. So if I say, if I do kubectl cluster info.
But that wasn't done with the accelerator. That was how you.
No, this is me setting up my environment prior to doing that.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. And again, this is me pointing to my Kubernetes cluster that I'm using for development.
Totally.
So this cluster that I'm connected to could be, in the cloud or local or wherever. But
so that's what I want to. So Tanzu. So what you're doing here, there's no dependency on that. You're like, it's however I want to point it and configure and get it where I need to be. It's not kind of forcing it on me.
No, it's totally up to you. So Tanzu application platform, you just deploy. It runs on pretty much any Kubernetes cluster. So it's just up to you to install it and in the Kubernetes cluster that you want to use, whether that be one in the cloud or somewhere else. But so this is our app, and then the neat thing about this is once I've done the initial build of my application, and admittedly that first build does take a minute or two. Now I can make code changes, and I can come in here and I can say, and I'll just again I'm just going to edit the HTML just for something simple, and I can say I know this is not very original. I made a change, and I'm going to save this. And Tap is monitoring my source code, and it detects when the source code changes, and it's going to do an incremental rebuild of this app, and it'll deploy the changes to my Kubernetes environment. So I've just added this HTML. I made a change. And now I can go back to this page. If I refresh it, you can see my change is reflected here within a few seconds. And the intent here is, as a developer now, I have that sort of developer loop. And I've heard people call this an inner, this is the inner loop. This is what you and this is, by the way, this is what developers have been doing since the dawn of time. Hey, I'm working on my application. I'm running it on my local machine. I'm making code changes. I want to, make a change. I want to go see what the effect of the change is. Then I want to go back and make more changes and just keep doing, round and round, until I'm happy with the way the app's working. So I can come in here and we can keep going. And every time I make a change, that change will get quickly redeployed to Kubernetes.
And when it's doing that, it's a new pod. Because you might want to go back to the kubectl and show people that, right? Because it's because of how Kubernetes works, right? It's your age is gonna.
Oh, it's not. It's
not
actually
a new pod, right? Because it's a new.
No, it's patching. And I'll be honest, Matt. This is where I guess I should have pointed this out earlier. One of the open source projects that was listed on the screen is called Tilt.
Oh, that's why it's doing. Okay, cool.
And it's leveraging Tilt to do this, and it's somehow patching the container without it. And that's how it's so fast. Somehow it patches the container within the pod as it's executing.
So for those who don't like to put in the background of why that matters is that the kind of normal way of doing that would be redeploying, and it's. Kubernetes is built so it says zero downtime, right? It's just a new lifespan of a pod is just while it's going. But that's I didn't see that it was using Tilt, so that's pretty cool. So that's another reason why this is very, very quick.
Well, and yeah, exactly. And the other thing I'd point out before we move on from this is if you look at this, the thing I really like about Tap is that from a developer perspective, it pretty much fades into the background. I don't use Tilt. I'm just editing code and I'm saving my changes. And as I do that, it's building and redeploying my app. I'm not explicitly invoking commands in Tap. Tap just monitors my environment. As I make changes, it rebuilds and redeploys my app. And it's just sort of, I can just focus on the code and don't need to worry about I don't have to worry about doing, issuing commands to Tap to do anything. So I'm working on this application on my PC. What happens next if I'm a developer? Well, at some point, I keep working on this on my machine. I'm just working locally, and I guess speaking, for me, at some point I'll say, you know what? put a lot of work into this thing, and now I'm worried what if my machine crashes and I lose all my work or something. I need to check this thing in source control because I'm paranoid. I don't want to lose all the time and effort I put into this thing so far. So let's do that. I'm gonna create a local Git repository. I'm gonna add all my source code to it, and I'm gonna commit it. I'll be a good developer and give it a commit message. And so now I have a local Git repository, but I want to push this Git repository out up to a shared location, so my colleagues could collaborate on this with me. So for the purposes of the demo today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to I'll just push this up to GitHub. And to do that, if you've not seen this, I'm going to use, there's a GitHub command line. That's this GH command. And with the GitHub command line, you can do things like tell it to create me a GitHub repository. This is the name. I want to make sure the GitHub repository is public so we can all access it. And then I'm telling it just to push the commits from my local Git repository, the one that we just committed a second ago. So now I can, once this is done, I can relax. My code's backed up. It's all saved out in GitHub, and we can verify that by going over here. Pull this up. So here's my application. It's now in GitHub. You can see everything is new. It all says 1 minute ago. And if we look at my Razor view for the home index view,
you might want to make that a little bigger.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Embiggen it, you mean?
Embiggen it, please just.
Yeah. You can see
very cromulent to do that.
Yes. But you can see here's the changes we made to the file. And this is our original welcome message, and here are the 2 changes we made. And all this is checked into to GitHub. So we looked at TAP, helping us with that local development experience. While I'm working on the code, it's inside of Visual Studio Code, it's rebuilding, redeploying my app to Kubernetes, and I can see the changes very quickly. Well, how does it work when I'm ready to push this application or deploy this application to my company's higher level environments? Maybe I'm ready to, I've added all my business logic that I was tasked with doing, and I'm now ready to deploy this app to my staging environment or production environment. How does that work? Well, I'm not going to have it deployed from Visual Studio Code, that's for sure. What you want is to have what you want to do is tell TAP to say, you know what, TAP, I need this Git repository deployed into my staging or my my production Kubernetes environment, and ask TAP to deploy it from the source code in the Git repository into those environments. And in order to do that, you can type a command like this, TAP. And by the way, so I don't think we've done one of these yet. TAP comes with a command line interface. It's called Tanzu. And once you've installed it, one of the commands you can issue is Tanzu apps workload create. When you deploy one of your applications into TAP, it's called, they call your application a workload. And so I'm going to run this, and then we can talk about it for a second. But basically, I said, create me a workload, and the workload's defined by this file called workload.yaml. I didn't create workload.yaml. Workload.yaml was generated as part of that accelerator template we downloaded earlier. So as a developer, yes, I'm dealing with a YAML file here, but I didn't have to write it. It came pre-created for me. And if I did need to work with the YAML file, here it is. It's not very big, and there's not a whole lot going on in here. And if you look at what a workload is to TAP, it's really just a file where that's a kind of workload. It's got a name, and this is the name of your application or the name of your workload, Tanzu.net web app. And then the significant thing here is really what you're telling TAP is, you know what, this workload comes from this Git repository down here. Hey, this is my Git repository, the one we just created. And I'm telling TAP, I want you to create a workload from this Git repository on the master branch. And when you do that, TAP now will start building I just said it again, containerizing that application and deploying it into my higher level environments. And if we go over to the TAP GUI, the web interface, I can come in here and we can actually visualize what's going on with my application that I just, when I created that workload, this is where you can visualize the steps that TAP's going to take to basically convert your application from source code in that Git repository to running application in a Kubernetes cluster. You can see that these are the sequence of steps that occur. The first one is there's a source provider. This is basically watching the Git repository. What it does is it emits the commit or the commit hash of the latest commit that changed in that repository. It sends this to a step called the image builder. And this is sort of where the magic happens in TAP, or a lot of the magic. This is the step where it's gonna, and so if you think about it, this image builder, we're telling it the Git commit it needs to build an image from. So it's gonna go pull down all the source code from that Git commit. It's gonna build it, it's gonna package it into a container and store that container into an image registry. And then it's gonna, as output, it's gonna spit out the URL of the container it built. So it's kind of interesting that the image builder takes essentially source code as input and creates a container as output. And this is a container just in an image registry. And then the rest of these steps, without going into detail, are essentially gonna take that container and deploy them into Kubernetes. Does that make sense, Maddie?
No, totally. And that's, so when you've got that built into there, so it's again this idea of this supply chain, right? Like it's as we're moving the pieces along, and I think it's pretty cool because again those abstractions are coming in, which is I don't necessarily have to understand this. And it's not a matter of like being smart enough to understand. This is actually just the reality of the complex systems that we live in. This idea of you can do everything it's just too much. And I do understand that full stack means something different in the JavaScript world, but we're at a .NET conference, so it's okay. But as my friend Paul likes to say, oh, you're a full stack developer. When was the last time you wrote a device driver? Right. Yeah. so we want to be T-shaped and M-shaped. You should understand what Kubernetes does, but unless you're, going for your, KIA or, you don't have to be a Kubernetes admin. And we focus on the thing where our expertise provides the value. And for all of us, it's different.
Yeah. Hey, that's very, very well said. And I agree. I don't even think this, with something like TAP, it does mean you don't need to get down into the gory details and idiosyncrasies of Kubernetes to a large degree. That doesn't mean that you'll never need to understand Kubernetes deeply, or at the very least, maybe what it means is most developers in an organization don't need to understand Kubernetes deeply. But it is good to have a few around in case like anything else, if something were to go wrong or something's not acting properly, at some point you do need to sort of dig into it more deeply.
It's helpful to understand it, have like what I would put it at the level of familiarity, right? Does it mean that you have to know how to build and configure and do all these things? No, but you should understand the ideas of pods, right? Like, and what are these? Why, especially at the container level? And actually, I'll try to find the link. I don't have it offhand, but there is the, what basically everybody needs to like be familiar with. The Child's Guide to Kubernetes. The CNCF actually has the kids book, and it's phenomenally awesome. And it's a really good way for adults to just get your hands around like what's the gist, right? It's like Fippy Goes to the Zoo. I think I'm gonna while you're wrapping us up.
I think I've heard of it. Yeah, I forget the name exactly, but
it's called Fippy Goes to the Zoo. Yeah.
Yep.
So I will drop a link.
But I think that's an excellent point. And by the way, the other thing I'd add is even if you are the world's biggest Kubernetes guru, something like TAP saves you from the hassle of dealing with, Docker files and YAML files and makes you more productive as a developer. And, it kind of automates a lot of the things that you know, even though you knew how to do them, you'd have to be manually doing all that work, even if you knew how to. And this sort of takes that off your plate. And again, the whole point of TAP is, hey, developers, you go focus on the code. That's what's really important. And to be honest, as you know, that's what I like doing the most. You know, some of this other stuff is just a necessary evil a lot of times, getting your app deployed. You know, but the thing I enjoyed about being a developer is you know, writing the application and working in the code. So anyway, so this supply chain shows that it ran and it delivered our application into Kubernetes. And one other way we can check on the status of the app is by doing Tanzu apps workload get and giving it the name of our workload. And this is going to show that our application is running, and this bottom line says that it's ready. And the interesting thing is, by the way, here is our application has been deployed and it's running out in Kubernetes in a Google Cloud Kubernetes cluster, and it's been assigned a URL automatically because this is a web application. And it's basically telling me now, hey, if you go to this URL, you can pull up your web application. So I can take this, copy, go back to my browser, and I'm not at localhost anymore now. And by the way, this is a public URL. Feel free to steal this because this should work for anybody. But you can now pull up the application. It's running on a public-facing Kubernetes cluster, and my application is accessible. And you can imagine maybe this is my company's staging or production environment that I've now deployed my application into using TAP. And then the one other thing I want to make sure we cover today is, once I've deployed this application, TAP is, where did I got too many windows open. This supply chain doesn't go away. TAP is continuing to monitor this Git repository, and it's watching to see if any new commits are made on the master branch to the Git repository. And if that happens, it'll kick off a new build. So why don't we do that real quick? I'm going to come back here. And
so while you're doing that, just in the chat, I see Jay. I can't put stuff into the. I'm only in the Twitch chat myself, but someone will pop that link to the Phippy book into the YouTube chat, I'm sure. And by somebody, I mean probably Layla.
So I've made one more change to our view. I'm going to just commit it. Git add, git commit. Except for I got to give it a better message than that. Change my index view. And I'm going to push this commit up to GitHub. And so if we go over to GitHub, I refresh this, you can see, the source folder where that view lives changed 11 seconds ago. So that's the file I just committed. And now, if we come back to TAP, and this it may take it a second, but it's monitoring that Git repository, and it in the next minute or so, it'll start rebuilding and redeploying the application. And so, one of the things that I think is super cool about this system is that, as we were earlier, we were working with TAP in Visual Studio Code, and our main way of interacting with TAP was just changing code. We changed code, we saved it, and TAP automatically rebuilt and redeployed our application. In the same way, for our higher level environments, once I've got TAP going, all I need to do is make new commits to my Git repository, and that's going to trigger TAP to rebuild and redeploy my application. I'm not issuing any commands to TAP to say, hey, go do something. It just automatically monitors the Git repository. When it detects changes, it reruns the whole supply chain and redeploys the application. And so I just refreshed it. You can see this changed a few seconds ago. Whoop, I didn't know you could drag that around. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know why you'd want to do that, but it's pretty slick. But that's basically triggered the image builder to run again. So it's going to rebuild our image. And you can see, by the way, down here, here's our first build of the image. It was, from 11 minutes ago, and build 2 is in progress. It started a few seconds ago. And this is going to result in another deployment of our app. And again, this supply chain is, I didn't do any explicit command to tap. I just committed my code. I just did what a developer does. And so this is going to do a full rebuild. So it may take it a minute. While we're waiting, I could show you real quick something kind of cool.
I would love to see something kind of cool.
So this is, and I just want to show that the supply chain is not a static thing. These supply chains are totally configurable, and usually this is something that a developer doesn't get into very much. Maybe there's someone who manages the Tap platform. Who
Can I just ask a question? So
Sure.
What I'm not seeing in here is like, because this is like I know we're calling it a supply chain. I understand that. I understand the difference, but it's a little bit like your pipeline, right? Like, because I'm bringing that out there. So I shouldn't say I assume. I presume that one of the things you can do, and you can bring tests and gates and things like that into your.
You'd think we rehearsed this. So
you think I might have worked for a competitor at one point.
Exactly.
And know how these things work.
So the other thing is, if I didn't make it clear from the get-go, is that Tap works with a variety of programming languages. It's not .NET specific. So I have another app deployed into my cluster. It's a Java app, and you can see and I know this. I probably need to embiggen things, but it's got a much longer supply chain. And let me see if I can embiggen. But you can see it's running tests on the source code. It's running security scans on the source code. It's also running image scans on the container image once it's built. So point being is these supply chains are customizable, and they can you can pretty much get them to do anything you want. And you're right, Maddie. The supply chain has a lot of similarities with a CI/CD pipeline for sure. I mean, it's very similar. But most of these supply chains, what they do though is they take source code as input, and they create and they have a running application at the end of the pipeline. But just real quick, we go back to our .NET application. It looks like it might have redeployed. So again, I probably should have. We should see a third change message if that worked. I'm going back to my my public-facing web application. Yeah, and there it is. So it detected the commit we made to the Git repository, and it rebuilt and redeployed the whole application. So those are the things I was hoping to have time, and it looks like this will work out pretty well. I think we can wrap up there, but I just wanted to show. So Tap helps you start with the application. You have the application accelerator. It lets you generate a starting template very quickly and get going. Then you have that local dev experience, for example, in your IDE, like we saw with Visual Studio Code. And then it also helps with deploying your app to higher level environments like staging and production by taking the source code out of your Git repository and deploying it all to Kubernetes. And by the way, other than showing you what was happening under the covers, Maddie, I don't think we really didn't talk about Kubernetes a whole lot. This Tap does kind of insulate you from that to a large degree.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll just wrap up. We did have the one question in the chat, which I think we covered. I just want to kind of clarify, which is the question was adding testing into that. And I think where we saw that image scanner, that was one example, but it's to go back into that, that's again, you got yourself a little bit of a more complex piece. So pretty much anything you can run, right? So
right.
If it's a JavaScript or whatever, if you can want to run stuff, maybe you have a Mocha test or something that runs. If you've got various all the kinds of things you might care about,
Right. It's just like your CI/CD pipeline. Yeah. So you can and by the way, you can get this to interoperate. So if you use Jenkins or other CI/CD or CI tools, you can have this interoperate with those.
Is there like some kind of like with GitHub Actions or something like that, or
Yeah, you can get in here and you can get into the supply chain pieces and make and customize them to do virtually anything.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, awesome, John. This has been great, and I just wanted to wind up. Besides saying thank you, and I'm going to drop some some links in the chat. Actually, I'm not going to drop the links in the chat because, as I've learned, I only drop them into Twitch. So I presume someone who has better access will add those in. But I did want to comment. I noticed in your bio that you're from St. Louis. I was born in St. Louis, so
wow, cool.
So there's that. My father's from the area, and my father and my stepmother continually berate me for being a Cubs fan, and they're Cardinals fans. But so I do have one real quick question because I presume
healthy family.
I mean, I presume since you're from St. Louis, you're a Cardinals fan, right? It's good we got this out of the way. In like 30 seconds or less, how do you feel about this universal DH baloney that is starting to happen?
I don't like. I'm a traditionalist. I don't like it. I like for better or worse, I like the fact that the American League has the DH and the National League doesn't, and leave it alone.
Absolutely. Sounds great. Well, John, thank you again, and we're just gonna roll right along to our next presenter. I'm really excited to have him join. We're going to be talking about something that I don't know a whole lot about, although I was just implying apparently that I know a whole lot about Kubernetes, but whatever. I definitely know less about mobile, and so I'm going to be learning a lot, and hopefully you all will too. Rodney Littles, thank you for helping us wrap up the day.
Yeah.
So I hear mobile is a thing that's happening. I don't know if people is this like the hot new thing that's right around the corner?
So it's funny, right? Like 2009 timeframe, a boss walks me into his office and he shows me a graph on his wall, and he says, "Rodney, what's that a graph of?" And I said, "I don't know." He says, "It's the number of transactions that have gone from a website to a mobile application." He says, "So what does that mean to you?" I said, "Well, you're sending me to mobile training." and here we are.
Fantastic. Well, so what are, besides, I mean, mobile, like that's very broad. That's like saying we're going to talk about, the internet. What are you going to wrap us up with today? How are we going through the home stretch? What are we learning today?
We are going to talk, and let's see if I can share my screen right here.
I believe in you.
Yeah, that's because you don't know how good I am at clicking these buttons. All right, so we'll go ahead and click that button and see if that works. So today, I'm sharing. Haha.
Hey, look at that.
So
all right,
today
good.
We're going to
go out on a high note. That's it, everybody.
Done. Have a great day. So we're going to be talking about mobile DevOps at scale. And this isn't going to be. I always struggle with talks like this because people get on the stage or get in front of folks and they say this is how you do the thing, and to me it's like there's so many different flavors out there. You got to pick the flavor that tastes best for your team. So today we're explicitly going to talk about mobile DevOps and how to scale a process so that you don't right-click publish because it's technically bad.
Except for if it'll get you where you got to go.
It does get you where you need to go.
It definitely doesn't scale, right? You got to click really fast and a lot.
Yep,
so
yep.
your finger would get tired.
So
we're trying to avoid repetitive stress disorder is what's going on here. It's a health thing. All right.
It is. All right. So we'll go ahead and jump in, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
Great. So I'm Rodney. I am a senior mobile architect. I'm a maintainer of the Reactive UI project. I'm a functional programming advocate. So I'm one of those functional nut jobs that tells you that you should use observables all the time. And I'm a Microsoft MVP. And these are the places that you can find me on the internet. I like to just get this slide out the way because everyone always wants to know, where can I find you? So there we are. So the definition, kind of what we're going to talk about today. So I've got a high level overview of like what is mobile specific concerns, primarily because we talk about DevOps all the time, and I feel like a lot of the DevOps narrative is given from a web perspective. I'm going to start with the demonstration because the build pipeline takes somewhere around 10 minutes to run, and I don't want to sit there and watch paint dry with you guys on screen.
Even if it's MS Paint, we're not going to watch MS Paint dry. For those of you who have been sticking around all day, we had that a couple ago.
The jokes are real. I love it. So we're going to talk about things like branching, versioning, integration, and deployment, and what those things mean in a mobile world. So I'll go ahead and give you a disclaimer. I always like to give my disclaimer slide. These are my opinions, right? I'm going to be talking from a place of kind of iOS specific. Because iOS, in my opinion, has more explicit mobile concerns. Android is a little bit more forgiving when it comes to deploying applications, i.e. you could technically host an Android APK file on your website and people could go download it and install it, but you cannot do that with Apple. So because it's a lot more stringent, I like to talk about it because it's a little bit harder of a process to follow. But again, these are just based on my experiences. This is not, to say that this is the Bible. This is not your normal, DevOps narrative where, where everything is wonderful and everything's great, right? We're going to talk about some of the harder problems to solve as it relates specifically to mobile. This is a quote that I have, who gets on a talk and quotes themselves, right?
I do. I was just going to tell you, I do this in my talks too. So I love it.
I like this guy already. So these are not best practices, right? Just some practices are better than others, right? And that's something I really have been harping on a lot lately, because every time I go somewhere or I talk with developers, like, hey, Rodney, what are the best practices? And I'm like, best is a very, very explicit term. That means that there is nothing better and everything else is explicitly worse. I've never found one practice to rule them all in my entire 20 years I've been doing .NET. So one of my close friends and colleagues always talks about you have to be willing to evaluate trade-offs. The work that we do is a system of trade-offs, right? So you can't just say that this is the right way, this is the way, and we have to do it this way. We have to be able to evaluate, is this going to be the best thing for our team? Are we going to be able to use these practices? So as you're looking at this and hearing about all of the things that we're going to talk about today, I really want you guys to listen for things that are good for you and throw away the stuff that doesn't make sense to you. I'm perfectly fine with that. If you get 30% of my talk and you can take 30% and go use it, great. If you can only take 10%, still not mad. It's what works good for you. So right-clicking and publishing all the things, right? Like I will go ahead and say that I am more dev than ops. I am not really an ops engineer. I'm a mobile developer, right? I've never seen a Xamarin mobile project in my career that has had a full-time ops engineer that was responsible for getting code from the developer's machine to the testers and or end users. That has always been something that has been the responsibility of the development team. So easiest way to do that, right, is to just download all the certificates and provisioning profiles that you need local to your machine, right click and publish because Visual Studio allows you to do it, right? Well, that's great, but Rodney has to do it, right? Rodney has to have the certificates, which is a security risk. Rodney has to click the buttons, which is not scalable, right? So when Rodney goes on vacation, nobody gets any code. Right. And that's not necessarily a great place to be. But understanding that, like, this is what we're talking about today is like, why do we need DevOps in the mobile space, right? And what are the tools that are available to us in that space? So CI is universal, right? We restore some NuGet packages. Maybe we have some locally in our repository. Maybe we have third-party dependencies that we need to keep. Maybe we have multiple NuGet sources that we need to restore from. We do a .NET build, we do a .NET publish, and our code gets released to the world, right? Well, that's how CI works in a web world, right? And in your typical SaaS model, which is what a lot of people are doing these days, you get your every time that we deploy, everyone is on the most recent version of the application. That is not the case in a mobile world. I can't tell you the number of times where I've gone to my mobile phone and App Store says, "Hey, Rodney, you got 10 apps to update." There's no guarantee that any given end user is going to be on the most recent version of your application, and that alone comes with its own level of concerns and issues. So that's something that we have to be very, very mindful of when we are talking about CI, because we aren't deploying a SaaS product to an AWS or to an Azure. We don't have failovers where we can very easily just, click on this button and it'll go back to the previous version. The only way to that I know of, and somebody may be able to tell me that I'm wrong here shortly, the only way that I know of to get this to work is you have to fail forward, meaning you have to go push a binary with the previous version with a new version number that's greater than the version number of the one you want to get rid of. And that's a very cumbersome process, right? So when we're talking about deploying to things like, the iOS App Store or the Google Play Store, we really want to make sure that the binary that we release is correct, right? Like we don't want to get it out there and then realize there's a big problem with it. We want to make sure that we've run it through our gauntlet of tests. We've made sure that everything's, good to go. And we don't want to have to go through a whole process just to go backwards, right? We will always want to fail forward in this new fast-paced CI-driven world. So everything is universal until it's not, right? So I find that mobile is actually very similar to desktop. If anyone's I was going to use a bad term, an old school desktop developer, right? Anyone that knows the old school world of like click once and signing and all that fun stuff. We're deploying binaries. We are explicitly deploying a packaged application, and that's a very tricky thing to do correctly. In the mobile world, we need to support side-by-side installations, right? If I have my development environment and my test environment, and I want to make sure that the hot new feature that we just developed works correctly in dev and in test, I don't want my testers to have to go back behind and uninstall and reinstall. My testers already hate me by nature of the test, developer relationship, right? So I don't want to give them more reasons to hate me. So if they've got to uninstall, reinstall, uninstall, reinstall, just to make sure that dev is working like test, we've got a problem. In order to do that in the mobile world, I have to have an explicit, what they call in the iOS world specifically, a bundle identifier that is explicit to the application that I'm deploying to the device. So I now have to create multiple bundle identifiers, one per environment, so that I can deploy these things side by side, which now immediately increases our CI risk and our landscape, because we now have to make sure that we can support a side by side installation from day one. MS Build is the only way to do this from the command line currently. I do believe that's changing with some of the MAUI stuff that's coming down the pipeline. But as of now, you can't use the .NET CLI to build a Xamarin application. It just flat out does not work. And the key that I've been talking about is the binaries must be signed in order to be able to be used by even a tester. You can't even deploy an iOS application to a mobile phone that does not pass the signing aspect of the binaries, or doesn't have it, or you don't have explicitly the provisioning information that you need in order to do it. Like even local development can sometimes be a hassle when you're looking at release type builds. So these concerns make mobile somewhat specific, even in the desktop comparison, right? Because you now have this space where you want to support side-by-side installations. You have to have a different binary with a different bundle identifier in order to support that side-by-side installation. And the act of getting it signed is not as easy as you would like. So I think we're just going to kind of jump straight into the demonstration here. I'm going to go ahead and just break things down. So you'll see I've got my my nice pretty iOS simulator, and I explicitly have two different bundled identifier versions right here. And in a perfect world, these would have different names, but again, Rodney.
But we don't live in a perfect world, Rodney. It's okay.
Well,
Don't apologize for the imperfection of our world.
Oh, no. I refuse to apologize for the fact that I just didn't do it properly. It's okay. So the important part is I can click on this and you can see, oh, look at me. I've got a nice, pretty hello world. Welcome to Xamarin Forms. And I come here and I've got a perfectly good. And now as a tester, I can verify that, yep, that home screen works correctly across both of these environments, right? But that's not the secret to the sauce, right? I'm going to pull up this this Code Explorer over here. We're going to take a quick little dive into some of what's going on. So again, I'm going to continue to make disclaimers. This is not a talk about a specific technology. I chose a set of technologies, and I'm going to talk about a lot of different technologies that you have available to you. I wrote this sample using a technology called Nuke. Nuke is a C# domain-specific language for build, and I chose it because I do not like YAML. I am not a YAML fan. I would be so happy if the world chose anything other than YAML.
I was earlier today, before I changed into the shirt that I'm wearing, I was wearing my T-shirt that said YAML, and it was yelling at my laptop, which I got from my buddies at Circle CI. So it's a thing that's true.
That seems pretty accurate, right? So for me, YAML is always an exercise in spacing, and I never quite get it right. Is my IDE big enough?
Well, I always said that YAML shows your commitment to precision. So
segue. I chose Nuke. All right, I am being told that I need to make the thing bigger.
Yes, you need to embiggen.
Let's make the bigger.
Bigger
than this.
Yes.
Still not the biggest.
There you go. That's probably embiggened sufficiently.
All right, big. So you'll see here that I extend. So the reason why I chose Nuke is because Nuke is probably not as well known as like a Cake or PSake or some of the other things that are out there. But the main reason why I chose Nuke is because I like it and because it is extensible. So you'll notice that in my Explorer, and hopefully my Explorer window is big enough, and if not, I'll try and make that bigger. Oh no, it won't get any bigger. I made it as big as I possibly could. Layla's probably cursing at me right now. It's okay. So the interesting part about Nuke is that it's a C# application that builds your C# application. So there's a layer of inception here that I absolutely love. You'll notice that my C# application is directly in my IDE. And the reason, back to the YAML bit, why I chose Nuke is because Nuke generates YAML for me from my build script. So I can have a C# build script that I run locally, and it will build my YAML for me. So Rodney does not have to throw his laptop halfway across the room every time he pushes to the CI system and something barfs. So, this is a basic build script, right? Nothing special about it. Now, granted, actually, there is some special stuff about it. I am a smart guy, and I try and make the things reusable. So because Nuke is extensible, and there's an extension point in Nuke called this inherit. I can use a default interface implementation to define what my Nuke target gets, brain. There we go. There we go. This is gonna have to be on every file, otherwise I'm just gonna have.
I didn't realize. Yeah, I guess.
How about this? I'm gonna try this real quick. Let's see if we can just make. I'm gonna pull this off to the. Yeah, I'm gonna just change the font in the middle of the middle of the talk because that's way better for the users than me.
We're just doing it live.
If you don't,
we're talking about cake and pie in the chat right now, Rodney. It's totally fine. So that said, if you don't, are you team cake or team pie?
Cake.
Hey, I'm definitely not a wrong answer.
Well, I have to think.
The wrong answer is neither, right?
The
wrong answer is like I don't know, scones, I guess.
All right, so I click buttons, and hopefully that makes everything bigger. I'm using JetBrains Writer, and it has a great decompile tool. So you can see that I've got some IO code here that allows me to define what my build target is and define what my build target is in a default interface implementation. And then I'm actually just pulling in my source code from a NuGet package, and I'm able to use that across any build that I want to anytime I want to use Nuke. So again, it's real simple, straightforward. You do a clean, a restore. This is all, CI is universal. You got to restore, you got to build. This is where things start to get weird. You have this step called modifying a plist. There's a manifest type file in iOS called an info plist and an entitlements plist, and you can change things in it depending upon the environment, i.e. the bundle identifier that we talked about earlier. So this step will allow me to do that. These steps are just there because, reasons.
So, question in the
Sure.
chat, is this a replacement for MS Build? Nuke?
No, it is not. It sits on top of MS Build.
So it's an abstraction in front of it, right? So
It's
for me as a user, it's maybe replacing MS Build, and then I don't have to deal with MS Build. But
right,
it's like almost, if I'm going to totally like use all the words wrong. No, I'm not even going to say. I almost said it was going to say it's like sugar in front of, but it's not. It's just
so. If you're familiar with Cake or Fake or Rake, it is a domain. Nuke is a domain-specific language on top of C#, right? So its domain is the domain of build. So no, I'm not getting away from MS Build. What I'm doing is I'm building an abstraction on top of MS Build that allows me to call into MS Build. So in order to archive an iOS application, there are specific parameters that I need to send into every MS Build execution in order to do it. So in my abstraction, I've taken care of that for myself. And all I have to do is make sure that I provided the correct IPA directory and configuration and the Git versions and all of the various things and pieces that it needs in order to execute the MS Build task correctly. So it is syntactic sugar on top of MS Build, and it is and this is where like I love the inception. It is a C# console application that builds my actual application. So like it's C# building C#, which is like really, really fun to me. So not to jump too far, because this is like the fun part of the talk, right? So like this is just a basic build.
I don't know what we've been doing before. It's been completely boring and not interesting at all. Now we're gonna have fun.
I mean, I've been having fun the whole time. You've been cracking jokes. I like to laugh. This has been great. So we'll just try and stay on schedule so I don't get
the end of the day.
Yanked at the end here. Yeah. So, it's the end of the day. So who's gonna yell at us?
Yeah.
So you'll
Layla,
notice that
probably.
of course.
Oh, she's not.
So you'll see here that I have the ability to set depends on and all the various stuff, right? And then this is the meat of it, right? The output of this Nuke script generates this YAML file right here for me. So you'll notice this azure-pipelines.nuke.yaml. This is important. I can run, and I'm going to do it real quick just because, what is a demo without doing something unscripted? I can run Nuke locally, right? And pray that it works correctly. I can run Nuke locally, and as a developer on this versions application, I can run the build script the way that the CI system will run the build script, right? At least the local portions of it. So now I'm exercising some of the build script and getting an opportunity to allow my build script to have local concerns, i.e. it deploys this YAML file. And then because Azure Pipelines supports templates, it's doing things successfully. I'm gonna go ahead and close that. We'll come back to that in a second.
It's okay. Nobody could see it. And nobody could read it anyway.
You're fine. Good. Yeah, it's dirty terminal output. No one wants to see that stuff. You'll see here that I bring that YAML file into my Azure Pipelines YAML file as a template. What does that mean? That allows me the ability to say, these are Azure specific concerns in this YAML out here. And I explicitly wrote some of this in YAML specifically to show this ability. These are my Azure specific concerns out here in this YAML, right? But here inside this Nuke Pipelines YAML is all going to be things that are going to be specific to my Nuke script, right? So my local build script, things locally that the CI server never even knows about. And that's something kind of important to me. So I chose Nuke because Nuke allows me the ability to generate YAML. I don't like YAML, so it does the YAML for me. This is still kind of doing the thing over here. Ooh, that's the wrong way. Hey, there we go. You can see this nice, pretty debug output now. It's doing things. I'm gonna get rid of this key promoter X, which I probably should have stopped. So this is kind of the basic gist of it, right? I am very much the build script person. I'm not the YAML person. I prefer to have a local script that developers can run. And I'm going to kind of point out a couple of other random things about Nuke that I like and or don't like. I actually don't like partial classes, but in this instance, partial classes are awesome because I'm able to segregate my concerns about Fastlane, which we'll talk about in a minute, and Azure Pipelines and parameters all into separate and segregated scripts. It seems like my code is still not big enough for some reason. Let me click buttons.
It can never be.
Right, it's never big enough. I'm going to click more buttons and click save and see if there we go. Now it's super huge. Yay. That should be big enough, hopefully. I can segregate the portions of my build that are specific into these partial classes, and it just gives me a level of separation. Again, I'm a developer. I like separation of concerns. Single responsibility is my jam. It's probably the most important solid principle to me and the most violated. So the fact that I can take code level concerns as a developer and apply it to my build script is like mind blown bananas to me. I love it. It's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I'm going to point out a couple of other pieces that I think are important for what I consider DevOps at scale. I'll point out that I am using a directory packages prop file. So I'm managing my package versions centrally. So that means that if I work in an enterprise type organization where, open source is not always, come grab all of it. It's not a fire sale in open source. You actually have to vet it through a process. This allows a central place where if this file is changed, you can have specific reviewers on your pull requests verify the changes to this file, i.e. the people that are responsible for the governance of what packages get in and don't. So
I just want to speak. This is a big deal, right? And it's a bigger deal everywhere. So one of the things, just for some context, and everybody might not be thinking about this. So this idea of SBOM, like the software build of materials, software bill of materials, like understanding that there's so much that's been going on. So it's not even just like, Rodney was sort of saying that up until recently, we'd be like, okay, some places you're just like, yeah, slurp everything in, whatever. Like nobody can do that anymore, right? Because we could name half a dozen things in the last 6 months that were rough, like, something that rhymes with polar fins, right? And all sorts of stuff, right? I don't know why I'm not saying it. We all know it.
It's okay.
Reft mad. So having that ability to do that so that you can then put into whatever that process is, and hopefully some type of automated process of some kind, because again, you're tracking all these depths and stuff. So that's really huge to have this in an easy to consume way.
And why it's important to me, that's exactly it, right? Like it's easy to consume. Why it's important to me is this. You'll notice in my actual CS project, there are no version numbers, right? Because I'm sourcing all of that from my global versions. More importantly, I now have a very clear understanding of what's in here. And if I go and like right click in NuGet, add NuGet, or if I use the NuGet command, it will put a package reference in here with a version, and my central versioning will barf at compile time, which means I get an immediate understanding that, oops, Rodney, you're not supposed to touch that without proper information and consent. And if I change that versions file, again, if I go back over here and we go to that versions file, if I change this versions file, the correct pull request reviewers will get a nice big, you are required on this review. Right now we have a level of governance built in around our NuGet package scheme. So while this isn't, mobile DevOps at scale, in my opinion, it is. And this is the only way to truly scale things for large scale applications. Any team over 5 developers will find this invaluable, in my opinion.
I want to point out another thing, just that you said that really resonated to me. That's key, is you're getting that feedback very, very quickly. So I one of the things that always drives me kind of bananas, right, is in whatever our supply chain, like we talked about with whether it's like a supply chain thing like John talked about, or your pipeline or whatever, if there's any kind of validation or test that happens that I don't have the ability to do locally, I, as the person who built that pipeline, am kind of a jerk, right? Because it's like, you got to go this far and then I slapped you down. Right. Yes. And you're like, now maybe you don't do all the right things. That's fine. But I need to at least enable it. So this way you can catch it quickly rather than you did a whole bunch of stuff and then found out, oh, wait a minute, this is all going to fail later. And now I have to go back and undo. So I love it.
Exactly. So and that's exactly why some of the tools that we're going to talk about, like that's why I chose them. I prefer compile time feedback. We're talking about DevOps at scale, right? So, you check in code, you push it to the server. You have not been able to run it locally because you've got a YAML pipeline, right? So let's go ahead and talk about the elephant in the room, the reason why Rodney doesn't like YAML. Most CI systems don't have a local YAML execution platform. More and more are starting to pick up that concern, but a lot of them don't have it, which means I, as the developer on the team, get no feedback of what the CI system may or may not look like. Hence why I like the fact that I can run locally and run the local pieces, right? Like this is a local build, but when I run on the CI system, I get all of this additional CI concerns, right?
Yeah.
So now I at least get the understanding that I can modify my plist, I can run my fast lane match, and I can build my application, and I have some level of confidence that when it gets to the CI system, it's going to work. Now, let's talk about scalability, and let's talk about, team and being good developers, right? Another thing that I'm going to point out that I have in here. Oh, yeah, I've got it right up here. Hey, there you go. I've got this style cop JSON in here. Yeah, I like code analysis. Code quality, code analysis is a very big part of what we do, in my opinion. It's not so much that I think that the code needs to look a certain way. It's that I think the code needs to be consistent, right? The code needs to look and feel consistent, regardless of whether or not Matt writes it or Rodney writes it. It should look the same by the time it gets to the system.
It doesn't matter what your standards are. It matters that you have them.
Yes, my friend. Yes. So this enforces a level of standards. And what does that mean? You can run things like JetBrains has a inspect code that you can run on your CI system. That's a third-party tool that you have to run against your code in order to get it to work. I'm going to point out that I prefer static analysis for this reason, right? And now I feel like we're not going to end up getting back to the slides, and I'm just going to end up going through all the slide information right here, which is fine with me. I'll point out that I think additional white space is the devil. I think it's horrible. I think it's the worst thing ever, right? Look at this.
So tell me how you feel about Python then.
That's a conversation best had over beers, my friend. We'll talk about that another day.
That doesn't go on the stream.
Yikes. So you'll notice I added a single line, and now I have this nice pretty red error up here, and the code is telling me my code styling will not allow this. If I try and run my application right now, it will not compile. That is instantaneous feedback to the developer that we are not following the code standards. Now, let's talk about why this is good and why this is bad. Yes, it can, emphasis on can, slow down your development cycle, but it will increase your build cycles. When you don't have to run a third-party tool, when you get compile time feedback, you're not wasting 30 minutes for inspect code to run on a server and then find out, oh, ReSharper failed, got to go rerun it, right? Again, we're talking about scale. Scale is about throughput. Scale is about getting things faster to more people. If the developers take the hit, and this is the other thing, at a certain point when you have the static analysis, your developers won't even notice it because they will be so ingrained in what it is, they'll be able to blow through all the static analysis without a problem. It'll become second nature to them, and they'll be resolving it without even having to hit this nice pretty context menu that it gives you, right? So now, there we go, Roslyn. So now I've removed my blank line, and now my build will execute again. These things are important to me because I like code cleanliness. I like consistency in the way that I look at my code. So static. So I don't care whether or not you use a third-party tool like JetBrains or you use static analysis. I will tell you, you use it. You use it because it is the right thing to do, and because your code base will be better for it, right? And that is a very important thing for us as developers. And it may not matter to you, the developer, today, but imagine when you roll off the project, or when you find a new position, or when you leave the company, right? That next developer, I know there's developers right now that are cursing my name for code that I wrote 15 years ago. And I'm okay with that, right? Because I've grown since then. So I apologize for any of you that are supporting an application that I wrote. I knew what I knew at the time. So these things are important when we're talking about team sizes over 5, right? When you have 5, 10, 15, 20 developers, and I've seen most Xamarin projects range anywhere between 1 and 10 developers. I have seen Xamarin projects of over 25 developers. That's a lot of developers to be in a mobile code base. So having consistency, having the ability to get the feedback directly and not waste time building on the CI system is extremely important to me. Again, these are my experiences and my practices and my beliefs. Another thing that we'll notice here, and I'll kind of segue into this, and maybe I should probably pause, Matt, and ask, are there any questions out there in the
any questions,
perfect.
more comments? And that's it. You know what? Here's the thing. This is the beautiful thing about virtual conferences versus in person.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in an in-person conference, like what's the most annoying thing is, well, this is more of a comment than a question. And you're like, but like in the chat, we want all of that. We want the comments and the questions and all the stuff. It's absolutely beautiful. But so I am curious, and I mean, we do have Fuel Stable said, used to be a code style believer. I am no longer a believer. So I don't know if those are again, these are Rod here, like to quote my favorite Peloton instructor, Rodney is here to make suggestions, you make decisions, right?
Right. Back to the beginning of the talk with that disclaimer, right? Yeah. It may not apply to you. It may not apply to your team. For me, it does. For me, it's a staple. It keeps things consistent, especially when, we're talking about, I do a lot of open source work, and this is actually where I got into it is, consistency when somebody checks in code, that's not familiar with the code base as well. So, I'll take this segue real quick to point out that I have this iOptions bit. So to all you web folks who have been using all the new .NET Core nice hot stuff for the past, what are we on 7 years of .NET Core at this point? Maybe 8?
Jeez.
Right? Right. You guys may look at this and be like, oh, Rodney, there's nothing impressive about that. But anybody out there that's a mobile developer, when I show you that I can take an app settings.json that's in my Xamarin application, and I got some code over here that I'm going to show you. Hopefully it actually does the thing that I expect it to. Yeah, here we go. And I can configure these options, right? And I can use I can use the new Microsoft dependency injection. I'm explicitly using it because it allows me to dig into the configuration. I can use the new Microsoft dependency injections in a Xamarin application and get out anything that's in either my app settings.json, or if I need something specific at the platform level, I have this iOS app settings. I can pull all of that directly into my code, and I can use this iOptions concept and get access to any level of configuration that I want. 5 years ago, and when I first started Xamarin, this was not a possibility. You couldn't do this. This is something that's emerged in like the last 2 years. So again, this will come up when I show the actual build sample. But this is important. So I'm looking at the time. So we're gonna do this real quick.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
Do this. We're gonna go to our terminal and we're gonna clear our terminal. Hopefully.
We have a question though. Even though we got all excited, we're coming to a screeching halt to answer Layla's question. How does Maui factor with everything that we've discussed? Also, what the hell is Maui?
Maui is the evolution of Xamarin Forms. So Xamarin Forms is being pulled into the .NET, into .NET proper. It is becoming a first-class citizen. It is going into the system namespace. It is going into the system namespace as system.maui. Maui is the next generation of Xamarin, and everything that I'm showing you here should work in the Maui world. There's actually a tool that I'm going to talk about a little bit later that I know for a fact works in the Maui world. There's not a lot of change in the project structuring from Maui, so there are going to have to be tweaks. But overall, everything that I'm showing you today works tomorrow when Maui drops. So that's probably like the number one question I get these days is Xamarin dead? Xamarin is not dead. It is just changing form, right? Matter is neither created nor destroyed. It only changes form, right? So let's embrace this change, people, because Maui is on its way.
It's the laws of DevOps thermodynamics. Okay, we got it.
Oh man, we were having fun. So I've got this. Because Matt, I think you have access to my links. So if you wouldn't mind dropping the link. Maybe you don't. I will.
Well, no, I have access to your links. The problem is I don't have access to put them into all the chats. So, we'll get it. No. It's handled. Don't even sweat it. Which link do you want?
The link to the code on GitHub, the versions code on GitHub. So we're gonna do.
I got it. We'll get it there. We'll get it there.
We're gonna do a live dry fire exercise. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna change. I'm gonna change the README. So git status. We are going to git add read. Oh, wow. I can't see the bottom. How about this? Let's try this again. I cannot see git add readme. All right. So git commit live. This is not.
I hope you're all noticing that Rodney has a mechanical keyboard.
Oh, yeah. My microphone is right next to it. So
no.
It's
the thing. People are into it.
I saving my fingers for another day, man. I want to be able to write code until the day before they put me in the dirt. Yeah. Oh, the repo is private. That's because I like to write code in Solidarity. And hold on.
Hey, nobody can file bugs if they can't get at the repo.
Yeah, Well, I always start with private repos now that GitHub supports it.
Yeah, now that you don't have to pay for them.
Versions. Yeah, there we go. So let's go ahead and again, let's do all the things live, right? It's private. So let's go down here to the danger zone and change visibility, change to public. Come on, you can do it. Make it public. Come on, you can do it. Rodney, you can copy and paste things. All right. Confirm my password. Please don't do two-factor. Okay, we should be public. All right, so now that the link is posted and it's public, everyone can see Rodney's horrible code. Great. So now that we've committed with git push origin, and notice that I'm committing directly to the main branch because I'm a great developer.
Because YOLO.
I mean,
Git commit YOLO.
I mean, I have force push to master on occasion. I don't recommend it, but in dire straits, do what you got to do. So now what that should do is kick off some CI stuff. So let's go ahead and pull this over and look at the thing. We'll go ahead and increase. Let's do Control plus all the things. So now you'll notice that that might be too big. There we go. That seems big enough. You'll notice that I've even though I'm pushing to GitHub, my pipelines are in Azure DevOps, and I'm explicitly using this rlittles versions. So if we refresh, hopefully we will see, we have a build going. So I just wanted to prove that pushing code to GitHub gets it there. And with that commit is all of the links that are going to be relevant to this talk. So they're right there on the README for everybody out there to see them right now. That way, Matt, you don't have to worry about posting them throughout the rest of the talk. I figured I'd give you.
There you go. Look at that. Look at that.
Try to be a good citizen, right? Yeah. So, the important thing here is that now I'm building. So we'll come back to that in a moment and continue on with our source code and talking through some of these things. And it's funny because I had a whole slide deck built, and now I'm just kind of going off the top of with all of.
That's how we do, man. It's just like,
Yeah, it is.
We're just riffing.
It's DevOps. You got to be.
Yep,
so the important part about that is that going back to what I was talking about earlier in some of the tools, right? So iOS has a very specific concern where you have to create an Apple specific certificate and Apple specific provisioning profiles, and you have to do everything Apple's way, or they tell you cannot play in our sandbox. Apple is ridiculously particular about these things.
It's a very nice sandbox. It has a good payload and a rake and stuff. So you got to keep up the riffraff, I guess.
Oh my God, the jokes are too much for me right now. Yeah, so it's because it's the design of their sandbox is superior to everyone else's, even though everyone else's was created 10 years ago and they're just coming out with their sandbox.
Yeah.
It's better and way more nice. Anyway, so because Apple is that way, I employed a tool called Fastlane, and the link should be on that README in that repository. What Fastlane allows me to do is it automates the creation, the consumption of those certificates. Anyone that's done mobile will tell you, in the early days of mobile, before tools like Fastlane existed, creating a provisioning profile was something that took you the better part of an afternoon, and you have to change the provisioning profile every time you add more testers to be able to test your application. So now you're wasting an entire afternoon every time you get a new iOS device to test with, or every time you have tester turnover, or every time that the CEO gets a brand new iPhone and he wants to be included. Every single time, that would take you at minimum an afternoon to go and rehydrate all those certificates. Fastlane does it for me in a matter of minutes. So I use Fastlane for that reason, because it has always been a great tool. I'm going to point out that Fastlane has a tool called Fastlane Match, and it has actually an entire suite that will let you do all forms of deployment. But Fastlane has a tool called Fastlane Match, and what I'm using is Fastlane Match, and I'm specifically using the Amazon S3 offering for it that will go and generate my Apple certificates It will generate my provisioning profiles. It will store them in a place that is accessible to anyone that has the proper keys. Now we're talking about scale. Why is that important? If you have 5 developers on your team and all of them need access to the certificates and all of them have to install it on their local machine in order to be able to, do release debugging, being able to do this in a systematic and distributed way is extremely important. So Fastlane is, in my opinion, an invaluable tool to be able to get there. It has way more to it than just match. About recording.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's
okay.
That's
so
not,
yes, no
you're
worries.
good.
Okay. Yeah, reading is fundamental, and I shouldn't do it while I'm talking.
Yeah.
So it's an invaluable tool. It allows me to, again, these are the bundle identifiers. So it allows me to say across these different, so I have one for production and one for dev because I'm cheating and making it simple. This isn't a full scale implementation. It'll let me set the output directory for where I drop those provisioning profiles. It lets me configure all manner of things right here in this match file. And then all I have to do, going back to my code, all I have to do is run Fastlane match with the arguments that I want, and it will go off and do the thing, right? So I literally just call Fastlane. If you're using any of the modern CI systems, I would say the majority of them have Fastlane pre-installed for you these days. I didn't have to install it as part of the Azure DevOps bits. I did have to set up a keychain for Azure DevOps, so we'll talk about. So like that's where again Apple is extremely persnickety when it comes to things. You have to build it on a Mac environment, and you have to use Apple keychain, and you got to do all the Apple things the Apple way. Otherwise, you can't play in the sandbox. So again, I use Fastlane, and explicitly on the CI system, so my Nuke script is running a different concept locally than it is on the CI system. So locally, I run this match target, but on the CI system, I run this Fastlane target, and the Fastlane target is running something completely different, and it explicitly has the setup keychain. Earlier in my terminal output, that wasn't a thing for the local build. So Fastlane allows me the ability to handle the provisioning of an iOS application, i.e. the code signing, very, very easily, consistently, and at scale. Anyone that has access to the correct passwords and secrets can get to it, which means you can just pass the passwords and the secrets around the team, and everybody gets access to it, and you don't have to worry about going and manually doing all those things. You can manually do it. It's not that you can't, but in my opinion, it's not the path to success. Again, this is about scalability. We want to be able to do things quickly. Let's go back and check to see whether or not our build is complete. It probably is not, but we're going to check anyway, just to be sure. Oh, maybe we're not going to check if we can't find the right button to click. Oh, it's still going. So while we're talking about it, right? So again, this is how Nuke outputs to my console, or to my console in Azure DevOps. It is a single job. By default, Nuke doesn't do that. Nuke actually does a job per task. Again, I told you earlier, Nuke is extensible, so I extended Nuke and Nuke allowed me the ability to say, "Hey, run all of these as one job." So we'll click into that job, and we'll see that that we're doing, the simple .NET Core SDK. We're populating our app settings. So again, where I was telling you that we were substituting that app settings.json, that's something that 5 years ago you could not do in Xamarin. So this is a really big step in the right direction. My clean stuff, my modify plist. So again, I'm coming in here, and if I can find it, my target at the bottom, right? I'm actually changing the bundle identifier in that manifest file to be my production one, right? And I'm giving it the short version. So now this is a iOS specific thing. So I'm going to talk to all the iOS folks or anybody that might be doing iOS in the future, because this confused me so much. This CF bundle short version is the overall application version, right? So your 1.1, 1.1.1, right? This CF bundle version is a more specific version. Why does this matter? When you push to things like TestFlight or the App Store, you need this version to be incremented every single time. Otherwise, Apple will reject your binary and you can't play in the sandbox. Again, this is all about playing nice in the sandbox with Apple. So this is the public version that people will see on the App Store, and this is what Apple will see when they go and verify that your IPA does what it's supposed to do. So again, I have this Fastlane step. I set up a keychain. I ran Fastlane. Everybody's happy. Everybody's good. So we're going to kind of come back to this a couple of times throughout the remainder of the time. I see we're running up against time now. So let's continue, right? So let me just go check my slides to make sure that I've covered all the important things. I haven't. So things like I haven't covered like half of what I wanted to talk about. Such is the nature of this.
That's all right.
I don't care.
We're all things. We know things we didn't know before, right?
So yeah, exactly. So things that we talk about in terms of like scalability when it comes to mobile apps is like branching strategies. A lot of the times, a lot of the projects I have used like a Git flow, where you have like a proper main line, you have a development channel, you can do hot fixes and releases. That has value, but in the new world that I like to live in, where we build once, we build a binary one time and deploy everywhere. And this is, I guess, an important step back, right? Why does that matter? The conversation always comes up. Hey, Rodney, if you rebuild, you're technically deploying a different binary to different environments. And the answer to that is yes, you are. How do you avoid that? There is a technique, and again, there's a blog post by Dan Causer about building once and deploying everywhere, right? Basically, what we want to do is we want to build the binary one time, then we want to, at release time, we want to grab it, we want to unpack it, we want to change the things that we want to change, repackage it, re-sign it, and then ship it to the correct environment. So that's that is a way to get around that conversation. If that is a concern, if that is a trade-off that you have to live with in your environment, that is a way. But so if you're not concerned about that, Git flow works perfectly fine. I prefer mainline development. I know a lot of people will say mainline development doesn't work for mobile. It does. You just have to be really, really diligent. Use things like feature flags. I've seen team collaborative work. But there's all of these various, and there's also a blog post on there from Martin Fowler specifically on branching strategies.
I was just going to say it probably is. I remember Jess Humble when we would talk about coming back to main like that, trunk based development. He said people would tell him, oh, it could work at our org. We're too big, and he's like, have you heard of a tiny little company called Google? Right. So there's all sorts of reasons that whatever. Every snowflake has six sides, my friends.
So that's the conversation about trade-offs, Matt, right? Like you can sit here and give me 800 reasons why this won't work in your organization, but I'll ask you flat out, have you tried?
Right.
Are you willing to fail to prove me wrong? That's the number one thing. I want developers to prove me wrong. I want you to take this and say, Rodney, this won't work in my organization, and implement it and prove to me that it doesn't work. I don't know. I mean, you might be surprised. I've been surprised because I've taken that challenge more times than I care to count. As a matter of fact, Fastlane is a tool that I found specifically because that someone was like, "Oh, Rodney, you could do that with Fastlane." And I was like, "That's too much."
Like the heck you say,
right? Like, and now I'm like, "Ooh, Fastlane, all the things."
Yeah.
But branching is a very important thing because branching dictates how fast we can submit our code. And when you're dealing with having to ship binaries, having to ship a binary every time a developer commits code to the main line, you want that process to be as quick as possible. And you want to get it into your testers' hands as quick as possible. Now, again, a lot of this is going to depend on testing. This is kind of like the untold story, in my opinion, in all the DevOps talks that I see. Testing, automated and manual, is imperative for a fail fast approach. And if you do not have a good testing strategy, then your CI implementation will suffer as a result. And I'm just going to be honest with you. Like if your testers aren't testing every commit that hits that main line, or at least or have a chance to test every commit that hits that main line, eventually you're going to get to the point where your main line is quote unquote unstable. And it's because you haven't committed your testing resources to testing the most important branch in your entire repository. So, again, there's no real right way to do this, wrong way to do this. There are techniques and trade-offs. Again, you have to the reason why I posted that Martin Fowler blog is because there's so much good information. Like that's a wealth of information for you to figure out what works for your team. Read it, find what works for you, use it. But what I have found is that small integration points is the best. Frequent commits are the best. if you can get a feature in a half a day and ship it to the main, or you can get a bug fix in a half a day and ship it to the main line, that is ideal. Again, we're talking about continuous integration, right? CI at scale. Like CI talks about integrating. Integration is the first point where all of these various developers across your team's code is coming together and playing nice together, right? And let's be honest, we sometimes as developers have conflicting requirements. My code may be in direct conflict with Matt's code, and as a result, depending upon who hits the integration environment first, one story may pass, one story may fail. Does that mean that it's wrong? No, it means that we have an environment, we have a process that allows us to fail quickly and get that feedback quickly, as opposed to getting all the way to the App Store, which I will tell you, I have waited upwards of a month during peak time getting my app reviewed by Apple. I mean, one Christmas, we were trying to ship a Christmas release, and we got the approval to ship the Christmas release 5 days after New Year's. Yay. So great. I was in a lot of trouble that day, but it wasn't my fault. You know, Apple has processes and there's nothing you can do about it. So understanding how to branch our code gives us a better understanding of how we can integrate the code. I won't talk about the best practice. I will tell you there are some bad ways to do it. I told you earlier that I have YOLO force push to master. It is not recommended. It is not ideal. Rewriting history is a bad idea. Retargeting master is a bad idea. Master should be your source of truth. It should be the one branch in all the branches that not only compiles, but should execute the application without concern. Creating branches from different branches is like, if you're creating branches from other branches and you're not pulling previous code from the main into that branch, I'm going to tell you, you're probably doing it wrong. Cherry picking is a tool you can use, but using too much cherry picking results in branches that diverge too much. And anytime it's funny, I saw a tweet the other week that I couldn't find when I was trying to put this talk together, but it talked about like branch divergence isn't linear, it's exponential. So the more we cherry pick across multiples of branches that have not been kept up to snuff with the main line, we are basically setting ourselves up for what I like to call get wrecked. Right? Because you're going to get to the point where Git can no longer tell you whether or not, a branch can be properly pruned. You're going to have branches that are up, down from main in various ways, and it just becomes really, really bad. So you definitely want to branch appropriately. Versioning is an important thing. As a developer, I use a lot of software. And I'll point out here that I'm using a tool in this called, if I can find it, it's in here somewhere. I have it. Version. Yeah, Git version allows me to version my application. I have not gotten it to do year-based, but JetBrains Rider is a year-based versioning scheme. For stable applications, I'm really starting to like that year-based versioning scheme. But more and more, semantic versioning seems less and less appealing for large-scale application development. But right now I'm using Git version. Git version supports semantic versioning. And if we go back to my build, which should now be done. Come on, Rodney, you can click the buttons.
Got a couple minutes.
Yeah, I know. I'm watching the timer. Is that really? Oh my goodness. No, okay, no. Yeah, it's still sitting there. Wow, of course. While I am on camera, and while I did not sacrifice to the demo folks this morning. That's what the problem is. This was only taking a couple of minutes before. The majority of my other pulls were only 7 minutes, 10 minutes tops. So we'll go to a previous one and just kind of talk through what it's doing. Again, like I said, it's doing all the normal stuff where you have to clean and restore that you would see in any other .NET application. But we're getting here where we need to run Fastlane, right? I'm going to show you what Fastlane's output looks like. No, can we get this to go? Can I just make this smaller? Will it let me? It won't. There we go. I can click that button. Nope, that's not the right button. See, clicking buttons is a bad thing for Rodney. So Fastlane will allow me to provision my iOS application. And it does all the hard stuff. Like you'll see right here, it's grabbing the correct team ID from my Apple Developer Portal. So it's connecting to the Apple Developer Portal for me. It's getting the correct provisioning profiles. And application identifiers. It's installing the certificate locally on my keychain, and then it's using that to sign my application, right? So it's telling me about that I've got an Apple distribution certificate, and it's doing all the needful things that need to happen. Then it's going back and archiving my IPA, and eventually, what this build will output, it will be in my publish directory in my drop folder. I'll get this nice versions IPA, which then segues quite nicely into the release, right? So again, I'm using release pipelines. Oh, yep, I've got redness, all the redness. It's no big deal though. It's red for a reason because I don't know how to bash. Again, I told you I'm more than ops. so it's failing on re-signing the IPA. But what this is showing is that I have two different jobs in my release pipeline, and I'll go ahead and edit this pipeline real quick so we can see it. You'll notice here that on my integration, which is just my development, I just have the task that ships it to App Center. So that way we can use it. App Center is another tool that is important in the distribution setup, because again, you can't just post it to a website and get testers to come download it. You have to go through a distribution mechanism. App Center is the continuation of Hockey app. You can use things like TestFlight for this. I find that TestFlight and Apple's suite is a little bit too heavy-handed for simple things like testing, and Microsoft owns App Center, so it makes it very, very simple for someone like me to go and do things like this. Let's go grab that and let's create a new, and let's paste that in there. Right, so you'll notice that as part of my continual pipeline, I can go all the way from my GitHub repository to my check-in to my release, and now I've got a binary that I can download directly from App Center and give it to my testers. They can install it on a device. It's got a specific version number. They can see that version information, and we can test these things in any given environment side by side. So this is a very important step of the process that is specific to mobile, i.e. if you've got a website, you just deploy it to Azure and you're good to go. You can get it to go to any website, any web address, but you have to have a specific distribution system when it comes to mobile. So I know I am at time and I didn't get through all of the fun things, but
those slides are all available on your repo, so people can kind of step through and see the things you talked about and check out the repo.
Because slides are boring anyway, right? No one wants to sit here and watch me go through slides. Everyone wants to see code, right?
Yeah, we did. This was exciting. I don't know. I dug it. This was a lot of fun, and I learned a bunch of stuff I didn't know anything about. And we all know that really the entire reason I'm doing this is so I can stick up to like my telling Layla that I was going to learn about .NET this year. So things are starting to happen. Things are starting to happen. It was awesome, Rodney. Thanks for a great time.
No, thanks for having me, and thanks for letting me talk about to mobile DevOps. Like I said, DevOps is something that, like, I'm a closet DevOps guy. I love it. I think it's the best thing ever. I remember when all you could do was right-click and publish from Visual Studio, or back in the olden days where you used to have to copy
FTP.
code. No, not even. So I worked at a place where we literally would right-click, copy, and paste onto production servers.
Yep.
Oh my God, it was the worst experience
I've
ever.
been there. I've been there.
Yep. So having consistency is one of the big things. The last point that I will make, because I know I'm at time, is this: continuous integration is synonymous to continuous improvement. The number one thing that I see people fail at, and I'm going to use that term "fail at" in the world of CI, is I've got a build system. Why do I need to change it? Right? We should always be striving to make it better. Just like we always want to refactor our code, we always want to look at the long pole in the tent, look at what's taking the longest to complete in our CI system and make it shorter, right? Because that scalability is what we're really talking about. Getting code to our end users, to our testers as quickly as possible, failing as fast as possible, and completing that cycle in that feedback cycle as quickly as possible. So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen, and I'm going to.
That's okay. I already took it off anyway. So
look at you.
Yep. All right. Well, thanks again, Rodney, and we're just going to bring Layla back to kind of wind us all up here. So Layla, it's the end of the day. What up?
It is, and it's well past my bedtime.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're like, it's been the end of the day for a long time.
I'm like, I'm usually fast asleep by this time,
Yeah.
so I'm quite impressed that I'm still here. I may look a little bit more tired than I normally do, but it's been a fantastic day. Thank you, Rodney. That was really interesting, really insightful. So much to think about, yeah. Thank you so much for bringing your knowledge with us. Well, Matty, you've been here most of the day, I know, on and off. And it's been one hell of a day, hasn't it?
It really has. There's been a lot. It's been back and forth and just all over the place in good ways, right? Nothing the same over and over again.
No, we've had such different content, such a variety of content, and so many different voices. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It hasn't been that much of a hardship to sit here and listen for the past 7.5 hours. My bottom is feeling a little bit tired from being sat here, but my brain is happy. And I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone who was involved today. So let's just have a look at what we've got coming up tomorrow. You're doing a Pulumi stream in 2 hours?
I am. So we're
Wowzers.
doing, if you have not had enough of watching streams, we're doing kind of a Pulumi Vision after dark or just after hours, if you will. So my coworker Kat and I are going to be working on writing some talk abstracts. So if you either have always wanted to like give a talk like the folks here, and you want to know how to write a good abstract, or at least, well, if you want to know how to write a good abstract, don't tune into the stream because I don't think I can help you with that. But you can also just come in and talk trash as we kind of do a little live working and doing that. It will definitely be fun and unhinged. I can guarantee that.
I won't be there, Matty.
But yes,
Okay?
you need to go to bed. Yeah,
I won't be there.
You can watch the replay.
We've got to be up nice. I have to be up nice and early for day 2 tomorrow, 9 a.m. GMT, so that's going to be 10 a.m. for me. We've got my friend Poonima. She's going to talk REST, GraphQL, and gRPC. Then we have Ian Cooper doing a messaging for .NET developers. He's also my friend. It's Friends Day tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Lewis Denham Parry, he's also another friend. He's going to talk about how to misuse Kubernetes. Another friend, Stacey Cashmore, Monolith to Service-Oriented and Beyond. And then the second half of the show, again, it's all just friends. It's just this whole conference has been one big, wonderful, happy community of friends. And then I'm giving a talk tomorrow with my teammate Jakob. And then Hananiel is going to talk about observability and why we should care. Andrew is talking about YARP, and that's not from Hot Fuzz, YARP and NARP. It's actually yet another reverse proxy. And then Jeff Fritz is going to close us out with your enterprise open source journey. So there is a lot to get through. So I hope everyone's going to tune in for that. Quick thank you to our sponsors once again, Progress Microsoft, Headspring, part of Accenture, and Twilio, because they've already made an amazing donation to Girls Who Code, which is why we're all here raising money for them. And I know this has come up a lot. Recordings will be out April 12th. You can watch the full length stream, but individual recordings will be ready April 12th. That was a lot of information to get through while I'm a CP
You
head.
did fantastic. Good job, Leila. It was amazing.
Phew. So I guess, Matty, any last parting words from you?
I think the biggest thing is just that regardless of where you're coming from, there's lots of different pieces and parts that go into that. Nothing is as straightforward as you would think it was, to say like, this is all there is to know about this particular piece of technology. And I guess that's the last thing is just sort of like we said with Rodney. It's like everyone here, remember, they're here to offer suggestions, but you make decisions. And my suggestion to you is tune in tomorrow, and your decision damn well better be to tune in tomorrow.
Oh, I couldn't have said it better myself, Matty. So with those very fine words of wisdom, it's going to be a wrap for today. a huge thank you to everyone, speakers, organizers, and hosts like Matty, and especially you, the viewers. You have been awesome. You've been tuning in, you've been engaged, and we have loved it. So that's it. It's a wrap from us. We'll see you when we see you, which is in about 9 hours. Bye.